babble out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league.
put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we put it on, put it on, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me.
For no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down yet for nothing.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Challenge Group Stage. We're in it for more actions today. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Kid and Q.
Today, honestly, I don't know, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous because we're going to be seeing some of the best teams battle it out, and we're getting very close to the end here. And I think overall, when we get closer to the end, teams become a little hungrier, sometimes even crazier.
Absolutely, and you know, next week would be the challenge final, so we're getting really, really close to the top 4, and by the end of today, we would also have one team eliminated, so a lot of things is going to be on the line. We will have 3 series today, and one of these teams will have to play 2 consecutive ones in a row, and that would be the loser of one of our upcoming series. So a lot of things have to be considered, especially for teams that have that responsibility to win. We have a couple of favorites today.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm not even wearing a tie because I'm that nervous. My neck is feels like it's suffocating at this point. But honestly, I'm glad to see the expected teams that we were hoping for to actually make it this far, be this far. Some of them are obviously in the lower brackets, but overall, it's been looking great.
It has been. We do want to show you guys some of the highlights from last week. We had so many incredible series happening, and at the same time, we also saw a couple of upsets. But just to give you guys a good idea for those who didn't get to watch, here it is, the highlights from last week.
There's a Creepo! He goes for the flicker, he pulls CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back, and that's gonna be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daiso is kiting the land slot as long as he can, and Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this land slot. The immortality comes in, the Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive, and Ray! Esports, PBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike. Nearly August, going for a Numen on blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for the collapse. They going for the pull. They find Judgment cancels your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Offer trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see, Eugene Checo, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esports, they somehow manages to defend. Going to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the play goes in for a jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Tarizna. The flame extends with the flicker, but the jungler still stands. Rookie as well, Trabot now as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight.
Well, Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next Lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Offer gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment, right? But Offer doesn't have the money and the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Blood on side gets assassinated.
And there you have it, the highlights from last week's. One of my favorites is definitely GPX against MHRLK. I think that one was one of the biggest upsets that we had. We also had a lower bracket run that eliminated some of the teams at the end of it. So it's getting tighter and tighter.
It is, and that's just the nature of competition. Some teams are going to win, some teams are going to lose, and hopefully your favorite teams at home are going to be winning here today. We got 3 matches, and all of them very, very tight ones, but unfortunately only one of those teams are going to get eliminated.
Yeah, we have 2 upper bracket series today and one lower bracket, and that one is going to be kind of a nail biter because one of the losers from the upper bracket side would have to go down and play the second best of 3 of the day. But at the end of it, there's a chance that they might not make it through.
Well, I'm not worried about fatigue because overall, it is going to be a best of 3. And just in case that you guys don't know, we can actually talk about the bracket here. So far, it has been a double elimination throughout the entire competition. The upper bracket has already been stated as GPX has already put down MHRLK.
We'll start with GPX and Euphoria. They will be playing tomorrow, but today we're looking at Sway Esports against ALVA 8 and GameLab against AA Esports. Again, loser drops down to the lower bracket where there will be 2 teams already waiting to take them on, and after today we will have some teams knocked out of the competition. You do want to get to that upper bracket and continue that run because you are so close to the challenge finals.
Yeah, it is, and oh boy, it's not going to be easy here. It still needs to be decided who's going to be going up against PBN Striking as well as Tupai Esports, but at the end of the day, one team is gonna go home.
Yeah, and we talked about, ever since the very first week, we said that Malaysian representative will be eliminated. Miracle Gaming is already out in the hands of Tupai Esports, but let's focus on today's series. 3 best of 3s coming up. A8 against GameLab to start things off, and afterwards we have Sway against AES, and finally, the loser between A8 and GameLab will take on Tupai Esports.
Both of which extremely scary here. Both A8 and GameLab have done a phenomenal job at the upper bracket so far. The question is who is going to move on to the next round, and even among Sway as well as AES, it's not going to be easy. But what are these teams fighting for? What are they playing for? What value do they get? And it's our prize pool at first place with 20,000 USD on the line.
And some of these teams qualified from the regional qualifiers, so they have already locked in 2,000. These are all considered bonus, but at the end of the day, you want to go for the top prize. It's about that slice of the pie that you can get.
Any bit is going to be great. The higher you go, the more of the pie you get. And, well, luckily for these teams, they don't have to worry about it too much because it is a double elimination. We could see a lower bracket breakthrough towards the end, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, the competition is getting so intense. We have basically regional favorites who are in that lower bracket as well. So if you drop down there into the gauntlet, you still have to do this very intense boss rush. I am worried for some of these teams, but there's no time for concerns because we have very important series coming up. And I would say that the Filipino fans are going to have all of their eyes on today's series.
And that's why I'm so stressed today, man. Like, A8, I mean, they've been looking good, but not as good as GameLab. And they're obviously going to be the favorites coming into this matchup. I think we can all agree there. But the question is, what is the preparation that A8 has actually applied in this best of 3 to actually take on someone like GameLab?
And even before we got to the challenge group stage, we saw how GameLab completely crushed the Open finals. And we thought that MHRLK is going to have a lot to prove. They are the favorites. They qualify from their own region. But after watching how GameLab perform, it is a bit scary. GameLab now feels like the favorites.
Oh, it really is. I mean, it's not easy for both of these teams, especially for GameLab. It's probably the star team coming into the Challenge Series with like almost the anticipated players from PH. Honestly, things that we should be expecting against them is just high aggression. Macro-wise, they're looking solid. Micro-wise, they get even better.
And this is a team that hasn't really been challenged much in the series that they played. Even against top teams, GameLab were able to kind of breeze through without breaking much of a sweat. This is a series that we are definitely excited for.
Yep, I mean, GameLab is a team that has been hyped up by fans and analysts, with some of them considering to be the favorites to win the entire tournament, but this puts a lot of pressure to perform well in this match. Who knows? The day itself, they might not be feeling good, and A8 might have an opportunity to actually bounce back.
And this puts a lot of responsibility for A8 as well, considering that they are from the second best region, and if they can take down GameLab, this is not only going to give a morale boost, but also give a bit of faith to the Indonesians that maybe Indonesia can take the entire thing.
Honestly, not just Indonesia, the rest of the world, everybody is scared of
Yeah.
the Filipino dynasty as of yet, and it doesn't end. So hopefully, when I'm looking at A8, I'm thinking immediately, hey, who's going to be that breakout player who's going to turn this around for the team? Fondir, he is the man. I mean, even in some of these games, like, he's got the mechanics. But if he's playing serious, he's a different beast.
Yeah, we've seen him play, you know, on that Yin at one point, right, on your screen right now against Aero 404, and there was some pretty exciting moments. This is one of the best series that, you know, we got to commentate together on the desk. But overall, I think it is very rare that we get to come into a series and already have that underdog. A8, they have to take on that role.
Yeah, it feels weird to put A8, to label A8 as the underdog, because honestly, they shouldn't be, but against their opponents, it's tough, and GameLab is continuing to succeed in pretty much every avenue in every tournament they've been in so far.
Yeah, we're looking at MDL star-studded team, right? And they are basically showing off tier 1 gameplays. For GameLab, it kind of feels like a shame that they're not in the MPL league, but with how they're performing, I think, down the road, we would see GameLab reach greater heights.
I'm fairly confident. I mean, even Euphoria has their collaboration with Bren, and
yeah.
that's why they've already been doing well with the help of Bren's insides and connections. They can definitely get more scrim partners to get even better and better, and that's just the dynasty of the Philippines. I'm kind of over it at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is pretty clear-cut that the Philippines are the strongest region, right? Won 3 out of 4 M series. But let's take a look at GameLab. If you guys don't know who they are yet, they have Havos, Takenaga, Aizawa, Yuktizi, and Dortmund to make up the team. And at this point, I don't know what else to say. They are probably one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
They're disgustingly good. Yuktizi, extremely good at positioning himself. Takenaga, a huge playmaker for the team. But let's not forget about Havas, man. His personality and the way that he plays is so very expressive.
Yeah, we talked to Havas before, and Havas was like, we are going straight for Echo. We are going for the top. So this guy, he's not holding back at all. He believes that GameLab can actually topple our current world champions. That's how confident he is in his team.
And I love to see that. I love players getting really, really cocky. I love the confidence and the hard egos that are coming out of them. Maybe it's because I've been watching a lot of Blue Lock. Maybe it's because I love competition. Hard to say.
Yeah, and I think on top of that is also a team that came in from the Open Finals, right? Even teams like Euphoria and MHRLK that qualified directly from their region were humble. So sometimes you need a bit of that bragging, and I think coming from GameLab, they do deserve to talk smack a bit.
Yeah, they definitely have the rights to, but I think overall, when we're looking at how to actually beat GameLab, it gets a little tough. There are moments in the game where GameLab actually has some rough early games, and it can be punishable. I just think that a lot of teams struggle to close out games against GameLab or miss out an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, the margin of error and the windows of opportunity are so small when you play against GameLab, right? I love the fact you brought up Takenaga, because this guy in the jungle is almost unbeatable. Maybe today, AA Esports, like you said, would stand a chance. You know, Fondir, Ozil, Richie, Arfi, and Kesu. I think a lot of their attention is going to be in that XP lane, Fondir against Havos.
Absolutely, and I think the one thing that AA Esports actually has over a majority of teams in the tournament so far is their macro, their decision making. At least they do it as a team. We see a lot of people kind of disconnect, or either are thinking of something else or just not in tune with the rest of their team, so they just slightly are off tempo. But A8, no matter what they do, good or bad, they will do it together.
And I want to really see how A8 kicks off the first game against GameLab, because this team has shown us some really impressive gameplays, but they've also been in situations where they have to play really scrappy. And Aero 404 was kind of the team that put them to the test. It was just constant fights, constant battles, but A8 won by macro. Now we just need to see them do it against GameLab.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Again, as you mentioned before, the margins are very, very thin. So again, exploiting the side lanes is going to be extremely important. And not to mention, guys, it's a good time to mention it now, the new patch has dropped. So the changes to the items, the changes to the heroes, unfortunately, Mincetar will not be touched for the time being because we are using tournament rooms. So therefore, we can't touch it for at least a week or two until everything's been sorted out. But the item changes are going to be there.
Yeah, we have Rose Gold Media change, we have the Sea Halberd change.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very excited to see how these teams will itemize, and on such short notice, right? This patch just literally just dropped, and just to give more context to the Mincetar ban, we're not going to see it for the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to see it, and that's the unfortunate fact, because again, we've been seeing a lot of Arlet in this game, and it would have been nice to at least have an answer to it for the time being, but, well, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Well, some teams have been able to take down Arlet. I think that is a positive note, right? He is not invincible like we thought he would be when he was released. And we have seen different iterations of Arlot. We've seen tank Arlot, we've seen your typical damaged Arlot, and so far the one that builds damage has found more success.
Yes, definitely. I think especially when you're building it like a bruiser, it definitely helps. But we have to talk about the mid lane here. And so far, mid lane meta has been pretty stable for both Aizawa as well as Richie. Majority of their games being played on things like Farsa. If they don't have Farsa, they might actually opt for Yve. But Valentina, especially when you're on the blue side, so much value.
Yeah, it's just a very safe pick. It doesn't really matter what your opponent has. Valentina is kind of your insurance policy. But when you look at the numbers, A8 has played in scrappier games, so obviously it's higher skewed towards Richie. And when you look at GameLab, it's not because they're doing lesser, it's just because their games have been so much cleaner.
Much cleaner as well. I mean, like, I'm looking at damage taken per minute, and you can see like the huge skew of data there. 2,361.1 compared to 1,483.8 coming in from Richie. Well, so one of these people have been taking more damage than the other. Let's put it that way.
And it's also a big contrast between these two teams. On one side we have GameLab, who has the shortest average game time throughout the entire challenge group stage.
That's true.
And then you have A8, who has one of the longest average game time in the entire group stage.
So that's why I'm putting an emphasis on this early game, right? I'm hoping we see, A8 kind of break out of that shell, get a little bit more aggressive, learn how to actually continue their progression rather than just letting your opponent bleed out. Put your foot on their throat a little bit. Just slowly take the life out of them.
Yeah, and that is going to be very, very important for A8 to, really shut down or control GameLab in the first few minutes. But we do have an interview with GameLab, so we'd love to share this moment with you guys as well. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, my name is Carlo and I am the coach of GameLab from the Philippines. Watch out for us and be ready for us every time we will compete each other. The strategy that we will gonna make for the challenge season is to be more mentally prepared. So what we are doing right now is giving the players a lot of confidence to play what we are practicing for the past few weeks. In other teams, they prepared doing a lot of scrims, but for us, we do that 3 times a day, but in some moments we will rest for more time than usual. For A8 Esports, who will be our opponent for the next round, to yourself who is the better team between us, and to everyone out there, just be ready for us and watch us to bring home the trophy to the Philippines.
Now I know where they got the confidence from.
Look, they're learning from their coach real well. I don't know if the players influence the coach or the coach is influencing the players, but everybody is of the same mind when it comes down to confidence.
Yeah, if the coach is saying that he's been prepping the team in terms of mentally, I think they're more than prepared. If I'm A8 and I am watching this interview right now, I would be a bit nervous.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that's going to go. Maybe they have their own plan in place to actually look to counter them, because again, a majority of these games coming in for both GameLab and A8 are up online and are, for review.
Yeah, and at the same time, GameLab is a team that hasn't really been put to the test. We haven't really seen them being on the back foot, but for A8, they have been in very, very scrappy situations. They've been forced to play incredibly long games, and they came out on top. But I want to hear what you guys think. Drop your vote down in Twitch chat. Let us know who you think is going to win this best of 3, with it being GameLab. But yeah.
Well, it could be depending on where you're from. Quickly input and submit your votes while you still can in the Twitch chat. All you got to do, whip it open. If you, again, even if you're watching on a different platform, just hop on over to Twitch, quickly whip that open, and hit which team is going to take this away. I don't know. Throughout my entire monologue there, I was thinking like, man, there's a good chance that A8 might actually whip out something crazy.
One thing that I am certain is that the chat will be incredibly lively. We have Indonesia against Philippines. You know how that goes.
Yeah, it's usually the Indo Pride or the Lang Malakas. Whichever side you are on, hopefully you're supporting your favorite team.
And let's take a look at predictions from us. And I think it's fair to say that we both feel like GameLab is going to take this 2-0. Statistically, GameLab has shown us very, very clean management of every single game they've been in. Haven't really seen them on the back foot because they never really allowed that to happen.
Well, to be fair, they have been on the back foot before, and that's mainly because, you know, they completely botched the early game. They realized that they're like, okay, guys, we kind of trolled a little bit. Let's pull ourselves together and came through the late game. But it really shows the flexibility, the extent of GameLab. It doesn't matter at which area of the game it's going to be, whether it's early, whether it's late. They have good mastery over each tempo.
And this is where I want to ask you. We talk a little bit about management of that early game, right? How AA needs to control those first few minutes. How are they going to do it against GameLab?
Well, all of it, and most of the time, it starts with the draft. And that's what I'm hoping to see coming in from A8. Ideally, if A8 is on red side, at least they can look to counter draft and see what exactly GameLab is trying to actually pull off. GameLab, we haven't seen them play for scaling comps too often, and yes, the meta is revolving around the mid lane as well as the gold lane being the majority of the carries, but who knows? Assassins in the jungle, big question mark for people, whether it's still going to be good enough. It just depends on your mechanics.
And perhaps with the recent changes to the items, Assassins would come back, right? GameLab, a team that's really big on the Assassin jungler, Takenaga, has been really, really comfortable with the Ling, and it's a hero that I think GameLab has practiced so much more on. But for A8, I think that would be a question. Do you want to draft to really deal with the jungler, or do you want to focus on those solo lanes?
Here's the tough part, right? If we're talking about the team's preparation for this upcoming patch, it's so difficult to say because it literally dropped today. So if they want to start innovating, they absolutely can.
And there's a couple of heroes that I think is still going to be relevant nonetheless, and maybe we'll see more of their prioritization. Fredrin being one of those that has, you know, well, I would say gained a little bit of that advantage thanks to the latest patch. They removed some of his damage, but now he's a lot tougher.
You know why Fredrin's so good these days?
Why?
Mainly because he's got a Snapdragon processor deep inside of him. And guys, just in case you were worried, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. That's why a lot of people have been looking to pick up Fredrin within the first phase. And similarly with Snapdragon's Elite Gaming, everyone's looking for a phone that has that type of processor in them. If you care about winning, get a Snapdragon for yourself.
They've been with us for 2 seasons for certain game titles. Mobile Legends, the latest one, latest addition to the family. I have the Snapdragon processor in my phone, and I have been hitting those ranks. I've been winning games.
You've been hitting skill shots as well.
I have. I can close my eyes and my skill shots auto-connect. You see my snipe on Granger just now?
Okay, that's a good point. That is a good point. But with the draft already starting, we are seeing A8 Esports deciding to be actually given the blue side this time, while GameLab is going to be on red side. That's going to be a little scary here, but let's see what A8 Esports' overall composition is going to be. Kadita first ban. That's interesting.
Yeah, it has been quite popular among some team, right? The Kadita roam with the Petrify, and I think A8 Esports just wants to play it safe. Though we haven't seen much of that from GameLab, I believe. They have just been too comfortable with the choices that they've been given. Maybe towards A8 Esports, there's more of that reserve that GameLab has. The Glue being the third hero to get taken out.
I'm honestly happy that GameLab got rid of Joy because there's changes to Joy. And I know that she has from 5 dashes to 4 dashes, but there's a lot of the micro mechanics where like sometimes she gets more damage if she hits it on the beat. She gets a shield if she hits it on the beat as well. And her ult also gives him some extra magic resistant armor. That's a lot of information that I was not ready for cast with, so I'm glad they banned it out.
You would be happy to know that we haven't really seen Joy at all.
That's true.
So the changes don't matter as much. Overall, A8 Esports still coming through with the bans that we've seen across the entire group stage. We still get the Fanny ban, a GameLab taking out 1-1, but I'm glad to see that there have been minor adjustments to the ban. We're seeing a lot more Kadita showing up in the ban list.
Yep, a lot more Kadita. But that opens a lot more options, right? Usually I would expect to see Fredrin, I would expect to see Valentina as the first pick, usual openers for teams, especially when they're on the blue side. It's just too flexible. And there we go. Kaja, at the very least, GameLab gets rid of.
And that means that AA Esports now have to make that choice. Do I want the Fredrin? Do I want the Valentina first pick? I think statistically, we've seen more Fredrin opener compared to that Valentina, though you did say that that Valentina is good on that blue side. We'll see if AA Esports will take that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're comparing it to something like Fredrin, I think it's definitely a pick on Fredrin. Wait, actually, now that I think about it, even the patch affected Fredrin as well.
Yeah.
His ultimate doesn't do as much as you would like it to, especially if it's not empowered. So, and not to mention the Twilight armor change. I don't know. I don't know whether these teams are prepped for this. I know I'm not prepped for this.
Maybe we'll see Rose Gold Media. We haven't seen it either for a long, long time.
Dude, I'm more worried about the Sea Halberd. I think that change is really going to hurt Fredrin. I don't know whether or not it will if he decides to get Twilight Armor, but it's a good time to check it out.
Yeah, off broadcast, you mentioned Brody, right? That is a hero that might benefit from it. Our Brody Connoisseur isn't playing today, but we get the Farmers and Arlot on the side of GameLab. It's kind of another version that GameLab has shown us throughout the group stage. They are just really comfortable with these scrappy fights. Coincidentally, it's a situation that AA Esports have gone through multiple times.
Yes, absolutely. So the real question is, how is AA8 actually going to deal with it? Now, I've seen a couple of teams, especially all around the world, actually try to 1v1 with this Arlot. We've seen Martis in the EXP lane, which is, well, I've seen it. It's kind of strange. I do think there are better options out there. One of them is the Edith.
The Edith.
It's pretty decent. It's got a pretty decent matchup. The only mechanic that you have to worry about is when you're trying to do that that ground pound. He just dashes behind you and you completely whiff. That's like the only thing you have to worry about.
And speaking about Edith, we haven't seen much of Edith overall, even in the group stage, right? We've seen a lot of Martis in the jungle. That has been a favorite for most teams. But for AA, just gonna go with the Melissa, press an ultimate, you are able to push that Arlo away. But I would say the interaction is pretty much mutual. Arlo also has a method to get you out of that ultimate. But the Grok, virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think, Grok is a good flex pick just in case GameLab try to, switch things up with this Arla. No matter what, Grok is always going to be a good matchup against Arla, mainly because of his anti-CC. Now, Moskov gets locked in for the side of GameLab. That's kind of interesting, right? Because if we're talking about ways to actually push Melissa out of her ultimate, Moskov actually has an opportunity and a tool that could be very helpful for the team.
GameLab actually has 3 methods, right? With all of their starting heroes, there's a skill that allows them to displace this Melissa. And AA Esports, now they have a composition, at least with this opening pick, to protect this Melissa, to act as this brick wall. And now it's just to keep GameLab away. I think a lot of focus is going to be on this Arlot and if he can get access to that backline.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that mages were not locked in within the very first phase of the game. So now we're seeing a bit of a different draft here from what I'm usually used to. It's going to be the Yves and as well as the Xavier getting banned out for the side of GameLab, Martis, and then the follow-up from A8 to finish things off here. What are they truly worried about? They've already locked in the Arlet for the side of GameLab, unless they want to throw him into the jungle and lock in Lapu Lapu. That wouldn't be too bad overall, and that does shake things up against A8.
Is there an Arlet jungle? I have not seen much of it.
Yeah, nobody really wants to put him in the jungle. That's why I'm thinking like GameLab. GameLab feels like the team that
if there's a team that would do it, right?
It had to be. It had to be GameLab.
Probably GameLab.
Like, I don't expect Euphoria to do something like that.
Yeah, we see the Lancelot ban, but that still leaves Link on the table if GameLab really wants to commit to that full backline dive. They haven't really revealed who is going to stand in front and deal with the Fredrin and the Grok, but GameLab so far with the Farmers and in that composition, I do expect them to have at least someone that can lead the team in that 5v5. Valentina, though, will be the pick.
Okay, so that means Farmus is going to take the support position here, while Valentina is going to be the main mid laner for the team. All right, so I'm thinking about enablers, right? And the enablers, there's no immediate effect. Nothing's really standing out to me so far other than the Moskov and as well as the Valentina, both of which actually having some decent forms of CC, but I think it's going to be the Shadow Stampede into the Ghostbusters that's really going to enable someone like Takanaga to be able to jump into the middle of that fight and at least try to make a play on this Arlot, because I'm not seeing any enablers for the side of GameLab. Unless they last pick Akai, then sure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, right? They are putting so much emphasis on Takenaga's hero towards the very end. So far, we haven't really seen that front line. I feel like Akai is probably the most direct option. Edith already taken for AA Esports. It is a hero that you did mention just now, and now we get to see it. That Edith against Arla matchup. Cecilion gets picked for A8, and GameLab. looking for the Hanzo to close it out. This is GameLab, you know, in their comfort zone.
Yeah, Hanzo is a great way of actually dealing with the Melissa overall. His abilities cover a wide area, and the very least with the knockup, it can start messing with the backline. You can zone out a majority of the people. So, therefore, GameLab playing a very greedy composition overall, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be Arlott, the man himself. We're going to have to take a quick look at his emblems.
You think this is a show of strength from GameLab?
Possibly. It could just be raw confidence. A little hard to say, but hopefully A8 are here to try and disappoint.
Oh, that kind of goes back to what we've discussed a bit, right? A8, a lot of responsibility, a lot of weight. I think that the expectations, best case scenario is A8 wins. Worst case scenario is that A8 draws at least one game from GameLab. Someone needs to show that GameLab can bleed. No teams have been able to do it yet, and A8 Esports now, they have that torch being passed to them.
Absolutely. I mean, both counterparts, whether it be GPX or A8, they want to take out the Filipino counterparts on the opposite end of their bracket. But for now, the games are starting with A8 on the blue side, GameLab on the red.
One of the standouts to me is Richie Sicilian, because we don't see Sicilian much. You know, Farsight isn't picked, and I do like how GameLab did ban the Xavier, so you prevent that lockdown that stops all these engages. But overall, with the Sicilian, it seems like A8, they are not really too worried about that late game phase. It's more like getting there. And for GameLab, they are looking to end it as fast as they can.
Let's not forget that Kesu has a very important job here. Kesu has to stop the aggression coming in from GameLab, and he needs to make sure he's not feeding too many kills over to GameLab as well, because we should expect the GameLab to be the aggressors in this situation. And look at Takanaga, absolute disrespect here, walking into anywhere that he can to steal away as many buffs, but he clears the jungle just so fast.
If you're Arlie, you have to be a bit worried. Bottom side, 2 versus 1 gang. Havos shouldn't be able to get out of this. Esports want to look for the first blood. Havos, flicker! Just get knocked up nonetheless. Ozu draws that one.
Bit of disrespect coming out of Havas there. He really wanted to win that 1v1 matchup. He didn't consider the jungle pathings on either side. Or maybe he thought he could get a kill before that. But this is what I want to see from Kesu. He's making sure that these choke points and his crucial parts of the map have some form of vision.
Yeah, Arlie was about to get dive, but GameLab decided to pull back. And I do like the adjustment from AA Esports. They completely ignore their top side and just send Frederick down. So far the read from A8 has been great.
Yep, the goal lane is going to be extremely important here, but at least A8 have their signature protocols. I mean, look, Edith is already making her way up towards that Tribe Rush, and Aizawa forced the flicker.
And that's the punish you want to look for if you are A8. We talk about a lot of that early game focus, but it's going to be a bit of scuffle on that Turtle Pit. Fondia dropping low, gets the knockout. Richie coming through. They get the taunt onto Dogman, but AA Esports haven't found the damage yet. War Charge is there. Havos getting protected by the Call Alter. GameLab just strikes back and gets a kill on Ozu.
Good layering of abilities coming in from GameLab here. Things were looking a little grim until the Call Alter. Oh, Fonder absolutely whiffed that. Don't worry, he's just warming up. He's just warming up.
Oh, you could say that he's predicting the dash. If he Eagles dash that, maybe.
No, there's
We're
no
thinking
way
2 steps ahead.
That's the thing, right? You don't know whether or not they're going to do it for sure. I don't know. I personally think that it's a little too deep there. And Takanaga, he should be able to get out of this. Oh, actually.
Yeah, they're sticking onto him. Ozu has his numbers. They get the taunt again. The wall to funnel him through that brush. Oh, the sweep! But from her boss, keeping Takanaga alive, and they can't get it. Well, in the end, they do. With that Edith, her boss now in danger, knocked up, and that's a double for Fondia. AA Esports continue to fight. The wall doesn't stop Dogman though. In the end, they still get 2 kills.
Oh man, GameLab's playing so disrespectful, but A8 and their protocols are making sure that they're covering all their corners, and they're getting first rotations. They're making sure that mid priority is always in their favor, and that's why Grok is just such a good support. Even if you have a weak laner who can't push as fast, they can do things like this. Walk up, get some free damage, walk away without anything to worry about.
And at the end of all that, both teams still have almost equal net worth. So if you're GameLab, you're not too worried, but now you get to see what AA Esports is capable of. A lot of that displacement and Dogman. Sure, you have the Call Alter, but I think one thing that GameLab needs to keep in mind is that you don't really have that toughness compared to AA.
Absolutely, but we're seeing that, you know, they're using the Spear of Destruction coming in from Moskov to cancel out Arfi's recall, and now they're pulling all their resources to the top side, knowing that he doesn't have anything. they could potentially set up for a dive.
Again, the wall is so huge from A8, and that's going to secure the kill onto Yuktizi, followed by Dokman. Takenaga can't even get Kesu with that. They were able to keep Aizawa in place for now. Richie looking for an angle, doesn't get the clip, but A8 finds 2.
I don't think they should keep pushing their advantage here. Look at bot side. They've already got the proxy going. Kesu, unfortunately, isn't responding to that. That means it's going to be a lot of gold falling into the hands of Havas.
Fondia putting his body in front, but GameLab adamant to keep this tower alive and healthy as much as possible. In fact, they are able to clip onto Arlie, pull him back. Takenaga coming through, and Aizawa will be the one that finds that kill. Dokman, he is kind of far in front. But GameLab gets the win nonetheless.
Not 100% sure how to feel about that one. I mean, Arfi should not have died there. Richie!
Oh, flicker forward into a wall charge. They were able to secure Yuktizi in the end. And still, we are looking at similar goal net worth for both teams. GameLab happy with what is happening so far, and they even get the tier 1.
Yeah, it's about to change here because both tier 1s go down. GameLab unfortunately didn't invest as many resources, and yeah, they lost a couple of people, but at the very least, A8 Esports got the worst part of the trade.
Yeah, they definitely did. GameLab very confident, looking for the contest at Turtle. Takenaga just shows up, easy retribution. Fondia left alone to dry. Ozio has already used that appraisal graph, so he's going to go down to Takenaga, followed by Fondia, who has the shield up, but not for long, as Havas follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. A8 still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dokman is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie, but GameLab still fighting on. Havas sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
Huge play coming out from Havas here. Now, the interesting thing, he's not taking Concussive Blast, he's going straight for it to Nasty. He's making sure that he dishes out just enough to keep himself alive. But look at Yuktizi, they're just spreading their resources. GameLab is squeezing value after value play from each of their heroes.
By the way, this is just 6.5 minutes in. We are looking at GameLab really pushing the pace and doing exactly what this draft is intended to do. We can say that they're playing in a slightly disrespectful manner, but that's how good GameLab are. And so far in this group stage, they have not been breaking much of a sweat.
Absolutely. I mean, they disrespected A8 before. I would say that instead they started pulling back. They realized, okay, maybe we're giving too much leeway over to A8. So instead, they're making sure that they're highly prioritizing and making sure that the resources invested in certain lanes are going to be pretty straightforward. I mean, look at this. Right now, if we're talking about Havas, he's pretty much the exact same gold, if not just a little bit behind Yuktizi. And both of them had died twice.
And that's kind of like the thin margin that we discussed pre-game, right? How does AE Esports exploit that? Ozio getting gone on by Yuktizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Havas in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fondia shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just going to commit fully. Can anyone catch Yuktizi? Fondia certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down A8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills.
Ozio was... he was just so out of position there. He's just so out of position. I don't know what he was hoping for, hiding along the river brush instead. He could have just sat by Pixel Brush. He could have sat nearer towards his side of the jungle, but instead he wanted to greed out here, thinking that GameLab would not check it, but unfortunately they did, and they continue to punish. 6K gold lead, 8 minutes into the game, and now with this lead, I think GameLab are going to slowly start making their way to get into that rear naked chokehold by taking away resources, especially when it comes down to playing around Havas. GameLab now have an enabler.
Both side lanes have already been exposed. GameLab taking the tier 2 on the top and the bottom. And Kesu, he really wants to be able to do that job of keeping GameLab away, but he's taking so much damage, and it's all just from Havas playing all these disruptions with the dashes, with the knockups. They now isolate him. Havas is going to flicker to safety. AE's but blocked by their own Grok wall. GameLab looking to re-engage. Takenaga just shows up. Kesu able to get away with his life. Sliver of health. Fondia, though, sacrificed to the Wolves, and GameLab just continues pushing the lead.
Man, while this is happening topside, you can already see that Moskov has just been hard shoving, making sure that A8 Esports do not walk out of their base or look for any kind of flank angle from the top side.
We're looking for thin margins for A8 Esports, but it seems like that window has already closed. In under 10 minutes, and those arrows from TZ just making life incredibly hard for AA to even defend the turret. Kesu, he might lose his life in the process. He's not able to put his body in front like he wanted to. AA Esports can't find a way to engage.
A8 has just run out of time, and I think they have no space to breathe as well. GameLab taking all the outer turrets, and in 35 more seconds, that's their win condition. When they have the Lord pushing down onto the side of A8, it's going to be really, really tough because GameLab is about to hit their next item, Power Spike here, but majority of the carries already have 3 items building into a 4th.
It's just like how Aizawa even feint the recall in front of Kesu. He knows that he is untouchable.
He is very ahead in this game. 7k worth of gold. He's been farming really, really hard. But if we look at the build coming in from Havas, and as expected, he is going to be the major tank for the team.
This is the unstoppable force from the side of GameLab. 10 minutes, Lord has spawned, GameLab beeline straight towards that objective. And this is how fast they are trying to close out the game. We talk about how GameLab has played, on average, the shortest games in the entire group stage. And to do it, so deep into the bracket against a team like A8, incredibly impressive.
It is. It is extremely impressive. And now, let's see how they close this out. I mean, wait.
Uh-oh. They're able to stop the recall. Arlie completely trapped. Can A8 get Arlie out? Well, it seems like it's impossible. Aizawa has already gotten that kill. A8 Esports on full retreat mode, keeping Richie alive. Kesu and Ozil will do the deed. Takenaga getting chased down by Fondia, and that's a pickup on that mid lane. But GameLab, they are still continuing to chase. Havas is so from Aizawa. They sweep Ozil deeper into that lane and finally secures that knockout with a mega kill streak for Havas. Meanwhile, Yuktizi had just taken the top inhibitor.
Yep, once again, Havas, as I mentioned before, expressive guy. You can tell by his gameplay alone that he wants to end this quick. And even with GameLab, they're just synchronizing their waves so well, now pushing for an inhibitor.
This might be the final stand for A8. Get the knockout onto Aizawa, but you're looking for damage from the side of Arlie, and so far there hasn't been too much. GameLab have already taken down the bottom inhibitor. Look at TZ! It's going straight for the crystal! A8, they want to stop him. They should be able to do that. But it's taken a lot of damage in that base. The mid inhibitor also barely standing.
Oh, Yuktizi, you dirty boy. You dirty, dirty boy. He tries to go for the back door. It's very clear that he could have killed Fondir whenever he wanted to, but decided, nah, I'm going to try for the crystal still.
We said that this game is going to be kind of the opening statement. How strong of a message would GameLab want to send? And I think it is pretty clear at this point.
It's very, very clear. With an 8k gold lead 11 minutes into the game, if they wanted to end it, they absolutely could have, or just develop it into a 10k gold lead, and at that point, A8 is basically out unless GameLab blunder. But I don't think they're going to blunder too much at this point, considering that they've been getting away with so much. Now, previously, with...
they checked the brush with the Arlo Ultimate. The presence of mind that GameLab has. We might not have much time to talk about this game, but if you're AA, what is the backup plan you're looking for? What is the way to come back? Aizawa almost hitting that ult. They pin Fondia into the wall, and yeah, that's the kill. Yuktizi. Well, we don't even have time to talk about backup plans at this point. Yuktizi just gotten that kill onto Fondia.
It's do or die for A8 Esports, and GameLab are just not giving them any opportunities as they're already pushing in. They know that Lord is on their way, but if they can bait out a fight from A8, that's already a huge win.
You gotta hold on for 15 more seconds if you're A8 Esports, just for some signs of life in this game. The wave's not really synchronized, so GameLab only will have that mid-wave to deal with. A8 Esports have enough methods to clear that out.
Yeah, their high ground defense is pretty okay here, but you can tell that GameLab, they want to go for this Lord, but they also don't want to let A8 out of their base. And I think this is a very good option here. At least make it seem like you're interested in this fight, that you're purposely trying to bait out this fight against them. And that way, they're a little hesitant to actually walk up to things. That's as important as a Luminous Lord. But A8 making a smart decision, walking as a full squad, checking brush by brush on the top side first, going into the lane, and then my guess is making their way through Tri-Brush into the Luminous Lord.
How confident is GameLab? So, I think GameLab, the respect is being shown as much as they're playing aggressively. You can see that the reserve from this team. Dortmund does get pulled back, but that's pretty much it. This Lord secured by GameLab and A8 on their final stand.
Oh, that's not good. It's not good. Nobody was able to check. Nobody was able to walk up. GameLab just casting a very, very wide net to ensure that the top side is under control. And now A8 Esports are in a position where they have to win the next upcoming fight. If not, GameLab is going to close things out with their 10k gold lead.
next fight only to stay in this game for a bit longer. You know, GameLab, they have all the cards needed to close out game 1. This is their game to lose for sure. In the event that AA wins the next fight, what is the backup plan though? They have lost everything in the base.
I mean, even AA is just gonna have to play it one step at a time, one pick off at a time. With the waves kind of not exactly synchronized, but let's see how GameLab actually wants to initiate.
Looking to delay the lore as much as possible. They got the taunt out. Kestu is in the front line. Dogman falls away. Not dead yet. Fondale losing a lot of that health bar. AA Esports juggling pretty well, but they've already lost Ozo, and GameLab now they pounce onto AA. Looking for the conclusion to game number 1. There's 33 deaths on the side of AA, but GameLab actually not able to close the game. Richie holding on. Fondale beside him. Dolman has the immortality, but Takinaga going for the end. Can he break the crystal in time? Dolman also helping. Takinaga knocked up, but Dolman, he is doing God's work, and GameLab pushed through 15 minutes in game 1.
GG, well played. Going over to GameLab. They're closing it out with very thin margins, but still pulling it off, showing off that Hanzo is still the pub stomper that we expect. Man, Arlie just did not have a fun time running away from Hanzo's ghost. Oh.
That's gonna haunt him for a while. You say Hanzo is a pub stomper? Well, GameLab played like it was a pub, honestly.
I mean,
the sheer confidence.
I mean, look at this. They know they can get under the skin of AA. AA needs to have very clean, disciplined battle lines because it's a traditional front-to-front composition, but GameLab, with the comp that they have right now, it's a little untraditional to have Hanzo. It's also untraditional to actually have your composition consisting of, well, less than 3 tanks. So GameLab is taking matters into their own hands, making plays for themselves, but having a lot of confidence and, more importantly, a lot of faith and trust in people like Havas to set things up for the rest of the team and to cover them for some big plays.
And this kind of circles back to that early game, that where you said AA, they're getting decent trades, they're stopping GameLab, but when you look at the bigger picture, GameLab are actually getting more out of these trades, they're getting more out of these rotations. The numbers might not tell you the full story, but just you'll be safe, you'll be happy to know as a GameLab fan that this was just complete dominance.
Yep, it was. And I think, you know, the biggest takeaway for AH that GameLab did superbly well in this matchup was just resource management, right? We saw that AA was having these huge rotations, 5-man over to the top side, while GameLab kind of split up their resources, understanding that, hey, as long as we trade 1 for 1, we're not really losing too much. We're getting pretty much every tier 1 at this point, and if they keep on committed to one side of the map, even better. That just means we have Moskov on the other, scaling up faster than the entire team of A8.
This does feel like the rock, paper, scissors scenario, right? Team fight comp against a comp that just wants to run around the map. And GameLab is really understanding that A8, they can't fight without the full squad, so GameLab just decides that they do their own thing.
Yeah, they're just they're doing their own thing for sure. And I don't know how to categorize the composition so far. I want to say that it's a team fight composition, but also kind of a skirmishing composition at the same time. It's rather interesting and something to keep in mind for future leagues. But for now, it's 0-1 in favor of GameLab.
It really feels like we just warmed up for the first series, and GameLab is already prepared to go have early dinner. It's not even 7 yet.
It's not even
GameLab really speedrunning the upper bracket.
Holy, they're doing such a good job here. And unfortunately for A8, they didn't get to that breaking point. I mean, we could definitely see that Richie, he was trying to clutch it as hard as he possibly could. He's been getting so many stacks on Sicilian the entire game, realizing that this just isn't enough. I'm pretty sure that picture is Carmilla, but never mind. Kesu, on the other hand, I think he did a really good job in the early game. Like, he knew how to cover. He knew exactly where to cover for specifically Melissa in this game. But GameLab, I think they identified it. They started reading habits and noticing the movements coming in from AA were definitely around the gold lane, which means that other parts of the map were exposed. They just needed to find where the holes were.
And they were able to find it at the first turtle fight, right? Everything trickled down to that bottom lane, and when A8 started putting more resources down there, that's where we saw UTZ take top tier 2 and really just farming up a storm. The numbers aren't even close. Well, we have UTZ having the most gold per minute, but if you look across the board, this is a GameLab game.
It is. It really is. And even though Richie was able to get like the highest damage per minute at 4,902, it just isn't enough with just the raw fighting power that GameLab actually has. And Hanzo in particular, really annoying to deal with, right? As much as you want to go for the body, and you can tell that Richie was trying to make an active decision. Do I bat Impact because I'm running out of mana, the Ghost or the body? Because right now the minions are pushing in and I can't do both.
And on top of that, we also saw how Havas, not only is he building full tank on the R-Lot, but the prioritization from GameLab to isolate, to split the tanks from the cores was just impeccable. We saw how we saw how the Farmist was constantly using Shadow Stampede to pull Kesu out of position. We see the R-Lot's ultimate sweep just sweeping Ozu away. It's, like you said, not a fun game for the Melissa.
Yeah, it really isn't, especially when you have your Kevlar armor being peeled back bit by bit, just like old leather. It just starts to crumble and it kind of gets everywhere and it's really messy, but GameLab, they know how to still somewhat keep it organized. There is logic behind the madness.
And with how decisive Game 1 is, this is where I think if you're on AA, it's time to put that brain into good use. What do they do for Game 2?
I think for game number 2, they have to understand the amount of resources they have on the map. It feels like they're pressing their advantage too much to the point where they're losing pressure points across the map. And they start bleeding out gold when honestly they shouldn't, right? They should maintain their lead, make sure they wait for their opponent to make that initial mistake like their protocols have been set in the very beginning of the game, where we did see a large majority of kills falling into the hands of AA.
Yeah, but that also was where we saw, even though AA got the kills, there was still no-go advantage at the end of the day.
And to GameLab's credit, they're good at recovering from it. I think their farming power, and especially with Yuktizi actually maintaining a majority of gold with his last hits and also winning the lane against Melissa, rather surprising. I would have expected Melissa to actually get ahead in that matchup, but hey, what can I really say here?
Yeah, and I believe that, you know, with how much GameLab understood A8's pacing, they were just able to run so far ahead of A8 that there was never space for them to breathe. Aizawa being the MVP of match 1, 6-1 on the Valentina. Overall, I would say this is a team effort, and Aizawa just happened to get so much of their resources as the Valentina. It's untouchable.
I think Aizawa just made sure that his team, whenever there was a hole, he would fill it up. He would make sure that his team was going to be rock solid just when he steals Grok's ult pretty much every single time. If not, he changes things up, right? You expect someone like Aizawa to be able to kind of identify when to engage for the rest of his team, but he's just as hungry as everybody else, and that's why he is our MVP of the match.
And this guy becomes becomes Grok. I mean, he turns into the Grok and just wall charge forward for the kills. GameLab off to an amazing and extremely fast opening, but you know what else is fast? The chips that you have in your phone, courtesy of one of our partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. That's right, your phones are powered by the Snapdragon microchip, and this is why you are playing as fast and as swift as Aizawa.
Yeah, and if you want to get even better, let's take it up a step further, because if you're looking for a product to get yourself to elevate your game, check out the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. And make sure you can share that epic and level up your own gameplay. Maybe you have some friends who are like, maybe I need a new camera and I want to level up my gameplay. You know what to recommend.
And on top of that, if you want more speed and more power, well, we have just the boost for you. It's Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within everyone. Take a swig and you will be in Mythic in no time. Just keep that energy pumping. Check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Wow, it's that easy? A single Monster Energy drink is enough to get what you need? Then, same goes for your diamonds. Kashi Shop has got great deals, and make sure you top up with Kashi Shop because they've got some of the greatest deals, the greatest discounts, especially if you're thinking about Mobile Legends. You want to get a new hero, maybe you want to try some of the new things in the patches. You might want a new skin. Kashi Shop has got you covered.
Absolutely. And well, we talk about how dominant GameLab was in game number 1, but they are not done with flaunting their confidence. Here's another video, courtesy of GameLab. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Carlo from Team GameLab of the Philippines, and today I'm going to react to our matches in Week 1. We reached the backline by using the ultimate of Dogman and placement of Havos in the map. So even if they got the turtle, we won the team fight by using this method.
DYY is gone, GameLab getting a good trade.
All the confidence was given to Takenaga, and we know that he can win the retro battle during this crucial moment. So instead of playing the usual game that we are doing with Moscow, we intended to clash them in the Lord instead of doing the stuff that Moscow is doing. During this clip, we know they're winning conditions to play it late. So at this time, we are trying to play consistently and not to throw the game and end it.
Top Takenaga still in the front line, still holding on to that out, doesn't even need it. He is just showing Egoist that he doesn't even need to do too much. Jay Hayes taking the full brunt of GameLab.
Thank you for watching. I hope you guys like our gameplay.
I love the gameplay. In
Yeah.
fact, let me tell you a fun fact. So recently, I've been getting into RPGs. You know, you create your characters.
Yeah.
And I named my character after Takenaga.
I thought you just named. I just thought you just took his IGN straight up. Just didn't even. No,
he has
back.
a first name, but the surname is Takenaga.
Okay, fair enough. I can respect that. And I think with overall GameLab's gameplay, it makes sense. It's very simple. It's very straight to the point. They make good decisions. Even if it's bad, they make sure that the whole team is together on the call. And again, a lot of confidence given over to a lot of the teammates. Like, how much blind faith do you have in winning a Red Tree battle like that? They know he could do it, and that's why they played the way they did.
And on paper, it looks incredibly simple, but when you look at the composition, it is very complicated to even execute it, and not many teams can do so as smoothly as GameLab did.
Yep, great game instincts all across the board. And it's tough. As much as we like to praise GameLab, somebody's got to knock them down. Somebody has to be able to make them bleed, and we're hoping that A8 in game number 2 is going to do that a little bit better, because I don't know whether it shows a lack of confidence having that many people rotate to the same side of the map, or whether they just want to ensure that whatever they do, they can do no wrong.
And perhaps how you did brought up the resource management part from AA, and this is where I want to talk about it just a little bit more.
Sure thing.
Are we going to see that from the draft? Do you fight fire with fire? Do you play as fast as GameLab?
I think you don't need to play as fast as GameLab. I definitely think A8 had the right calls. They had the right protocols set in place. And what I mean by protocols is if you see X person show up on this side of the map, what is your response as a team? Not just one person, but we're talking about how does Grok move to kind of cover that angle? How does mid lane start pushing the wave? Or can he even take the trade against his opponent? There's so many little small attributes that need to be made that A8 does really well. However, once they lose the tempo and GameLab gets under their skin, it becomes really hard to actually recover from it because you're always scrambling to get back on time.
And it's safe to say that A8 were actually playing on the clock, right? Because in game 1, by the 6-minute mark, GameLab has seemingly taken over the entire game.
Yeah, and not to mention, if A8 was able to actually pull off that base defense, there was a good chance they could win the entire game.
Yeah, but unfortunately they weren't, right? GameLab just went straight for the crystal. It's just so much intricate things that A8 have to take into consideration. And if you look at GameLab, it's safe to say that they are just taking this as just another day in the office.
Yep, another day in the office. They probably had like a bunch of scrims that they had to play today. They're looking a little tired, but it doesn't matter if they can just end this quick against A8. So, A8, you've got your leg up on them. Give it your best shot as we jump right into the draft here. GameLab on blue side, A8 Esports on the red.
It's good to see that A8 are still in high spirit, because at the end of this series, the loser has to play against Tupai Esports in an elimination best of 3. So the pressure is definitely on A8, but the drafts, well, so far the bans have been similar.
Yeah, I don't think the bans are really going to be changing here, but this time GameLab going to be banning out the Kadita, the Wanwan, again, meta picks overall, but it's very interesting to me that Kadita gets banned out, is actually worth banning out.
I guess for GameLab, they are, with how fast they're playing, you don't want to just get screw over by Petrified Kadita, right? And
I mean, kind of do the same thing where essentially they set a strategy, or they just really don't like pickoffs. We did see them ban out Kaja previously when they were on the red side.
And that's, I believe throughout the entirety of the Challenge Group stage, or even the Open Finals, Kaja has been on the ban list for GameLab.
Oh, for
We
sure.
just want to enable Takenaga, right? We want to be able to play fast and not worry about having someone kidnapped by our enemies. In this game, they decided to ban out ALVA.
Ah, okay. So GameLab's, it's interesting. They ban out Kadita, and they're like, you know what, Arlot, as well as Valentina are
Yeah.
also kind of good.
Those two heroes were picked by GameLab in Game 1.
Yeah, no, it continues to develop my ongoing conspiracy theory.
Right.
I honestly, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. It's just like maybe a psychological thing that teams always ban out what they think is good, and they pick it up for themselves later on because they think it's great.
And I think in GameLab's case, it is just kind of that subtle message, right? We ban out the heroes that we used in Game 1, we're going to crush you with another composition.
Yeah, oh, Kaja got let through this time. Okay. Yeah, that's why. Kadena, when blue side bans out something that is not traditionally banned out, for example, we're talking about Frederick, we're talking about Kaja. You switch one of those out for something like Kadena, these other meta picks slip through the cracks, and unfortunately for red side, you only have 3 bans. You can't do too much with it. But I like the idea that A8 is going for. They're saying, you know what? Let's lock in the Cho. GameLabs absolutely hated pickoffs, so therefore we're going to be bringing it this game.
It is a good solution also. You don't get the Kaja, but you have Way of the Dragon to do almost the same thing, and you also have someone that can really play disruption in these team fights.
I mean, there is a situation where Kaja Divine Judgment's your marksman, and then Cho accidentally kicks him back into the enemy team.
that happens too.
It happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best. This is where I believe we would see Kesu having the same burden, well, the same responsibility as he did in Game 1 with the Grok. You just want to be able to harass that front line, not get dragged back at the same time.
I think more importantly, it gives him some playmaking capabilities, right? On the Grok, like, yes, he could force a play, but he would expect a GameLab with a much stronger counter engage. This time round, at least your options are safer. You don't necessarily have to fully commit to a pickoff unless it's clean.
And we finally see that Farsa come out. The consensus in Game 1 was that both teams didn't pick the mages, but AA Esports just decided to pick that Farsa after seeing the far miss, contrary to Game 1. So a bit of that switch up for A8. But for GameLab, they are not too worried. Still sticking with far miss, still picking the Moskov. Ready to play it as fast as they did.
I don't know what Scrim's GameLab has been doing all day, but it feels like they've been playing this comp for a while here, and they're not deviating from it too much other than the Kaja, but then again, really, it doesn't make too much of a difference to the overall style. Then again, if we're talking about overall style, right? No Valentina, no Arla. Those were the 2 picks that GameLab actually abused last time. Are there any replacements for it? I feel like in terms of mages, not really, but then again, I could be wrong about this.
The Eve?
Eve doesn't seem too bad, but they already got the Farmist. They could put Farmist into the support position once again. That should be something to consider, but I don't know. Then where does Kaja go? Don't tell me that they're going to try and pull off like a blacklist thing where they're going to give Kaja Retribution instead of Flicker.
Well, they banned the Yuzhong, which we don't see that much. A8 following up with the glue ban. I was looking at GameLab and I was wondering, are they keeping Takenaga's hero for last? Well, they don't have the last pick, but that's what GameLab have been prioritizing for most of the series that they play.
Yes, they have been prioritizing Takenaga at the very least. I don't know. This draft is starting to look very strange here. GameLab banning out Yuzong, kind of odd. A8 Esports, they get rid of the Glue, they get rid of the Martis. Okay, I can absolutely respect that. I think as of right now, A8 have the stronger draft on their side, but it's on condition, right? We still don't know who the gold laner is for A8.
This is a very important pick for A8 also. They've revealed the jungler, they've revealed that mid lane. It comes down to who A8 wants to prioritize. And so far, I think Arfi has also been on that, has been the most important member of the team. They first picked the first phase of Melissa for him last game, and now they revealed the Beatrix for Arfi.
I guess Arfi just feels a little bit more comfortable with the spacing on the Beatrix in comparison to something like the Melissa. I think the one thing I did notice is that Arfi was losing his trades mainly because he would throw the pump in, and unfortunately Moskov would, dash forward to get out of its range to get an even better trade, maybe off of a minion. But most of the time, he was just winning out that lane. So the fact that he's taking the Beatrix, it's safe. I would have preferred to see the Claude if they really wanted to play it safe, but I think it's alright.
I guess it's also because they saw the Moskov getting picked so early by GameLab, right? So you get to hide that XP laner for last. But this is a hero that AA Esports banned in Game 1. Now it's coming true. We not only see the Lancelot for Takenaga, We also see the Masha.
Dude, I feel so bad for RP. He's just gonna get run down every single time. This is a pure dive comp coming in from GameLab. A more traditional style of dive comp, but again, with tanks a lot, it's already hard to take him out. The Masha disarms you and could pretty much one-shot you with enough Sky Guardian's helms, so I don't know. I feel like A8 Esports, this Pharsa has a lot of work on her hands, but even if the Pharsa gets ahead, there's a majority of targets who either have iframes or are just too tanky to deal with.
And it also makes the life of the job, excuse me, for Kesu a bit harder, right? Who do you kick away? There are, like you mentioned, there are iframes that you can avoid at Will of the Dragon when you time it correctly.
I think it has to be Masha here, right? It has to be Masha. Wait. They switched
Is this
it
an
up.
XP lane, Cho?
Yes, it is. It's going to be the Fondir on that show. I respect it a lot because now that you can actually stop the dashes with the bouncing ball, A8 Esports have a really good opportunity against GameLab with their composition. It just depends who's going to be invested in.
Is there a chance that it's a Jungle Cho?
No, it can't be. I don't think it should. I don't think it should be. Flicker is too good. Again, when you have such a powerful ultimate like Way of the Dragon and as well as a Divine Judgment, Flicker is your best resource. It's your big enabler to make these heroes actually worth playing.
I'm gonna just, say out loud, I think it's just A8 playing the mind game, right? Put the Cho on Ozil first, we'll switch it last second.
I mean, it's definitely a flex pick for sure, but currently with the score being 1-love to GameLab, A8 Esports look to tie it up as GameLab going to be on blue side.
It actually is a Jungle Cho.
No, I can't believe it. All right, fair enough. Fondir, you play what you want.
Concussive Blast on the Fredrin. Does this change a lot though for A8?
Honestly, not really, but then again, I would have preferred that Cho just had the flicker because again, it's all about playmaking capabilities. As good as Ozil can actually get, even if his mechanics are absolutely perfect, it doesn't mean that he is limited. He's not limited by the cooldowns.
I guess you don't want the Cho Masha matchup, though I'm not sure how much difference it makes.
It doesn't matter. Cho just clears the wave and then after that just bails out like Benedetta. It really, you're not looking to 1v1 a Masha, honestly.
Yep. No one is.
No one is.
Fondia is doing the same. He's just going to walk up forward, try and clear the way. It is under turret though, so Fondia can't really do too much. Just recall having to use that regeneration early on. Takenaga showing up. He's going to hit level 4 off of the passive experience, and Fondia is going to be forced to flicker. Takenaga going for it anyways. First blood is going to come true right now. Havos draws that one. Takenaga able to run away in time. The lack of flicker is going to be a bit hard for Ozu. Takenaga not able to dodge it fully, and Havos is now going to just power on this show.
What? Ozil had vision for retribution there? How did he still have it? Okay, I'm surprised. Maybe I saw that wrong. I could be wrong, but it didn't seem likely he was able to catch up there, or he shouldn't technically be able to. But whatever. At least they're able to get a kill back, and that's the most important thing.
This time Aizawa is the one who shows up. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Richie's there to help. Fondia going to knock out first to get rid of the hellbar from Havos. He now is down on his last leg. Big ultimate, but the co-ulta saved it. Havos, will he go down? Yes, he will. Taunted into the feather airstrike. Fondia also showing up. Aizawa gets away. Ozil not able to get that knockup.
What is Ozil doing on the bottom side of the map? Oh, Kesu!
Pinned to the wall. Damage follow-up. Dortmund forced a flicker. Oh, A8. So far, this is a better start compared to game 1, right?
Yeah,
sorta.
I mean, they started off with like 3 kills to 1 previously, so I would say that let's give it a little bit more time to cook. But unfortunately for Ozil here, his clear speed isn't going to be as great in comparison to Takenaga. But that's the thing, right? We're seeing that GameLab is taking full advantage of the fact that, hey, Ozil is going to be playing on True. Yes, he did take the Demon Slayer, absolutely, but more importantly is that his top side is going to be slowed down. That's why we're seeing GameLab actually prodding around that top side to see whether or not Ozil made his way, or if A8 Esports accidentally left the window open.
If you're Takenaga, you just power farm. Right?
Yeah.
No one to stop you. Cho doesn't outpace you overall. This puts a lot of that responsibility for AA to find success for early, but GameLab, they're ready for this.
Well, let's see whether or not they respect Dortmund.
Two-man knockup, better airstrike, pinned into the wall. That's what you're looking for if you're AA. Richie even gets away and Harley finds that kill, but Takenaga, oh, he's ready to do some damage. Ozil is also there. AA Esports have the numbers.
Beautiful combo coming out for the side of A8. They made sure... Okay, Kesu's going to be alive. They made sure that everything was accounted for, right? They managed to get maximum value out of Tyrant's Revenge into the Tyrant's Rage. And unfortunately, Havas, he's not exactly the biggest playmaker in the world. He's Masha. He's just got to take care of the EXP lane and rotate accordingly.
And both XP laners just cutting the waves.
This is
gonna be in this deadlock for a while.
Look, this is reminding me about Uranus and Esmeralda, and I don't want to go back to those times. But you know, I'll gladly take these.
Yeah, you'll be happy to know that they're easier to take down. Havas in enemy territory, backup coming in, but Aizawa don't really want to be there though. AA Esports should be able to pick this up. Havas trying to run away, but they have decent crowd control. Not sufficient. Havas actually gets out.
Yep, he did have to use the sprint here. Counter engage.
Aizawa, can you get up from this one? Yes, you can. Fortunately, Fonte did force the call alter out, so AA will be happy to know that GameLab doesn't have that Faramis out, but they did lose early up top. Would get this turtle for themselves.
Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad. Oh, the patch.
Would have had enough damage before the patch.
Dude, the Appraisal's Rash should have 100% killed there. It should have 100% killed. Oh, it's such a feels bad moment, but then again, you know, times are changing and you got to adapt quick. But looking at Fredrin down on the bottom side of the map doesn't, again, he's basically stuck there. He's deadlocked against this Masha no matter what. It's all about forcing priority and the timings of when they want to fight. So when you see Fondir or Havas actually go for the proxy and don't return to lane, you know something is happening.
And this, you know, perfectly summarizes up the discussion we had early on, right? You mentioned how GameLab, they know what buttons to press, they know how to draw AA Esports away. Right now, they should be able to get this kill onto Fondir.
Oh!
And this is a big one for Takenaga. So AA Esports looking for returns in the top side. Kesu tanking out as much turret shot as possible. They will be able to get rid of Dogman, but can they get out of this predicament? It seems like the answer is yes. And GameLab not able to respond.
Not able to respond, and I think more importantly, I think A8 have just realized the lane swap that had occurred, and now, unfortunately, they can't really do too much. They're stuck in this lane. Fredrin's going to be coming back against Moskov. Comes the engage, though.
Kesu missing the knockup, but Ozil, he's going to commit nonetheless, trying to get rid of that call alter health pool, but Takenaga will show up. They drag Kesu back, forcing the flicker out of the Kufra. GameLab does have numbers up top. The Divine Judgment also ready. Going with the conceal. They see Arlie not able to get to him in time.
Really good call coming in from AA. They prevent themselves from getting dove. They might lose. Oh no, they lane swapped again. They lane swapped again. They just need to walk back into lane this time instead of doing the lane swap. But instead, we do see Masha here trying to make her way and crack this tier 1. But mid lane's being highly contested and battle spells are being thrown left, right, and center.
This is where we start to see GameLab really just outpacing AA. They just keep the Masha up top. They took the tier 1. Kesu missing that dive means and no one can stop Yuktizi. He's actually just going to fight this. Better airstrike used from Richie. Yuktizi dropping low, punished by the Farsa, but the rest of GameLab are showing up. Kesu gets the knockback, not into a wall though. They get the kick to follow up, but the kick Dolman straight into Richie, forcing him to fly away, and Ozil ends up losing his life to Takenaga.
I'm just gonna ignore the fact that RP did actually use the flicker to try to secure a kill. But Richie, you know, his passive, really good, really good. Executes people because it's a slow-moving projectile, but as long as he lands an ability, then the bird comes flying. At the end of the day, I think A8, unfortunately, is playing a little too passive, right? I think they're waiting for GameLab so very often to make that first move that unfortunately this lane swap profited GameLab a little bit more than it did for A8 Esports. Like a 1K gold lead was developed off of it, and this turtle had zero priority for the side of A8, who had to actually reset from the bottom side tier 1.
We are slowly witnessing what GameLab did in game 1, just outpacing AA Esports so far.
No.
Yuktizi?
He's not going to do it, right?
Well, with Dogman around, probably. Here we go, Dogman shows up. Yuktizi now gets free raid. They drag him close to the wall, pin him down. Fondia still durable. Maybe not for long though, the Appraisal's Wrath only doing so much. Forcing him to flicker. Backup is going to be there. Richie showing up. Yuktizi getting bombarded with the feather airstrike, but they don't have enough damage to take down the Moskov. So at the end of the day, it's still Fondia who is losing out that health.
The worst part is that Yuktizi still... No!
No!
Duckman is playing so disrespectful. They've already lost a tier 2 on top side, and an inhibitor might actually be going down. No, it's still alive, but the tier 1 on the bottom should eventually fall to Yuktizi.
I feel like the only guy that can keep this Masha in check is Fondia. But I mean, ever since that lane swap, AA Esports have been falling behind in terms of pacing. And also, I'm not really sure if you want to be there, buddy.
He should be fine. He still has the Shunpo. Shunpo still has high value here, but Fondia and as well as Arfi sick of the lane swaps going on to Havas at the same time.
And the disarm buying some time for Havas. Backup isn't coming anytime soon. Fondia just needs to stick onto him. The taunt is good, but does he have enough though? I don't think he has enough. Gets Havas back. They've already lost Kesu. They need to get Havas. Finally clips him underneath the turret.
Well, that's actually not that bad. Kesu ends up dying, but buys a lot of time.
Oh,
they're dead.
Yeah, recall cancel.
Oh!
Maybe they can get a return. They do. The Divine Judgment is going to be there on Arlie, and Fondia won't be able to save his fellow core this time. Maybe Ozil can arrive. Fondia just needs to buy some time. No ultimate for him. Fondia with a dancing shields, healing up with the ult, but Taki Naga is just too strong.
Bruh, Ozil ditched him so fast. He ran up, and my guess is that Fondia is like, I'm dead anyway, I'm going to try and outplay this. And Ozil was like, take care, brother, we'll remember you, as he rotates away from the fight. And I think if he just committed, they probably would have won that.
Aizawa was able to find Richie, now pulls him into dangerous territory, forcing him to use the flicker. But if Richie, he disengaged from this fight, the rest of his team might not be able to do so. They did catch Yutizi. Arlie credited with the kill, but GameLab still taking over this jungle. Arlie almost getting clipped by the Shadow Stampede.
Yeah, I mean, GameLab just playing extremely fast now. Every moment they can actually aggress against A8, they do so. This is the mid-game. This is where they actually excel at, where the lack of turrets gives A8 Esports less time to think about where's the safest area. Ozil?
He's going to be in danger. Kidnap, able to still get away. Fondia putting his body in front, but Takenaga happily challenging this veteran. Fondia just needs to put his body in tank as much as possible, but he's just gonna be surrendered over to Takenaga, and GameLab pounces on AA. This is not a fight that AA can win.
No, they cannot, and unfortunately for Richie, does he have the wings by wings? Oh, he almost kills Aizawa here!
But Aizawa still survives, and in fact grabs the kill for himself. We even see the pendant getting purchased by Aizawa, so you get a healing reduction for GameLab. It's getting dicier for AA. Kesu only guy left standing. The inhibitor goes down.
Oh, they get an inhibitor without the Lord as well, so now they're just getting so much value out of here. 9k gold lead in GameLab. When they're pouring gasoline on this fire that they're creating under A8 Esports, it is burning ablaze. Like, A8 are just suffocating right now.
GameLab finished game 1 in 15 minutes.
Now to the earlier stages of the game, and I think that's like the biggest issue right now. Like, Arfi is where... Oh, the timing.
Flicker into a Divine Judgment. That's the front line for AA eliminated. Kesu out for half a minute. Lord crashing in. Fondia drag back. Feather airstrike. Basically doing 0 damage. Ozil kicking Takenaga away, but GameLab is happy with this arrangement. Taking the second inhibitor down bot. The Lord has been eliminated, but GameLab looking for that final push. Arlie needs to go big this time. Aizawa and her boss jumping straight onto Arlie, forcing the flicker. He's gonna queue up in the fountain, but GameLab will crash that top wave. That's the last inhibitor taken away.
Do they have Nabir's Passion? Do they have anything right now? They only have Bennett's Rage, and the rest of the team, as Takenaga just doesn't care.
Cult Alta used early on. Kesu once more kidnap and gifted on a silver platter to Yuktizi. AA stops the push, but the base is in shambles.
It is broken here, and A8 Esports are just so far behind. They can farm whatever they want here, but GameLab with the 10k gold lead that they have, 12k even at this stage of the game, can play disrespectfully.
And Fondia dragged so far behind Ozil. Sold out. The Divine Judgment doing so much work. Takenaga forcing Richie to go for that flicker and does lose his life, but GameLab, they're going straight for the end. 15 minutes is a bit too much. AA were able to get rid of the Moscow, but Fondia will be traded in return. GameLab has not left this base. They are still sticking around. Arlie taking a lot of damage. Still staying alive. AA finally stopping this assault.
Okay, they're finally done with it. They're like, okay, we trade 50-50 there. That should not have happened. We should have absolutely traded up at the very least, and we didn't even get that done. So let's just back up here for a second. 35 seconds until the Lord actually spawns, with the majority of the members of A8 actually in a good position and have actually respawned. So GameLab take the response of actually playing for the side waves. Now look at that. A8 committing onto this Masha. Is it necessary? No, they should split up and start looking for resources, or at the very least have someone like Kesu to walk up into these bushes knowing that GameLab actually haven't responded in time. So at this point, it's too late. The window has shut. GameLab now slowly creeping back and taking back space. First setting the border in the river, and then eventually moving up.
They kept AA in their base for so long that when GameLab respawns, the Lord also respawns. They've held AA Esports head underwater for the past 13 minutes. You see Havaz, Kesu is going to be the one to check the bush, but Havaz, he is not worried at all.
Don't get distracted, boys. The Lord's being taken right under their noses, but they also understand that they can't do anything about it. So the next best bet is to actually go for the high ground defense with Beatrix, and as well as, at the very least, with Feathered Airstrike from Richie. It should be enough, but it's a tough battle, a really tough battle.
Havaz just standing there menacingly, waiting for the final moments. AA, do you have your oxygen tanks ready? Because GameLab is about to drown you underwater.
Oh, I mean, what's an opportunity that A8 is looking for? Ooh, the new Rose Gold Meteor coming out from Arfi. As long as he has that shield on him from the Rose Gold Meteor, he actually gains movement speed, which is pretty sick.
It is pretty sick. All the waves are synchronized for GameLab. A8, one final stand. Conceal use Ozil going out of his base. They actually are chasing over him, so that will buy a bit of time. Ozil doing great. Kesu missing the Tyrant's revenge. They need to buy time to get rid of this Lord. Already just unleashing as much damage as possible. The Lord is actually getting burnt out. Havaz still staying in the front line. GameLab not coming just yet, and now they start off with the Divine Judgment. Ozil still staying alive. They get the whole AA stays in this game. Aizawa does respawn, but Yoktizi is already out.
Yep, 2 battle spells expanded for that, 2 flickers from Fondir and as well as Kesu to ensure that no man is going to walk away without getting punished here, and using the Magic Sentry on the top side gives them all the information that they need. Fortunately, this game is going to get dragged on a little bit longer because A8 refuses to get knocked down to the lower brackets that easily.
We finally get to see AA's management, right? Again, they have played very, very long games. GameLab putting them to the test. Ozil not really finding the kick that he wants, and backup isn't there to help him. But they do have some time. Takenaga straight to the back line. Can they get rid of this Lancelot? Havaz also showing up. Richie already running away, but they got the kidnap onto Arlie. That is the member that had to stay alive, but is no longer in this game. 38 seconds for the Beatrix to come back, but GameLab is not going to give AA Esports that time. It's a slow and suffocating death. Fredrin is already out. GameLab looking for the end.
Yeah, the death timers are really, really long, but who can actually clear these waves? It's going to be Richie. He needs to clear it as soon as possible.
Doltman is drawing attention from A8 away. Keep your eyes on the prize. Havaz will kill back up. The waves are still not in just yet, but Ozil felt like he needed to buy space. But Arlie will come back in 5, but I'm not sure if 5 seconds is enough though. Better airstrike used, Doltman just walks on forward. Richie dives on, using the Winter Trunket, but still executed nonetheless. GameLab finishing the first series in just half an hour.
Yep, honestly, they had a bit of an awkward moment there, having blundered their final push, but they just recollected themselves, tried it again, and this time, unfortunately, A8 was the one who makes the mistake, disrespecting the Divine Judgment. So brutal overall, but look at the build that Takenaga decided to go for. He did not want to play tanks a lot. He wanted to play a pure damage snowball-oriented carry.
Just showing back to what the coach said, right, Carlo? The team gives confidence to Takenaga. They have full faith in this guy. No one has been able to stop this assassin player yet.
No one just yet. And even his teammates are just handing their hats over to Takenaga, giving him those likes. Absolutely deserves it so far. But yeah, even with what we're seeing even what we're seeing in the game, right? The combinations have been looking kind of clean, but I would say that RV just, again, getting punished again and again and again and again. GameLab just prying A8 open just to get their valuable resources, and more importantly, making sure that the tempo was set very early on. And because of that early game snowball, it made it really difficult for A8 to actually walk out of their base. They lose so much value protecting the mid lane that their side lanes, no tier 1s or tier 2s.
And we saw how in that final moment, A8 wanted to at least get a mid-tier 2, but GameLab just knew which buttons to press. They separate A8's battle lines and somehow got the Divine Judgment onto Arfi, of all people.
Yeah, I don't know. Arfi, it's really difficult to be a Beatrix in this particular game, especially since everybody else can't really stop the Masha from running at you. Masha, especially with the disarm, for someone who is limited in your auto attacks, having a reload mechanic is kind of annoying, but to be disarmed for that long, it's so pivotal for GameLab to punish them when it occurs.
Well, the day has ended for GameLab. They can rest assured that they are now guaranteed at least a top 6 finish. Job is not done for A8 though. They still have a lower bracket run, and that one is going to be up against Malaysia's Tupai Esports, which will be happening later on. They will be able to get a bit of break, but this is a brutal beatdown from GameLab.
Yep, GameLab showing truly that they entered from another world, isekai'd into reality and thought, hey, life is an anime, let's play like one.
Ruthless. This is Blue Lock. Is Blue Lock like this? I haven't watched the anime yet.
Look, there's a lot of devouring going on, but I would say that GameLab, they did a good job in devouring A8 Esports at this point of time. You should check it out. It's good anime.
Yeah, you said that let GameLab cook, but they ate A8 raw. This is straight up domination.
Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know if any team can take on GameLab just yet other than maybe Euphoria, but even then, GameLab is gunning for their other Filipino counterparts right now. It's just looking so dominant, and like Kesu lost so much of his impact, and I think GameLab adapted very, very well to the protocols, but that's the thing. A8 Esports were just very straightforward with what they wanted to do, that they didn't know how to adapt when GameLab kept on changing the tempo, the lane swaps, the way that they actually managed the mid lane, the way they managed their resources. A8 just did not have the same level of confidence.
Even when we discussed about those small margins, those openings that A8s can take, it felt so tight that they couldn't really take advantage of it.
And that's why GameLab feels very suffocating, right?
Yeah.
When you think it's like, oh, usually this window lasts for at least, 10 seconds. GameLab speeds it up, turns it into 5, turns it into 4, turns it into 2 before it already is too late.
You enter the bush 1 second late and the window is closed.
Yeah, and that's like the worst part of it all, right? GameLab are so fast on their fingers. They're really good with their communication overall, and unfortunately, they are going to be better at it than A8.
Honestly, it feels suffocating because I also feel that I'm suffocated and I'm not even playing the game.
You just feel the presence.
I feel out of breath, yes.
Right? It's the presence, the aura that comes out of GameLab, and especially with their very expressive play style, they like to get messy. They like to separate and split up these fights. They like to isolate it, actually try and ego challenge you 1v1 just because they can, which is extremely demoralizing.
And they use and they draft compositions that usually you don't expect to do that, right? They just go up in your face for composition that you don't normally see, and they just put your head underwater.
They do. They do. And it's really difficult to get your head back up, and by the time you do it, all you see is your crystal blowing up in your face.
Yeah, tough series for A8. I think for a lot of fans, especially GameLab supporters, this is the expected result. It's a matter of how fast this best of 3 ends so that they can go have their dinner. But if you're A8, you would be very, very happy to know that they are not out of the tournament just yet.
Yep.
But because of GameLab, they are forced to walk the plank. This is their last chance, which will happen later on.
Honestly, I'm going to admit it right now, A8 got done dirty. They got done so dirty by the patch, and Aizawa continues to dominate with his 71.9% kill participation and a 10.8 KD. He is just farming stats.
Yeah, this guy went from Valentina to Farmis. Huge switch up, but one thing that's consistent is that he is so impactful. This guy plays Farmis like Farmis an assassin.
Yeah, no, he knows how to press an advantage.
He certainly does, and at GameLab so ahead of everyone else, it really felt like they could do no wrong. Whatever GameLab does is the correct way.
Unless you're Havas. Unless you're Havas where you ego challenge a little too hard, die once and be like, okay, that's my death. That's my bad, guys. My bad.
Doesn't need a clean KD. You know,
He doesn't need a clean KD.
it is the scariest players are those who just keep running in your face, even after you kill them.
Zero hesitation.
Zero hesitation.
Zero hesitation as well. You know what? I'm gonna go back to my point. I think AA got really done dirty by the patch. Like Fredrin should have killed Yuktizi a good number of times there. Like there's a good number of times where he should have gotten one shot if it was the old Fredrin with his ultimate. He had so much gray health. There's no way he would come back from that. But
hit by a wet noodle.
Hit by a really wet noodle now.
Really?
He is so much more of a tank than he is a bruiser.
I guess that's how Fredrin is intended to be in the game. You know, they finally found his identity. You know, for Fredrin overall, just a very, very tough series for A8. But the day has just begun.
Yep.
Well, I can't believe I'm saying this. The day has just begun. We have Sway Esports coming up next against ALVA 8. And if anyone from these teams are watching the previous series, they know that they will have to face GameLab if they win. And I don't even know if you want to win this series.
Look, winning just means that you get a higher placement, which means you get a bigger piece of the pie. So they have incentive. The question is, how much drive do they have to beat their opponents and continue on looking at the face of a mountain?
Yeah, they already know who they will be up against, but now GameLab isn't at the front thought, right? They have to consider who their opponent is, and I think it's safe to say that Sway Esports is probably the favorite coming into this best of 3. Again, the onus is on the Indonesian representatives to show that they can draw blood from Philippines. But that will happen in just a bit. We'll hit for a short break, and we will come back for the next best of 3 of this evening.
We'll see you guys there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
La 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo. Frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf den Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat, lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf den Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf den Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. party.
Rhythm and I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Hope you guys have been able to catch your breath because we are back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage, and we are ready for the next best of 3 in this upper bracket. It's going to be AES against Sway Esports. My name is Husky, and alongside me is my very, very reliable Sherlock Holmes of Mobile Legends, Mr. Gideon.
Look, these games have been a little messy all across the board. A lot of disrespect from some of the better teams here in the league in this tournament. But, oh boy, this upcoming one is going to be a little bit more interesting, hopefully a lot more even, and we'll see some good games.
And indeed, I think this series would be a bit more tighter. I hope it would be.
I hope so too.
I hope so too.
We never know. We never know with these tier 2 teams.
Yeah, so far Philippines have drawn that 1-0 for their region, at least in that first series. But coming up, I believe, with how these two teams have gotten to this stage, I'm expecting a tighter one, especially with how Sway Esports and ALVA 8 has been, well, not ALVA, Sway Esports and, yeah, ALVA 8, actually the same thing, have been demonstrating throughout the entire league, with, I believe, Sway just doing a bit better compared to ALVA 8. And it's safe to say that these two teams have almost the same personalities to one another, with Sway Esports just playing faster game overall and ALVA 8 having scrappier ones.
Yeah, you know, overall, the scrappier versions of these games, I mean, Sway Esports is one of those fan-favorite teams with the break-even, the most consistent performing player in the team, who's also an opportunist looking for moments to, like, start a fight whenever he sees the opportunity.
Yeah, and this team also has put on an incredible performance in Week 1 against Cambodia's See You Soon, and that was Cambodia's favorite, and they still got crushed. So we're looking for Sway Esports to put up the same performance against ALVA 8.
But it's not going to be easy because ALVA 8 is one of the underdogs in Indonesia coming into this tournament with, you know, strong laners. Their early game performances is something we should expect, honestly, to look forward to later on.
And no, you can't really overlook ALVA 8 also because they did beat See You Soon, and See You Soon was a team that was able to overcome the drift from the same region. So overall, both teams have the same record. Of course, ALVA 8, they did have scrappier games overall, so that's something that I think Sway Esports will be looking to take advantage of.
Look, not to forget, you know, the Drift has won against See You Soon's trial overall in the lower brackets during Week 2, but I think we need to keep in mind that overall that these teams aren't going to be backing down, and even though we expect ALVA 8's laners to be good in the earlier stages, their team fights is something that they're generally lacking in overall. It could be one of those things where it's like, oh, they're fatigued for that day, or maybe it's just something that they've been working on progressively.
And that's something that Sway Esports has, you know, on the other hand, demonstrated a cleaner version of, right? It's something that I feel like they have an advantage over ALVA 8. And speaking about the personalities, Sway Esports generally just plays a faster game compared to ALVA 8. And I believe it's a regional thing where Philippines just generally have faster game time.
I think they know. Well, it's true. Sway Esports, with Horosky, Gyome, Barbichi, Merps, and even Break Even, they just they know what they're doing. They know how to, in particular, push an advantage. Like really press the advantage to its uttermost limits, and they know when to call it off. So I think it's more of a game sense thing than anything else.
And Sway Esports, you know, when you look back at the games that they played, they have had very incredible series, but they also had a lot of moments where they clutched it out, right? Gyome on the Martyrs jungle is something that we need to really watch out for. And Barbichi also has his moment. Lord Steals is something that has made himself known for in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I do want to see more from them, and especially with the new patch, I don't know how prepared they actually are for either one of these teams. Like it's a scary time to actually have a patch, especially with so much on the line.
And with so less time to prepare as well, right?
Yeah.
Less than 12 hours.
I mean, unless they've been playing on like test servers like for the entire day of yesterday as well as today, and even then things could change in the final outlook of the patch. So again, all we can say is good luck to both of these teams.
Yeah, and it's good that we are having this patch in a way that we get to come in with a clean slate and see how fast these teams are adapting to one another. It's safe to say that for Sway Esports, just like most of the Philippine teams that we've seen today or seen across the tournament, it is just a very confident team that knows how to, like you mentioned, push that advantage. And you know, like we mentioned early on, we are looking at break even.
Yep, with break even, with a kill participation of 95.8%, you know this team wants to team fight as much as they can, and that's something that, you know, the ALVA 8 boys have to kind of figure out here. They are the ones who are weaker in these team fights, and if we're talking about the Filipino style of actually playing, it's going to be hard macro until they find the green light, and when they have that green light, all hell breaks loose.
And that's something that I think would also be a good point of discussion with how the region of Indonesia usually likes to be more meticulous, focusing a lot on that macro. But in this case, Sway Esports have got that down. So it comes down to the small decisions. It's, you know, Sway Esports, they do have the advantage.
That's true, but there's also the denial of that green light, taking away enablers, taking away the tools, and it really boils down to whether or not the draft is going to be, you know, in a particular style that actually works for them, especially when we're introducing ALVA 8.
This is a team that also has a lot of highlight moments that can be made into a great montage. We have Jirachi, Zion, Eliora, Aaron Shiki, and Vince Smoke. If we say that Barbichi has had Lord Steel highlights, Eliora also has a couple. So in ALVA 8, they faced up against Sway Esports before, and they put out a pretty impressive fight against Sway Esports overall. So this is a very important rematch for both teams. Eliora, especially in this moment, was able to take down Sway Esports off of one Lord Steel. We're looking to see if ALVA 8 can do it again.
Yeah, and you know, I've been like, very excited to see and actually, you know, watch some of these ALVA 8 games, because again, I've been keeping an eye on specifically Vince Smoke, who previously had played under a banner in Malaysia in the MPL. Unfortunately, didn't get a lot of game time, and now that he's coming back, he's making sure that the Tier 2 scene understands that even if he's gone for a little bit, he still has the same amount of impact. So again, I'm expecting the Natalias, those heavy engagers overall for the side of ALVA 8.
And ALVA 8 is a team that was sent down to a lower bracket very early. Well, not lower bracket, but was, I believe, one of the first team and the only team that's gotten a Savage so far.
Yes.
On their carry. So I'm confident that ALVA 8 will put up a good fight.
Yeah, I'm sure that they will, and especially since they've got a lot of mechanically talented players on their side for this for ALVA 8. You see a lot of these 1v1 interactions becoming and snowballing, honestly, out of control, and because of that, like you can even see in the team highlights, that bottom side, the 1v1 with Lapu Lapu and as well as Moskov, just well played, making all the difference
impact they can bring in that mid lane. And if we put that aside, perhaps the goal laner would be the second in line, because ALVA 8, when they are dominant, they are incredibly dominant. But we also have seen a lot of samples where they play scrappy games. And indeed, for this time, for this series, we're looking back at the mid laners.
Yeah, honestly, I hope it does become a scrappy game where both sides try to ego challenge each other, especially with Barbichi and as well as Eliora. Both sides, I would hope that, you know, we do see very similar drafts. similar to our very first series of the day. And I just want to see non-meta mid laners, right? Again, I hope they start off with the Kadita ban. I hope that we don't have to see Farsa or Farmis. I do hope that Valentina is going to be a very big option for Eliora, something that we haven't seen Barichi abuse too much just yet, sticking with the traditional meta stuff. But things are changing slowly. Items are changing as well. Fleeting time's a thing as well. So
yeah,
let's see who can adapt faster.
And both these mid laners have very similar hero pools in the mid lane, right? I think Eliora has picked more Eve than Valentina in general, so maybe we would see that trade come out in the middle lane. But overall, it's a bit sad to know that mid lane hasn't changed much. We still see kind of the same picks in and out. Maybe Xavier is the one that, you know, is the pocket picks, but aside from that, it's been similar.
I mean, it doesn't really change his innate problem of like he is such a slow scaler compared to the rest of these monsters in the mid lane. And I don't know. I think overall Eliora is looking good in terms of the stats. He has a higher KDA, a higher KP. DPM as well, but that could be, you know, accustomed to the fact that Sway Esports has been closing out their games, just having cleaner interactions overall.
Yeah, this is a very important rematch. Last time these two teams met, it was it was ALVA 8 that won the series 2-1.
Yep.
But the stakes are higher in this series. Whoever wins proceeds through the upper bracket, faces against GameLab, and the loser drops to the lower bracket. We do have an interview with Sway Esports, so let's take a look at what they have to say.
Hello guys, we're Sway Esports from Philippines. I'm Gomi. I'm Barbecue.
And I'm Break Even.
Kayo sa amin. I think our strategy for the challenge season was we're studying our enemies before our game starts. As a player, I admire Blacklist International because of my Venus, and he or she is my inspiration why I'm here.
Yes, I will show more hero and more nasty move.
Break-Even wants to be nasty in the series.
That's it. That's all he said. It's just like, I'm just going to show more heroes. I'm just going to be nastier. I'm just going to own, man. That's all he's in for.
Yeah. This is how he scares people without revealing much.
Yeah, just keywords. Kills, money, not going to feed. That's it. That's all he needs to stick to make his point.
And I think it's a very good way to approach this series, considering how there's a bit of a grudge match between these two teams, right? If anything, Sway Esports, they're back for vengeance. And seeing how GameLab has performed, you would feel a bit of that pressure. You don't want to be that team that goes down.
That's true, but it doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. Luckily, it's a double round robin, but I think you want to position yourself to get the biggest piece of pie as you possibly can at the end of the day. And I think, you know, the biggest issue that I noticed between ALVA 8 and as well as Sway Esports in their matchup, a lot of it had to come, a lot of it boiled down to whether or not a team had the right indicators, whether or not they had enough information. So again, that's why I'm keeping a very big eye, or, you know, a magnifying glass even on Vinsmoke in particular, because he is going to be the perpetrator of whether or not the green light actually comes through for ALVA 8.
Yeah. And as much as we say that these two teams have a lot of difference, I think there's one key point that they have in terms of similarity, which is there are a lot of coin flip moments in the series that they had. And I want to also know what you guys think in the Twitch chat, because I want you guys to drop a prediction. So far, it has been a Filipino favorite overall. We see team fights happening on screens, but I'm pretty sure that there are also team fights happening inter-region in the chat. So
yes,
keep that up, guys. Keep that up.
Keep that up. Keep on going with the hashtag Indopride or the hashtag Lang Malakas. Whichever, keep it up. You guys are doing great. Doing good over there.
Doing good over there. I also want to see our predictions. You know, we put a lot of faith in the Filipino region in general, and I don't want to say that I don't predict. I'm not in favor of ALVA 8, but
I mean, ALVA 8 has
moments.
good games. They had some good moments, and it really comes down to like those 50-50, right? And I think, you know, Sway has definitely learned from those experiences, and they need to take this into heart. They really do. Because coming up with a game plan, especially against A8, is going to be a lot easier compared to some of the other opponents out there, because with A8, with ALVA 8, they're actually able to kind of foresee things that are going to happen. Especially, we'll talk about it more about the draft, but for now, I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, these two teams have, you know, from the previous best of 3 that we've seen them play, not only that we see a lot of coin flip moments, but also they are quite similar in terms of how they play, and just like how it has been a constant for us to have Monster Energy on board for the entirety of Snapdragon Pro Series, unleashing the beast within everyone behind the scenes. And I'm pretty sure that if you take a swig right now, you're gonna win your next 10 ranked games. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yep, that's the Monster Energy promise.
That is. We're gonna go for a short break and take a swig of that Monster Energy ourselves, and when we come back, we will be locked and loaded for the upcoming best of 3 between Sway Esports and ALVA 8.
The rest of the members of Euphoria are just positioned perfectly just around the area. Oh no, just carry on. He's gonna get the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Tyrion is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Shadow getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Domino Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce you easy, doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takinaga is unstoppable. They get rid of the Fedrin. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Kanak Yome able to go image isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See you soon. Your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports. Expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the Count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. 1 second forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That's the meeting! Woo!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spell thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on. Stay tuned. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing time, but no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
Oh. And because of this, see you soon will be able to bring it to a game 3.
Chocolate flavor too. Both, because they are both cool.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat that texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can't no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah. So like I think no internet would be good.
I better no shower for a month, better than no internet for a month.
I go to no shower for a month. Break my legs so I can still play ML.
Break my legs.
I will break my legs so I can still play Mobile Legends. That's the true spirit of a pro Mobile Legends player.
What a way to start off the series between Sway Esports and ALVA 8. Let's keep on playing that Mobile Legends in this upper bracket round 8, match number 3.
Very, very exciting series coming up. Two teams having a long history back in the Open Finals, and here they are fighting for that upper bracket slot, a slot to secure more prize pool, but also having a smoother run throughout the entirety of the Challenge Group stage. The main goal is to reach top 4, is to reach that challenge finals. But you can't reach there, you can't make it into next week if you drop out this week.
Or if you have broken arms.
Or if you have broken arms. Absolutely. Like if you lose your arm, that's it.
That's the end of the game. That's the end of the road,
unfortunately. End of your career.
Yeah, I mean, so many things that it could be ending. But let's talk about the top picks so far. And based on what the meta used to be, these stats may not necessarily be applicable for the future games, which is ridiculous, right? Because Fredrin with a 62% overall only has a 40% win rate, which is going to drop even further. So if you're investing in that Fredrin stock, sell it while you still can.
Yeah, the market is crashing. And prior to this stat, when the challenge stage first started, Fredrin has the highest pick rate, but only a 50% win rate.
Right?
It is going downhill really fast.
It's going down so badly for Fredrin. The boy, he was supposed to save us all, but now he initiated a tank meta and he's not even good at tanking anymore.
I thought that, you know, nerfing his damage is just, you know, he deals lesser damage, but you also indirectly take away his tankiness.
Unfortunate indeed. Unfortunate indeed.
As a Fredrin player who reached Mythic just by playing Fredrin, I guess.
In the EXP lane,
in the EXP lane. I'll see you guys back in Legend.
See you guys back in. Don't worry, you'll find something else to invest in. How about Kaja? Because Kaja hasn't really gotten too many changes, and also Fleeting Time has been looking really, really good these days. But for this upcoming match, I don't know whether or not these teams are actually very comfortable or actually took it into account that the patch was happening in today. So we'll see. Maybe we could see some theory crafting in game number 1, and then when things get a little bit dicey, maybe in game 3 as well.
Yeah, perhaps we would still see some Fredrin getting picked throughout the rest of the day, and maybe that would fall off when the challenge final rolls around. But for now, I think Fredrin will still be a constant. Kaja has always been there. I'm just surprised that we're not seeing much Glue getting picked.
Well, I think Glue's in a bit of an awkward spot where his laning phase isn't as strong as it used to be, and considering especially if we're considering Arlott as well as just the weirder picks we've seen overall in the tournament in the EXP lane, I think it's fair. I think it's understandable that, like, oh, if I want to have a winning lane, Glue's pretty easy way to go.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't really get killed in lane. Does the same amount of damage, has sustain, is tanky. Sounds like Fredrin before the nerf.
Well, at least he didn't have like a big executability based on the amount of health he has. That would have been the game-breaking mechanic.
that definitely would have been. And you know, we're gonna have the draft for game 1 up right now. This is where we get to see where, you know, how much preparation both teams have done. Again, it's a game of adaptation with how recent the patch drop was. So Esports starting off with the Valentina ban and just prioritizing that mid lane. I do like this approach. Both mid laners have very similar hero pools.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really big point of contention. But then again, there's a lot of meta heroes that are still extremely relevant. Joy, Kaja, Wanwan, Valentina all included. Ooh. Bit of a deviation here from Sway, getting rid of Brody so early on.
And it's not a hero that Arashiki plays much in the group stage, in the open finals as well. So this is definitely a deviation.
This could be an indication that they don't want certain things to be abused. For example, the the Blade of Heptases in this particular case now having a extra effect.
Isn't that Sea Halberd?
Sea Halberd?
It's Sea Halberd.
It's Sea Halberd, my bad. Yeah, with the early item Sea Halberd, really cost efficient, gives you that early bit of damage, and more importantly, gives you a secondary ability, a unique passive that I wouldn't have expected to actually happen. But, well, we'll see if it actually occurs in the game with maybe a different marksman. Arlott, the follow-up ban from ALVA 8.
So far just common bans, maybe except for the Brody. We still have Kaja, Kadita, we have the Joy, Glue, couple more choices on the board. Only 2 bans left. We might see some of that slip through.
Yeah, I do hope that the Joy actually gets let through by ALVA 8. I don't think Sway Esports is going to touch it right now. Most likely. Okay. I was expecting
there's a high chance it goes through.
Yeah, but you never know with these teams because so far Joy has not been touched throughout the tournament, and you know, I'm not even sure whether they're aware of the changes. I'm pretty sure they are aware of the changes, but don't know how much of an impact it actually provides. So this is a good testing ground. I feel like if ALVA 8 wants to give it up, sure, because you still have options like Franco as well as Kaja to actually counter the Joy later on into the game or whenever they get into a team fight.
Yeah, one of the reasons we didn't get to see the Joy was also because she was perma-banned. And ALVA 8, they're thinking really hard about this. Do we take out the Joy, Kadita, Kaja? A lot of these priority picks are going to go through for Sway Esports. In this case, it feels like the Kaja is probably the juiciest one if you want a first pick for Sway. ALVA 8 banning out the fire missile.
Yeah.
All the cards are now on the board, on the table.
That's a good ban. That's a good ban. Taking away the fire miss means that Sway Esports has to really commit to these team fights. They don't have a get out of jail card for free. And there we go. First pick Joy. This was what they were setting up for. ALVA 8 looking to get Kaja at the very least. You need some form of suppression.
You know, Kaja is probably the easiest one to do so. And I believe that Joy now has one less dash.
Yes.
So it's a bit easier to catch her, and ALVA 8 instantly locks in the Kaja. It's a decent trade that both teams are going for. And I think if you're on Sway's side, you can also go for Kaja first, depending on how you want to approach the game.
That's the thing. No matter what, I feel like whoever gets Kaja in this position is going to be the stronger one, right?
Yeah.
Sway, they wanted to get the Joy. Let's see how much it actually is able to provide now that it has a little bit of, magic resist as well as armor after you use the ult. And I'm curious to see how much the shield and as well as the damage changes to the hero itself makes a difference. Like, will someone die in 2 dashes? I don't know, man. I have no clue. They just changed it today.
I guess overall, Joy still gets to do what Joy does best. You have the vengeance. It's generally hard to kill her already, and now you get the extra resistance. But can still expect kind of the same disruption from Joy. But we also have Ling and Carry, and now Sway building up a draft that has the ability to just instantly dive the backline.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot because now when you see Kaja, it's like, okay, if you only send one person to the backline, they're going to get Divine Judgment straight away. Now that you have your kill threat in Ling, if there's enough damage done by the Joy, Ling can just clean up the mess and he doesn't have to worry about the Divine Judgment. I like it. Fredrin gets locked in, and then after that we see the carry for the side of Sway Esports. So again, a lot of respect, both sides really taking into account the different weapons and different attributes of the heroes.
And I also want to say that ALVA 8 picking out the Claude, it is a point you brought up in the earlier series. When you have so much dive, instead of the Melissa, the Claude is also not too bad of an option, right? You have that get out of jail card.
Battle Mirror Image, still a good ability, very reliable, but okay. Lolita ban for the side of ALVA 8. They want to make sure that Sway Esports don't have any form of setup here. I still think Sway needs a way to kind of hard dive or kind of get access, but how would they do that? I mean, High Loss probably is by far the worst. Even though the Glorious Pathway is great, Hayabusa gets banned out, so Sway Esports are genuinely worried about their backline. It might give an indication that their supports aren't going to be as tanky.
Is Grok an option for Sway Esports in this scenario? Still have that roamer that they haven't picked up, right?
Okay, I think it's more valuable for ALVA 8 in particular, but there's always the issue of carry, right?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, it boils down to whether or not you can actually deal with that carry. And once carry gets 3 items, she's going to be very, very relevant in the game. And not to mention with changes to certain items, it could get even better. But ALVA 8, they manage to axe it out. Grok is gone, and now their backline is generally quite safe.
Yeah, and that was a hero I was looking for Sway overall. But in this case, if you're ALVA 8, there are still certain ways that you can keep carry out of team fights, and I'm looking at Farsa right now for ALVA 8 with the Feather Airstrike.
That's good thought processing, because Grok is a really easy way to stop the Feathered Airstrike with the Nature's Barrier. So I think it feels very straightforward from here on out. The Akai gets banned for the side of Sway Esports. Again, I am loving this coming out from both sides.
Now we really narrow down the hero pool of both mid laners, right? We haven't seen Eliora's pick, we haven't seen Barbichi's pick. The Farsa instantly comes up for ALVA 8. And maybe Barbichi is going to lock in that Eve. That has been the exchange that we've been seeing in the open finals between these two mid laners.
Okay, is there anything else? Anything else that could pose a potential threat? Kadita is still going to be quite relevant. And I think Kadita actually works well with the composition, because overall it's about diving the enemy team, right? And then I'm guessing only the support is going to be the one babysitting the carry at the end of the day. What support is going to be? Tough call. Okay, we're seeing the Yve coming up from Sway Esports. They want a little bit of both. They want to be able to peel. They want to be able to kind of set up a domain so that the rest of the members of Sway Esports can actually access the backline within a specific space.
Sway Esports looking for the roamer or break even. It's going to be the Franco.
Okay.
At least it's a counter suppress, I suppose.
I guess it's an enabler, right? Because you want to be able to kind of pull off whatever the support pick. But in this particular case, whether it's the Fredrin or even the Kaja, you want to have somebody tank the hook. If you see Feathered Airstrike, I'm just going to throw in that direction of the Feathered Airstrike. If somebody decides to block it, at least they're not in the way. But ALVA 8 with a great response here, locking in that Benedetta is going to tell us that ALVA 8, if they team fight, they're going to be able to make first move.
And how is this Benedetta going to play into the Joy matchup-wise?
Like every other matchup that Benedetta does, she clears the wave and then buggers off. Like, unless we see Hiroski really blunder in the lane, like miss a dash and he's left out underneath Benedetta's turret, then obviously there's going to be a big surplus in terms of like damage coming in from Jirachi, and he should be able to win the trade overall. But for the most part, Benedetta's just clear the lane, proxy, bail out, wait for the team fight.
Now we talked about mech check, and we're seeing it right now between two XP laners.
Yep.
Don't get to see much Joy, so this is one of the rare moments that Joy is picked for the series. That itself, I think, would make this very, very interesting. We get to witness the change, and we get to witness how much impact Joy can bring.
All right, let's see whether or not it's going to be worthwhile as we start getting into this game. The upper bracket round 8 match number 3 between Sway Esports versus ALVA 8 in this best of 3. Only one of these teams are going to survive, and the other team will get knocked down to the lower bracket.
This is a grudge match, best of 3 that both teams have been through before. And now here they are with higher stakes, on the table. But ALVA 8 again, we looked at individual matchups. The head-to-head is between both mid laners. We've discussed a bit on the hero pool and how they always go for these exchange, the Farsight, the Eve, and the Valentina. Now we get to see the Farsight into the Eve.
Yep, and it's not going to be an easy matchup here. I am a little worried about ALVA 8, mainly because this Fredrin doesn't deal as much damage as before, so I don't think he's going to be that much of a kill threat to someone like Gyome on this Ling, who can get in and out of fights pretty easily. And usually the big problem with Ling is that, yeah, I start to fall behind, especially when I'm up against the tank jungler who can basically invade me and I can't do much about it.
And I think the saddest part about Fredrin's damage nerf in that is also it impacts his durability in these team fights, right? You take away the damage, he regains last health. Jirachi might get dove by Gyome. He's gonna go for it. Tempest of Blaze, dodged by Jirachi. He can't get the first blood.
Yeah, he does not want to be... I guess it's just... He doesn't want to risk it, right? I mean, if he was really confident, he would absolutely go for the kill and actually try and dodge away from the Fredrin looking to taunt him under the turret, but Hiroski having it rough.
Should be fine underneath that turret. Zaya not hitting that ult overall. It's gonna force Barbishi down, but we see both of them mid laners just showing up in that XP lane. But being able to force Joy back gives Jirachi a bit more room to work with.
I mean, I suppose, but I am curious. If Hiroski just tanked the ult, would he live? I feel like he does, but I'm also not 100% sure.
Maybe not with that health. But if he presses Vengeance, maybe yes.
If he presses Vengeance, he for sure lives, but I don't know. I don't know. With the changes, it looked like it definitely was possible there. But with Turtle falling into the hands of ALVA 8, they maintain the tempo for now. Let's see how Sway responds with a potential dive on top side.
Oh, Keeper is just gonna walk in. Flicker, ulti, this should be first blood. Gyome actually getting out with the battle image and now into the ult. He's the one that's gonna help Vinsmoke get, help Eliora get the first blood. Gyome wants that one. Erashiki pulls up a magic trick, not able to get away in time, but Eliora has a better airstrike. Barbichi responding with his own ultimate, but not able to get a knockout, and Barbichi now might get knocked. Break even getting a hook onto Jirachi, but that's not the target. Can't get the kill.
Yeah, does not want to actually get into the middle of that one for now. Sway Esports. Okay, very interesting interaction, and Aaron almost outplaying the entire situation, but luckily Sway was still able to get one back. However, bottom side, we're just seeing Gyome just putting a lot of pressure all across the map, and especially the side lanes.
And Jirachi, not the easiest target for them to take out, but you can see the prioritization to give Hiroski a lot more of that room. I do wonder if we would see this Joy go for the proxy, because Jirachi is already doing it. Hiroski is going to use that ultimate. Jirachi, can you get out of this predicament? No. Gyome is waiting for the opportune moment, and Jirachi just gets out.
They have no information. That's why he's not actually committed. They don't know where the rest of the members of ALVA 8, but they're coming in for the dive on top side.
Oh, now they definitely know it's going to be a 4-man dive up top. ALVA 8 getting 2 quick kills. That's going to be pressure on the tier 1. Vinsmoke make sure to keep Barbichi in check. Meanwhile, Gyome having his jungle infiltrator, trying to get that purple buff at least, but doesn't even get that.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, and I think now the snowball begins for ALVA 8. Again, they're using their lane priority and being able to force it very effectively with this Benedetta. It's working wonders, right? Because it feels like ALVA 8 are always one step ahead of Sway. They're able to dictate when play is going to happen in comparison to Sway, where it feels like they're being a little bit more responsive.
And compared to the last series that these two teams faced up against each other, ALVA 8 so much cleaner. So much more control in the early stage, get the second turtle off the game for themselves as well. They definitely are prepared, but Jirachi is going to get ganked once more. Hiroski and Gyome, this is attempt number 3 onto Jirachi. Still can't find it, but Gyome, surely you will get that kill.
Oh, okay.
He's able to get it at least and get out with his life. Eliora not able to trade.
Okay. I'm surprised that Hiroski didn't decide to fully commit there, but then again, he is running out of dashes overall. We're seeing that Vinsmoke, I'm pretty certain, yeah, he knows.
Yep. They're gonna lose Eliora. Who surprisingly was standing in that rush. So Vinsmoke now has to defend this turret. Real world manipulation is out. Zion just casually walks in. Vinsmoke getting the drag onto Gyome, but he does have the Tempest of Blade. Getting the kill on the Kaja. They did end up losing the carry though. Break even also not healthy. Both teams trading 1-for-1, but Hiroski will be able to get that bot tier 1.
Yes, and the bot tier 1 is going to open up so many avenues for Sway Esports. Again, Sway Esports just really good at punishing an opponent, especially when they find an advantage. But ALVA 8 right now, systematic.
Arashiki so aware. Zion wants the purple buff, but actually ends up resetting the buff. Hiroski, he's just going to go for that ultimate. Zion gets the buff again.
Nah, he can't do anything about it. Again, Zion, unfortunately, he's a level up, 2 levels up on Gyome. No matter what Gyome does, his retribution is always going to be smaller than Xian's at this stage of the game. Even though he's got 3 kills under his belt, the gold is great, but EXP would be more ideal.
It's just so much emphasis on punishing this lane. And Jirachi is also infiltrating the jungle. That's going to allow ALVA 8 to take this big tier 1.
Wait, are they just going to leave Fredrin? Yeah, wow. He just went into the grocer and was just picking out what he wanted. Like, he was not punished for that. A majority of the ALVA 8 members were on the top side. Sway Esports said, you know what? This just isn't worth it.
Vinsmoke getting rooted down, forced to flicker away. Well, at least for Gyome, he now gets access to ALVA 8 jungle, right? He gets that purple buff somewhere and should be able to get out of this. They see him leap away, but don't have a way to stop him. The third turtle of the game, ALVA 8 on the objective.
Yeah, 4K ahead for now. But again, I don't think Sway Esports is even going to bother to try and contest this. The most they can do is look for a pick, but...
Go, Jirachi with the Electro Final Blow. He's going to zone off the Franco. Break even goes down.
He didn't even try to, like, go for a hook into the bush. He just walked up hoping he could bait something out, but unfortunately giving his life on over there probably wasn't as worth it, because now it's really, really hard to actually maintain this space against ALVA 8. And if ALVA decides to actually...
Yeah, Gyome just trying to secure as much XP for himself as possible. Jirachi is, like you pointed out earlier on, doing a fantastic job, right? All these lane pressures that this Benedetta is providing, he's drawing so much attention. Break even is going to come back with that ultimate, suppressing this Benedetta to finally get him out of the way. But that means that the mid lane is going to be under assault. ALVA 8 attempting to take this turret. Barbichi forced to cancel his own ult.
Nicely done by Barbichi, recognizing that yes, that the Divine Judgment will pull you out of the real world manipulation. It is not worth dying there, just let the tier 2 go. But ALVA 8 consistently, systematically just cutting away at the objectives, making sure that the towers are falling into their hand. Now with a clean 5k goal lead, this is what I was expecting from ALVA 8.
This cascading effect really started with ALVA 8 being able to put Gyome on the back foot. This major setback. Can't win objective, can't win those retribution fights, and he's just not able to provide the early game impact that Sway Esports wanted. It seems like Sway Esports now are in damage control. They're waiting for MERPs to scale up. They're waiting for Gyome to scale back up.
Yeah, but do they have enough time here? I mean, we don't even see the DHS coming out or even the Golden Staff coming out of MERPs just yet, and he needs both of those items in this particular situation, right? ALVA 8, they've got a lot of tanky members in Zion as well as Vinsmoke, who will eventually be building into that full tank, right? As of yet, he's already got the Radiant Armor. We are seeing, wow, Aaron deciding to already having the Wind Talker in his hands. Didn't even realize, but the man has 3 items into the game.
He is so far ahead. He is almost 3,000 net worth ahead of the carry.
Yeah, so I guess that's where the gold lead is coming from.
Arashiki just goes for it. What a madman, forcing the Tempest of Blade out of Gyome.
Oh,
and now they're coming for it. Actually, Arashiki ends up going down. Break even traces life back. Not too bad of a trade for Sway.
Okay, all right. Not that bad. I really thought Arashiki was going to live there, but it's just the turret projectiles just being super slow. It followed him all the way back to his body, past the battle mirror image, almost towards Lord's side. And did, oh, they also...
Oh, Hiroski, no, not that.
Oh.
Well, now we know that the ultimate still does decent damage.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts against people who are like, I don't know, 3 levels below? Yep, 3 levels below.
Yeah.
This is not going to be an easy game to come back, especially for Sway, because in terms of timing, a 4K gold lead in this particular case is great, but notice that the majority of the members from Sway Esports are only completing their second items, while people like Arashiki, if he just wants to be part of these fights, is more than enough to get the advantage in full 5v5s.
And just the level discrepancy between these two teams. You know, Vinsmoke has the same level as Hiroski.
Ooh, that's so brutal. It's so brutal. Like the other members, unless you are Ling, Gyome is the only one having fun here.
Sort of, right?
Sort of, right?
Sort of.
It's conditional to all of it.
Well, he's not going to have fun for much longer. Not with this Flicker Divine Judgment. Playtime is done. 30 seconds without the Ling.
Oh, what a terrible time. The poor man knew it was going to happen and he just didn't want to react to it. He should have just tried to clear that wave, but now...
Hiroski uses an ulti, forced to press the Vengeance just to mitigate some of that damage. They take care of the Lord, but they will lose this mid inhibitor turret. Arashiki is working on it, almost taking it down. The backdoor protection is there for Sway. That turret has taken major damage and Vinsmoke will finish the job.
Yep, these inhibitors are falling down super quickly. ALVA 8 wants to end this as quickly as possible so that Sway doesn't have enough time to actually scale up in this match. With 105 more seconds until the next Lord appears, ALVA 8 will now develop it.
Oh, Giant just flicker in. Arashiki once more right into the enemy base.
Oh, he gets
the kill onto Burbs. Can they get Arashiki back? Gyome finds him. Get the hook onto Vinsmoke. 2 for 2 trades so far, but ALVA 8, they still have some damage to keep working on things.
Oh my god. Oh, you hate to see it. They shouldn't be trading 2 for 2, especially since they're ahead, but if they get one more inhibitor, it's worthwhile. But look at that!
Roski wants to run interference. Unfortunately, gets sniped by Eliora. You do not mess with this man. ALVA 8 getting the better end of that trade.
I gotta give it to Roski. He tried. He really tried there. And he was so close to escaping at the same time.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for this meddling bird
But
and her
Arashiki,
friends.
this guy is... He's a madman.
He really is. He really is. I think he understands that nobody really threat, especially since, you know, if the Bloody Hunt has already been used, if the Iron Hook is already gone, Gyome is going to have to alter something or something, and even then he can still just take his Battle Mirror image back. Like, there's not a lot of conditions, or in this case, not a lot of CC that Sway actually has to stop Arashiki from going in with the Blazing Duet.
And now he has the Malefic Roll as well.
Ooh.
Get ready to have your health bar absolutely shredded. By the way, 93% in favor of Sway Esports.
I think it's understandable.
It is understandable.
Yeah, especially with the you know, the PH Dynasty, but ALVA 8 might prove us wrong here. I mean, Claude. Oh, wait, is that a? Yeah, he is pretty much full build at this point.
One more item.
Yeah, one more item, but he's got everything he absolutely needs. Fredrin is coming at 3 items at the same time. Looking at... Oh, interesting movements coming out from Sway Esports. They're covering the top side. They know they're on Lord, but they're hoping that ALVA 8 actually has some stragglers.
Unfortunately, they will not find any from ALVA 8. This is a team that... so much cleaner from the last time we saw these two teams face up against each other.
Absolutely. I would say that Sway probably not exactly playing the best they could be compared to the last time we've seen them. It could be just like warming up to it all, but ALVA 8, you got to give it to them. They've improved significantly from the last time I saw them.
Oh, definitely. In the driver's seat from the very first minute of the game. Vinsmoke just got the immortality, so Sway Esports now will have another layer of cash that they need to go through. Just trying to gather info as much as possible, but ALVA 8 are setting up all the waves to crash.
Yep. Sway Esports, if they can defend at least one of their inhibitors here, if they can minimize the damage that ALVA 8 push against them without losing their crystal, they can come back into this game.
ALVA 8 just took care of the bottom inhibitor, and now Vinsmoke flicker in, gets the grab. That is the kidnap onto Merbs. Vinsmoke will be dived on. Hiroski also doing his best alongside Gyome. They actually were able to take out Aaron Shiki. Sway Esports mounting a commendable defense. The Iron Hook on Zion. Perfectly done by Break Even, and that is going to keep Sway Esports alive in the game.
That's what you want to see. We see the aggression coming out from Vinsmoke of ALVA 8, and Sway Esports responds perfectly to it. Two very good Iron Hooks coming in from Break Even to turn that fight around, and two important kills to trade up against a opponent who already has a 5k gold lead.
And this is the first time we really get to see how Sway Esports intended to play this composition, where you have both Hiroski and Gyome dive the backline, getting rid of the Claude, so at least you get to avenge that carry. And in the meantime, if ALVA 8 is the one diving, then Sway Esports can just let it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that they played this, unfortunately, was, especially for ALVA 8, the Feather Airstrike was so deep in that it gets cancelled as soon as Hiroski threatens him with the Vengeance. Like, they know that they can't kill him necessarily, but the follow-ups coming in from Sway Esports, the Iron Hook, the rest of the team members actually looking for an opportunity to zone away, knowing that Vinsmoke is basically out of these fights without the Divine Judgment.
Well, Hiroski, as long as he steps on Eliora, that's an instant kill.
Yes, it is.
Overwhelming damage from this Joy. See, and force the flicker from Merbs. That is some resources expended from Sway. And less than 30 seconds until the next Lord.
Oh, Merbs does get that win. Oh, okay.
Finally.
He has the win chant. He will survive the next Blazing Duet unless somebody forces it out of him. And the only person who could really do that is Jirachi. And I don't know. So far, Jirachi, he hasn't been fighting these big...
Uh-oh. Bloody Han, Jirachi, that is the man. Dragged back by Break Even, who is so good on those hooks. But there it is. Aaron Shiki with the Blazing Duet onto Merbs. Merbs goes down despite having the win chant. A double kill going on the way of Vinsmoke. Sway Esports sent on the run. ALVA 8, they can't just go for the Lord, but they might just opt for the end, honestly.
I think the end is worth it. They don't exactly have the best heroes for this high ground effects except for Barbie Chi. So if they kill Barbie Chi, it's over.
ALVA 8 just gonna go straight for the crystal. Sway Esports, do you have enough to mount this defense? I don't think so. ALVA 8, first blood in this best of 3. An opening that I honestly did not expect from this team.
Yep. A really good opening. They've improved a lot, and they continue to show. They've beaten Sway Esports one time. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to change the past. The history ain't going to change because the future is now. ALVA 8 0-1 against Sway Esports. One more to close out this series.
Compared to last time these two teams faced off, ALVA 8 just had so much cleaner in how they won game number 1. Not much scrappy moments. We did see Sway Esports hit back, Break Even really accurate on those crucial Iron Hooks, but ALVA 8 was just too far ahead that they can do something like this.
Yep, I mean, it really came down to just the jungle pressure, right? ALVA 8 were able to suffocate Gyome in the earlier stages of the game to minimize how much he could actually provide for his entire team, while ALVA 8, once they had crippled the jungle, they continued to just set the tempo, attack the side lanes, decide on dives, and more importantly, neutral objectives were basically always in the hands of ALVA 8, while Sway Esports had to climb up a cliff just to get close.
This is definitely not a fun game for Gyome's Ling. Always under level, just not able to secure objectives. You see that cascading effect really set up by ALVA 8, and I think a lot of props has to be given over to how Jirachi has been able to open up that space on the map.
Yeah, not just Jirachi. I mean, like, even Vinsmoke, who's supposed to be known as the support player, picking up that Benedetta because he's mechanically talented, and honestly, didn't even really have to find too many solid engages, but made sure that he quickly followed up on people like Cyan and making sure that his sides are safe, or at the least his battle mirror image is an okay place to go back to.
I just want to let our audience watching that this is definitely not the hero arrangement for the player. Jirachi.
What are you talking about? I totally saw Vinsmoke walk into that bush and instantly get bloody hunted by Break Even.
Pretty sure Jirachi was a jungler, 100%. But yeah. I mean, case in point, it's just the early pressure from ALVA 8. And you know, you also made the point, whoever has the cardio on their side just had that innate advantage. And we saw how much Vinsmoke did with that Divine Judgment. So much aggression.
That's the thing, especially with a composition that's designed around 2 carries, right? Especially if we're talking 3 tanks, 2 carries. If you look at Tupai Esports, right, the way they actually want to play their composition is hard diving their opponents. They have so many ways to access the backline, but the front line in terms of peel is honestly only held by 2 people, Break Even and Barbichi. And if Barbichi isn't at the right place at the right time, especially if you're not preemptively using her ult, you just lose so much value because the counter engage is going to be so much harder for the side of ALVA 8, especially when you're on someone like Vinsmoke. That flicker into Divine Judgment makes it difficult for Barbichi to actually set up properly.
And you look at Barbichi, he is 3-0, didn't die the entire game. So it's just the team couldn't really keep up, and I don't think it's the team's fault either, right? It's just how fast ALVA 8 has been able to pressure them from early until late game. Even with some of those speed bumps that AES ran into, so Esports were just too far behind to recover.
Yeah.
Merps had a rough time this game.
Merps had such a rough time. That's 3 times. 3 times he got Blazing Duet by Blazing Duet.
100 to 0.
Yeah, just 100 to 0. What's the poor guy gonna do? All he can do is literally like, I'm just gonna have to try and fight you. Oh, guess what? Wind chant. Oh, great. I can't even fight back.
Yeah, he got his wind chant, and he still died through the wind chant.
He died through the wind chant because he was caught out of position at the same time. Like, you got to give props where props is due. ALVA 8 were controlling. They understand how they want to play their particular team composition. And unfortunately, the draft was very unlikely that Sway was going to come out of this on top.
So far, the 7% has been rewarded with the first game. But if there's anything that we've seen from these 2 teams, that they went the full distance last time. I swear they will have some time to recompose and think about game 2. This dive comp certainly didn't work. We saw how Joy was very confidently handled by AES.
Very confidently handled, and I don't know, it's really tough. I think, you know, Kaja needs to be a consideration for upcoming bans in the future if you want to make a dive comp of this sort, but you got to give it to our match MVP, Vinsmoke, coming in from ALVA 8 with an 86.7% kill participation.
What was his kill participation before? I think Break Even was like 95% when we saw him. Vinsmoke not as high, but considering how game 1 went, he didn't need to do too much. Everyone on the team was self-sufficient. You have Zion on the Fredrin, who was also doing mad work. Jirachi was creating a lot of chaos on those side lanes. Overall, ALVA 8 just had a very, very smooth game.
Yep, really smooth game. Good drafting overall. And I think, you know, this could be a repeat of history here. If game 2 goes very similar to game number 1, I think, you know, ALVA, this could be their moment. They could beat a Filipino team, go up, and take on the big boss.
Oh yeah, GameLab. I would say that GameLab at this juncture is probably more, I would say, more prioritized than maybe Euphoria, MHRLK.
Well, I guess I think there could be an argument that could be there. There definitely could be an argument because we're talking about some of the best teams here, right? All of them, they all have one thing in common, and that's because they have the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because they want to elevate their own, especially when winning matters.
Absolutely, and because of the Snapdragon chip in their phones, they're able to give us one of the best Mobile Legends display in terms of gameplay and mechanics. But it's not just the microchip; they also have the best device to go with it. One of our partners, Samsung Galaxy, for being with us on this journey. You know, we have the latest S23 Ultra. That is something that gave these players just top-notch performance.
Yep, share the epic and level up your own gameplay, because you don't want to miss those beats. You don't want to have your screen tearing. You want to make sure you have the best of the best, the top of the line, so that you guys could unleash the beast with Monster Energy. In case you guys are wondering, grab yourself a Monster Energy drink if you're falling asleep, or if you just need a bit of energy, a bit of charisma to get over that finish line.
Yeah, we have Monster Energy to juice up your body, but we also have Kaji Shop to juice up that diamond vault that you have in your Mobile Legends account. So check out kajishop.com for the best top-ups in terms of getting your diamonds.
Check out for some of the greatest deals. You can go straight up to Kaji Shop. But for our upcoming matchup, ALVA 8 currently in a really good position. Match point against Sway. And I don't know, Sway, they need to bounce back from this. They need to start thinking which side of the draft do they want to be on. Because in most situations, teams go, hey, we've lost it on this side. Let's hop over to the red side. Maybe we can change it up.
And it's also partly because of how accurate ALVA 8 has been reading Sway Esports draft, right? We saw the opening 3 picks from Sway Esports and ALVA 8. They got just the perfect ban to not only enable Eliora in that mid lane, but also really stopping Sway from pushing the tempo early on.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane priority is just so very important in the meta right now because the side lanes are basically kind of dead in the water. They just kind of sit there for a long period of time, and the only people who really affect the lane are the supports, mid laners, as well as the junglers, right? These are the 3 factors that you always have to consider. They can divide and conquer. They can set mid lane and support into one side while the jungler ends up on the other side. It's all about pushing and pulling until you find that opening to get a little bit of an advantage, whether it be gold, EXP, maybe a kill.
So far, ALVA 8 has been really showing up huge with the homework that they've done on Sway Esports. But like you said, Sway Esports will take that side switch going on to Rit. And that means that ALVA 8 will have to kind of go for that first pick. But seeing how they have really prioritized the Kaja, it does make me wonder, will Joy still be let through?
I don't think Joy is going to be... well, okay, it depends. It really, really depends whether Kaja is still available. But again, as mentioned before, teams who like to play a particular type of hero or think it's strong usually ban them out on the opposite side.
Yeah, so Esports just taking out that Joy, but I don't think ALVA 8 cares too much, right? They have been banning the farmers in that game #1. They've let a lot of crucial picks through, but in this case, with how the latest patch has been, I think Fredrin will also go through the bans. Maybe ALVA 8 will trade Kaja for the Fredrin.
Or they still ban out the Brody. You know, that was like the one pick that I thought was kind of odd overall from Sway.
I think it was Sway, right?
Yeah, it was very, very odd and oddly specific. Okay, so the expected farmers came out. Now let's see Sway. Do they get rid of it? And I don't think Brody is first pick, first ban for sure, but I'm very curious to see.
And it's not a hero that ALVA 8 generally picks anyways.
Yeah, that's the thing. And so I don't know. It could be lack of information. It could be just going based on the assumption. But all right, Valentina gets taken away. They don't mind giving over the Fredrin unless they ban Fredrin too.
And with ALVA 8, I think they banned the Martyrs in the previous game.
Yes, they did.
It's a hero that has been very popular. I think Gyomei also has had a lot of success on the Martyrs, but no, they actually banned the Kaja.
Okay, all right. As expected here, Sway Esports probably could have held off on that Joy ban a little bit longer because they are going to be the last people who ban in this phase before we get into the picks. So, Brody, are they still going to commit their blue side strategy to red side?
I don't think so. Maybe the Kadita? Or the Martyrs, right? Martyrs is still left open.
That's true. Arlon.
Oh, yeah, that's Arlon also.
Fair enough. But a lot of meta picks still. Well, I say meta, but then again, it's the patch. You'll guys get used. You'll get used to it.
We'll get used to it.
Yeah, we'll get used to it. So, Fredrin first pick, yay or nay?
So far, it's a yay.
So far, it has been a yay.
Has been a yay.
Come on, ALVA. They got 27 more seconds. They're probably discussing the rest of their draft strategy here. So let's assume that ALVA 8 decides to go for Fredrin. They go for Fredrin, Sway Esports. They're probably going to go what? Oh no, they switch it up with Glue. Finally, Glue shows up today.
Yeah, I've been wondering where the Glue went, and there it is. Get the XP laner for Jirachi. One of the more flexible players in this tournament also, where we've seen him rotate around, playing tank XP laners into bruisers, fighters, like Benedetta. Sway Esports will be able to comfortably grab the Farsa and the Fredrin.
Oh, all right. So we see, okay, expected outcome for the side of Sway Esports. They wanted to get their mage. They got it. The question is ALVA 8. Now, this is where a lot of teams struggle, right? Blue side struggles after the opener they see from Sway Esports. Usually it's either like a support pick, and do they supplement it with EXP? Because usually it comes down to how do you stop the artillery mage. And in this case, ALVA 8 are saying, you know what? We are going to be focused very much around the gold lane. We're going to blind pick the gold lane. We know for a fact that Claude is able to get on top of someone like Farsa, and with fully stacked, maxed item, blazing duet, there's nothing much Farsa can do about it.
And this Lolita pick was also great because in the previous game, ALVA 8 specifically banned out Lolita alongside the Grok. And with the Lolita picked up, you know, there's a way to have that bulwark to deal with someone like this, like the Merps carry which in the previous game has really suffered a lot.
Yeah, he suffered a lot, but at least this time they have a more consistent jungler in that Fredrin, and I think, you know, Carry is going to be good against the Glue. Might struggle a little bit against the Lolita, especially with the shield, because then he might not be able to get the right targets. But let's see. Hayabusa gets banned out for the side of Sway Esports. They want to make sure that they can't access their backline, but they haven't really considered all the options. I mean, Ling, if they want to ban out Ling, I suppose that's okay, but we don't have to worry about things like Grok or Yuzong, for an example, because ALVA 8 have already locked in those positions.
It's a Ling, I believe. I don't think Hanzo would be picked. Maybe the Lancelot and the Fanny, right? Fanny made it through the first ban phase.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't get to see Fanny at all. Okay, let's see if ALVA 8 decide to ban out the Kufra. If they do, then it's most likely going to be Fanny in the jungle.
They've already banned out the Grok. That's one of the first few signs.
Okay, Yiga's gone.
Looking for the jungler and the mid laner for ALVA 8.
Come on. Come on, think about it. Think about it. They want to play. They want to play Fanny, don't you? Come on. Everybody wants to play Fanny here.
It's very rare that we see Fanny make it through the entire ban phase.
That's the thing. So yeah. I don't know whether it's like a risky move to do it here. Oh, Atlas gets banned out. All right, we'll see. We'll see what Sway Esports locks in. If they lock in a support, there's a good chance. There it is.
Kufra, right? Kufra is the one that we're looking at.
Yeah, Kufra is the big indicator here. I doubt Sway Esports would just pick Kufra just for the sake of it, just to deter their opponents. I don't think it's bad, but I do think that there are better picks out there as of right now.
Probably want to look for the XP lane first.
Yes, usually. But then again, I would say locking in your support is probably your safest bet as Sway, because you want to get a good matchup for your EXP regardless. So there we go.
Oh yeah.
We do see the we do see the support come out for the side of Sway Esports. I do very much like the Kadita here, because at least with Petrify, you have a way to actually stop not the real world manipulation, but the Blazing Duet.
And I think it's also a very good steal, because for ALVA 8, they can still go for, they had an option to offer Kadita mid.
Yes.
But now, it feels like, you know, among all the mid lane pools, Xavier is probably the next one on the list, and Kadita has a way to stop it.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's just a really rough matchup if Xavier gets locked in, no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if there's anything else on the table for them.
No, there is. We're going down the list.
Yeah, just going down the list, man. I was thinking Lilia, but then again, it's like Kadita absolutely dumpsters her anyways. And there we go, the Fanny coming out from the side of Sway Esports.
XP late Fredrin.
Yeah, and then people are just flexing. It's like, what is he gonna do? Kill you? Like, nah, we don't have kill threat. So now let's get Fanny, and now we have kill threat.
Yeah, actually, there's no kill threat on the Fredrin. You're right.
Yep. Big changes, man. Big changes. I can't wait to see how this is gonna play out. Oh boy. This is an interesting draft from both of these sides. Very consistent draft for ALVA 8, but I think Sway Esports, they've got quite the advantage here. So I'm curious to see how this Martis is going to perform against the Assassin Fanny.
Seems like Sway Esports are doubling down on that backline dive. Right now they have a Fanny, they have Kadita to facilitate that, and there's a safer way to do so as well from the side of Sway. If there's one thing that they are trying to really show is that they're going to run it back, the same composition against ALVA 8.
Yep, this time with a little bit better options. They're doubling down, on, as you mentioned, on that backline dive. But at least with Fredrin in the EXP, building that full tank, he's going to have that level lead. And more importantly, he's going to be the tank that someone like Merps is required with the taunt to pull attention to himself.
As in the previous game, Gilmay and Merps had an awful time in this game, in that game, but I believe in game 2, when you have that Fanny, things does get a bit more easier. So how to pressure the Fanny with what ALVA 8 has as well?
Yeah. Oh, are they going for... Wait, hold on. I'm very curious. I'm very curious whether they both took support blessings here. Smoke really far out.
He's gonna get caught out, but that's gonna be first blood. The dream start for the Fanny.
All right, bit unfortunate, but hey, by the way, did you know that, Vinsmoke is at a 0.4 KDA?
I wonder if this is just for Lolita, overall. If it's overall, then that 5-1 record in game 1 didn't do much for him.
Look, he gets a lot. He doesn't get a lot of kills. Let's be honest here. He's a support player. He's looking for these assists. As long as the crystal breaks, he's done his job.
Yeah, KD's just a number.
Yep, KDA is just a number. Break even, we can confirm that he decides to get the magic penetration boots in this particular situation. Also, stolen away. Zayan being disrespectful.
Yeah, Gome doesn't even have his off cooldown. He did use it on the orange buff, most likely.
Unfortunate indeed. And yeah, it is most likely that he did. And I think right now, where do you actually play for, right? None of the waves are actually open. He's still farming. Karosky is looking for opportunities across the map, but does it really matter? Oh, wait a second.
I guess unlike previous game, the XP lane will be a bit more static. You don't have someone like a Joy or Benedetta to cut those waves. So Esports, they do call first dips on the turtle. ALVA is slowly arriving to the scene. Barbichi will be in a position to use that Feather Airstrike overall, but Zion is taking a lot of damage. Back up, waiting for it. Frisbo just commits the Numenor Blast. And ALVA able to find a double for Zion.
What a setup coming in from ALVA 8. They're waiting for that green light, and once Sway Esports gave it to them, ALVA 8 instantly coming out with that Numenor Blast. A huge play coming out from Vinsmoke and a fast follow-up from Eliora from a super safe distance as well. You get so much value from that ult. They steal away the purple buff as well. This is starting to look like a repeat of game number 1.
And Zion is 2 levels ahead of Gyome, and this Fanny even had the retribution, just not fast enough with his fingers. The catch-up game has already begun.
It's so brutal. This is why it's annoying to deal with these types of junglers who can actually abuse the Demon Slayer. Okay, Merps is tickled a little bit. I guess they were checking the bush for the Claw just in case, but Barbichi is actually walking through the lane itself.
Looking at how much impact the XP lane would have for both teams. We don't really see too much of XP. Fredrin overall, and I would say for Glue, you know, Jirachi did had to use that flicker early on.
I mean, I'm hoping that it punishes him. At some point in time, right? Like, look at him. Jirachi is just walking up, no care in the world. He knows that he can get away with a split, especially when he's up against Horosky in this matchup. Wait,
they're just pressuring Barbichi. He's forced to flicker. Maybe so Esports can find a return. Here comes Gyome. Feather Airstrike actually connecting onto Nova. Zen just goes in. Finds the execution with the Decimate. There's 3 kills all on this Martis.
Man, Zion is super far ahead. He is level 8 right now. He is level 8. He's 2 levels ahead of Gyome. He is 3 levels above Barbichi. Like, anybody who comes in his path is basically dead in a 1v1, so you gotta be extremely careful. This purple buff is never gonna see the light of day.
And Eliora just keeping Sway Esports at bay. Harosty comes in. Gyome once more. This time even committing the retribution and still losing out.
I'm telling you, Zion's just, his retribution is just way bigger. 2 levels up, and he has Demon Slayer, which gives him an extra 20% against these neutral creeps. Like, it's so oppressive. It's a boring style to play, but it's an effective style at the very least.
If it works, it works. Ooh, I mean, look at the level difference, right? Zion is constantly 2 levels ahead of Gyome. It's the same thing in game 1.
I don't know. The plays that have been made by Sway Esports, it's really bugging me because I feel like Sway Esports, they are playing the game very uncharacteristically compared to what they were doing before. And nowadays, we are seeing Sway Esports like, hey, we want to see them control the tempo. We want to see them actually continuously making plays like what we're seeing right here, but punished.
Just can't find Eliora and break even. Now caught in a very, very rough spot. Able to get away at least, but they do lose Barbichi instead. ALVA A just happily taking these trades.
Yeah, Break Even actually manages to get out of that. I thought he should die there to Zion, but, well, some interesting angles with the way he hops over the wall with the motion on Gyome on the opposite side. Actually able to get a turn for himself. That's great. So now they've got a little bit of gold back on their side, but not enough to really change anything as you can see, because Zion is just farming on their side of the map.
I just realized that Merps went for the Purify instead of the Flicker. There's so much crowd control that he needs to needs to consider. But overall, at ALVA 8, I believe even through the Purify, they have more than enough to keep Merps in play. Giant very far in the jungle. Again, this Feather Airstrike, 0 impact from Barbichi.
The poor guy is 0-3 in terms of retributions. He's 0-3 so far. He's getting jungle diff really hard by Zion, and it's costing him his purple buff. It's not the end of the world, but it's so annoying as a Fanny.
He's 3 levels down. And the gap just continues. He shows up bot, tries to get some XP, and is now pressured by Eliora. Guillaume!
He's still got the mechanics, but let the man play the game!
He's not able to play the game at all. Can't play on the link, can't play on the Fanny. Now they'll lose the bot tier 1, and the only space that Guillaume had created is now gone.
Yep, but look at topside, right? We see that Sway Esports are actually utilizing this time to actually gain space for themselves. Looking, I mean, a purple buff is available. Guillaume, just go take it. Nobody's there. Oh, they tried for the dive? No? Okay, they back off.
They have the Kadita there. And we're finding a good kill. Something for Sway Esports. Signs of life on that top side.
Yeah, we couldn't broadcast that portion because it was just, it's too violent, man. You can't be getting away with murder like that. But Sway Esports, I think if they keep this up, if they keep pick going and playing for picks, they've got to start spreading out and pairing themselves together, right? We're looking for like 2v2s, 3v3s, nothing more than 4v4s. And 4v4s even, I think Sway Esports just need to disengage.
Yeah, and I think that's also something that Break Even needs to continue to enable, right? Contrary to being on the Franco, you do have a lot more solo queue agency on this Kadita. Alright, round number 4 at this purple buff. Zion just have more retry. He's gonna win that hands down. Feather Airstrike again, just missing everything. Guillaume, really careful, almost gets sniped by the Dawning Light. Break Even in the thick of things. Trying to go for Zion. Ends up getting destroyed, but trace one back. Erishiki finding a second one while the members of Sway Esports dropping like flies. Vinsmoke flickers away. Jiraiya by his side. Guillaume still gets the kill.
Alright, like at least we are seeing Sway Esports breathing life back in. 3-4-2 trade, not the most ideal, but in terms of mentality, at least Fanny got her purple buff. She's 1-3 so far in terms of retro battles.
Finally being able to put herself within arm's reach. Still 2 levels down though. Guillaume isn't exactly doing poorly also, right? 2-0 on the Fanny. It's creating some space around the map, just not being able to get much XP.
No, and I agree. I totally agree with you. Guillaume is doing quite a lot on the map, but he could be doing even more if he just had a purple buff. He's limited by the amount of energy he's having, and ALVA 8 they are having the time of their lives because Eliora continues to let this time drag on so that he could scale. Aaron Shiki as well. We're seeing the Wind Chant already being purchased.
They're just implementing the same method to shut down this Fanny as they did with the Link. Guillaume,
can't touch this.
Just reset in time.
Yep, can't touch this. Vinsmoke playing like a Natalia. Break Even playing almost like a Natalia, so deep in enemy lines. Do you think they'll see this? Are they gonna actually decide to fight this?
We've seen this before of a different team. This Assassin Kadita. Actually, we commit to that recall though. Again, Feather Airstrike to defend that mid tier 1. Very important. Break Even cancelling their recall. This might be an angle for Sway Esports to abuse.
Yo, Break Even is so patient. Oh, this could be it.
This could be it.
This could be it. Does he know about Eliora in the bush?
Eliora doesn't spot him. He doesn't enter the brush. Erishiki is the target. Doesn't burn down to the glowing one. This heals up with the DHS in time.
No.
Oh, they didn't find the kill. That was crucial for Sway.
Oh, wait. Eliora flickers forward for this kill, and he doesn't get much off of it. But now, this is going to bait out a full-blown fight.
Guillaume trying to run interference, but it's running dry of energy. Jiraiya putting himself in front. Horoski is there. Break Even once more in the flank angle. They caught Merps as he forced the carry out of the fight. Lord dropping low. Guillaume coming back in.
Though.
Can he win this retry fight? He stopped the Lord attempt. Goes over to ALVA 8 and Guillaume dies.
Oh, that's so frustrating as well. Zion actually retreated earlier and Guillaume had the opportunity but was just ever so slightly off the timing. That's so sad. Sway could have bought back so much time on their side, or at least dragged this game an extra 5 minutes. But now, ALVA 8, this is going to be their time to actually claim as much gold as they possibly can.
Zion's even going to take that purple buff. And Gyomei knows that he has to deal with this top side. He's surrendering so much. Break even coming through. Eliora is the target. Break even just finding crucial space for Sway. Now the fight breaks out. Vinsmo putting up the bulwark. Zion in danger, but he's just gonna go and commit. Haroski brought low. Gyomei joins the fight. Haroski still alive. Jirachi forced the flicker. And Arashiki not showing himself at all.
A 1-for-0 trade in favor of Sway Esports. They can pull this back. A 5k goal lead is not impossible. Aaron!
Doing it again, this time not finding any kills, but was able to get rid of that bottom inhibitor, so ALVA 8 still finds some space.
Yeah, I think right now Sway Esports need to recognize that this is a continuous habit from Aaron. Like, he's been doing this time and time again. Under inhibitor turns, he tries to zone them away, especially when they have Lord. They need to hold up a battle spell, and especially for break even, he needs to hold up his Petrify to cancel him and potentially look for a full one-shot.
Bit of arrogance from Arashiki.
We'll see. We'll see how long he's going to get away with it. That's the truth. Now
he has been punished once, courtesy of the inhibitor.
Okay,
shot.
Okay. That's fair.
That
is
one
fair.
time. But it's not a product of Sway Esports.
Yes.
The players themselves haven't been able to stop him.
Well, let's see how far this is going to go, right? Because this game has been pretty slow moving for ALVA 8. They haven't been needing to do any flashy plays. All they've been doing is controlling the map, controlling the space, winning that early game, transitioning into the mid game, and now they have not lost their lead. Again, purple buff never falling into the hands of Sway Esports. It's only been given over to them 2 times, one of which was a steal.
And they had to fight tooth and nail for it.
Yep.
That one handed over to Aaron Shiki. And Gyomei has been doing a great job of preventing all these waves from getting synced up. He's going to where Jirachi is and knows that the glue can't really do much against him. Almost high end. Damage a lot. Break even coming through. This time Eliora flickering away. Break even not able to find the assassination. In fact, Roski is the one that gets caught and just completely destroyed. They have lost that front line. The Numinum Blast expended just in case. Second inhibitor in danger, but no medium wave. Gyomei will cut it and make sure that ALVA 8 doesn't crash that wave.
Yeah, he's trying to be as annoying as possible, trying to stagger these waves as much as he can, scrape up a little bit of gold. But if you notice, right, a majority of the members of ALVA 8 are extremely healthy. They're setting up for this Lord. Wait, no. Arashiki, so arrogant!
And still gets away with it.
Oh, no commitment. Unfortunately, Gyomei does not know whether the rest of the members are going to be there. And you can see it. That's why Esports are taking protocol. They're like not 100% sure that the Lord is being done right now.
And Gyomei even committed his ultimate. Still not able to finish off the Claude. Now with this second Lord, life just got infinitely harder for Sway Esports.
Yeah, ALVA 8, wow. You got to give it to them. The fakes that they've been pulling with Arashiki and as well as Vinsmoke really sell the idea that they're hiding somewhere across the top side of the map. And Sway Esports just bought into it. And now
it's the mind games, right? You see a Claw just fly in with a blazing duet.
It's like, yeah, it's like, why is he so confident? He has to have a team behind him. He'd be crazy to go in by himself.
Yeah. No marksman would do that.
no sane marksman would do that. I don't know.
You definitely learn from Force Secret. 100%.
They have each other in their direct context. Arashiki, can't wait to see him do it again. He's got the blazing duet. Let's see.
Break even has to petrify. Maybe there's a way to catch Arashiki. And Lord coming in through that bottom side. Break even still waiting. But ALVA 8, they're pretty far away. They might just get all the inhibitor turrets. Gyomei not able to stop the mid lane one. In fact, he's getting punished. So much output from ALVA 8. Gyomei forced back. All the inhibitors are down. Break even going in. The petrify completely whiffs, and he ends up losing his own life. And ALVA 8 have found 2 kills. They do lose the Xavier, but Gyomei barely making it out with his life. Jirachi just dives the fountain because why not now? Blazing Duet unleashed by Arashiki. They trade 1 for 1, but the crystal still goes down. ALVA 8 with a 2-0 victory over Sway Esports in this grudge match of all places. A dominant fashion.
Oh my goodness, what a game coming out from ALVA 8. They played such a tactically sound game. It is cold-blooded, just like their logo. Red eyes, an aura of vengeance here. Again, history continues to repeat itself. ALVA 8, 2-0 against Sway Esports.
Cleaner and more decisive than last time, and so much more so much more dominant. If you look back at the last time they faced off and you look at the results right now, I mean, ALVA 8 have improved tremendously. It felt like last time didn't even matter.
Yeah.
So Esports got completely crushed.
They did. I will say that Sway Esports, towards the end of the matchup, they definitely were starting to struggle, and the goal difference was just too much, and especially for a Kadita support where you need to snowball, just wasn't finding the kills and even messing up a couple of combos in the later stages of the game. But Aeroshiki, just so disrespectful. He understands that as long as Horoski isn't within the area, nobody else can deal with him unless they have that Petrify. Just good communication from ALVA 8, good tactical choices across the map, and Sway, they tried their very, very best to pull this back against ALVA 8, but it just was not their day.
And you know, and the most interesting part is that Sway Esports put up a better fight in Game 2, but it ended faster than Game 1. And overall, it's fair to say that for Game 2, it is jungle and gold lane gap. In ALVA 8, they were just styling on Sway Esports.
Yeah, just losing a majority of those retributions, especially with the early game comp that we saw from ALVA 8. And I think the worst part about it all is that Sway Esports is playing a composition that's very dive heavy, very snowball oriented, because a lot of their heroes start falling off in the later stages of the game or take too long to scale. For an example, Kadita as a support, without that snowball, you won't be able to start competing with people who start picking up Athena shields, for an example. Like Eliora, he's already got the Athena shield on his side. We're seeing Vinsmoke also has an Athena shield on his side as well. Sorry, it's supposed to be Jirachi, but you get what I mean.
Yes. For some reason, ALVA 8 just gets juggled around.
Look, Vinsmoke, he really wants to be an EXP laner, but no one gives him the opportunity, so he's just like, at least have my portrait as the EXP laner.
Yeah, it's fine. What matters is that they won, right?
Yeah.
They can jumble up the heroes, but as long as they won.
They're crushing it. They're crushing it. Look at it. Look at the difference. 10 purple buffs to 3. 10 purple buffs to 3. And one of those purple buffs were stolen for the side of Sway Esports, and the rest were either just given or not contested. Just such a hard game to play, especially when the early game doesn't go in your favor.
So much more brutal than Game 1. At least in Game 1, Yomei can still access the ALVA 8 jungle for that purple buff, but in Game 2, it just could not even infiltrate the ALVA 8 side of the map. Honestly, I don't even think that Sway Esports have done it, except for break even, right? But even then, he's trying to be so patient and wait for those openings, but he just couldn't find any.
I felt like Sway Esports, to a certain degree, might have started outplaying themselves, right? ALVA 8, especially with some high-level IQ plays, especially with the fakes that they were pulling off.
Oh, yes.
And it wasn't just the ones that we noticed. There was also moments where it was just cross-map, right? Cross-map potential fakes with just raw confidence. You walk in without, and knowing that your whole team has not given any information to your opponents. Man, as a laner, that would freak me out, because why is this person so confident if not for his team being nearby?
Yeah, why is this Claude showing up under our inhibitor with an ultimate? I don't know. Why is no one pushing with the Lord in the bottom lane? I don't know either. You know, Break even waited a full minute, and all he saw was the Lord.
Right? It's just well played to ALVA 8. They played a solid game here. Great choices overall. Their drafts are looking better. They've improved so much from the last time we've seen them, and they continue to get better. Aeroshiki, well done to you, but Tyan coming out as the MVP of the series, and I think well deserved. He knows how to punish purple buff using junglers.
And this is where we find out that 0.4 KD is just on Lolita.
Yep, it's just on Lolita.
He has a 10.5 KD overall, well, in this series with this 2-0, but also a very reliable frontline for the team. And at the end of the day, it's just, we came into this series with ALVA 8 as sort of the underdog, you know, with Sway Esports as the favorite to win 2-0, but ALVA 8 completely flipped the script.
They did. Great preparation overall, good team play, great decision making. They've definitely, like, if you watch their previous matchup against Sway Esports compared to now, you can definitely see big changes, right? You would have expected Sway to obviously win because they lost to one bad tactical decision, but ALVA making compounding good choices really snowballed out of control.
We came into this with the last series as a reference, you know, scrappy fights, long games, Lord coin flips. None of that happened in the series.
The most that we saw was a coin flip on the purple buff, and even then it was still in their favor. That's how brutal it was.
It was a purple buff coin flip.
Oh, man. But with that being said, that means that we only have one final matchup of today, and that's going to be A8 up against Tupai. And one of... Man, I said Tupai really weird there. Yeah. I'm just going to call myself out on that one. But I will say that one of these teams will be going home. It's going to be a do-or-die battle in the lower bracket best of 3.
A8 have warmed up, even though it was kind of a cold-blooded beatdown early on. But for Tupai Esports, at least they get to see what A8 is capable of, it can bring to the table. So both teams, having an advantage in their own sense. But in this case, I would say that A8 definitely felt more of a favorite compared to Tupai.
I know. Unfortunately, that just is going to be the case.
Oh, yes.
Not to mention that A8, they probably had a wake-up call after the cold-blooded beatdown just now.
I feel like any team that goes up against GameLab and gets crushed didn't get to warm up too much, right?
It's brutal, of course.
It is brutal.
But with that being said, the lower brackets will have to wait in a little bit. Hopefully, you stick around after these short breaks. Make sure, keep your eyes open. One of these teams are going home. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
major gear, I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end, I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Alright, it is elimination time, people. It's gonna be A8 Esports taking on Tupai Esports in this lower bracket best of 3. And we are here to be your harbinger of bad news. I'm Musky, and alongside me is Gideon.
Welcome back, everybody.
I botched that. That was so bad.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, don't worry about it. Just like a lot of these teams needing that warm-up, unfortunately, there are no more warm-ups for this best of 3. It's going to be a do or die between two teams here, Tupai and as well as A8. Only one of them will be moving on here in the lower brackets after this best of 3.
It's going to be a brutal one because A8, they got a very rude awakening call courtesy of GameLab. It was a complete spanking. I don't think A8 got to do too much. But for Tupai Esports, they got to witness the amount of beating that A8 received. Maybe that's going to help them prepare better for the series.
Hopefully so, because A8, they are definitely, if they weren't awake previously, they have to be awake now. And I think for Tupai, unfortunately for them, man, I keep saying Tupai really, really weird. Don't worry about that. I'll eventually correct it. Don't worry, chat. I'll get to that. But for the most part of them, they have been considered the weaker team amongst the rest of the series. People here in the Snapdragon series. And it's becoming a struggle and more evident that the skill level is just so different. Whether it be coming down to the macro level or even the micro level, you will see those differences. You could make the most correct decision of your life, but if you can't execute and vice versa, it never goes well.
And I think to a certain extent, when you look at the lower bracket run that they had, the teams that they fought weren't as threatening as A8 Esports, right? They had to play, they eliminated Miracle Gaming, but if you look at the grand scheme of things, it's safe to say that A8 is still the stronger team.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough here. But let's have a look at a recap just in case you guys aren't caught up to speed with what is happening with the Snapdragon Pro Series here. Because when we're looking at this match, the team losing in match number 1 will fight against Tupai Esports. In this case, it's going to be A8.
And this is going to be very, very important for Tupai Esports because they are the only Malaysian representatives left in this tournament, facing elimination and up against a team that has been performing incredibly well so far until they met GameLab. And again, when you look at your screens, you look at the series that Tupai Esports had to play is against Miracle Gaming. And the harsh reality is Miracle Gaming, when you compare them to A8, to what Tupai Esports have to play against later on, A8 is just another cut above.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to be having to look at the two players who are going to try and make a difference in this matchup. In this case, it's going to be Dodol as well, Dodol Alfonso from Tupai Esports, right? He has been consistent, and that's what we need in a mid laner. Now, the big issue is how are they going to start pairing it with the supports, with the EXP laners, to make sure that Tupai Esports are moving in tandem with each other, very coherent style, because if we're talking about A8, the way that they move across the map, again, they'll just out-mechanic you with that 1v1 and eventually just snowball off that lead.
And Tupai Esports, even though we say that they got to see a bit of what A8 is all about because of how fast A8 was beaten now, there are still a lot of info that was left as a question mark if you are on the side of Tupai Esports. And of course, we get to see this highlight moment where Lixern got that Savage. At the end of the day, we're looking at that at that mid lane matchup again. And this time is Dodo Alfonso against Richie, who has been consistent as a mid laner.
Yeah, he's been trying his absolute best, but there are times where he does utilize his ult, especially with Feather Airstrike, in a bit of an awkward position, sometimes a little too far up, sometimes a little too far back. He hasn't hit that sweet spot just yet. That's why I think A8 Esports haven't fully woken up, especially in their game against GameLab. But now, again, it is the final moment here. Losers get eliminated, and they can't afford that loss.
And they have had some time to look back at the previous series, figure out what went wrong, make some adjustments, and they definitely have a lot of intel on Tupai Esports as a whole. And hopefully that is going to help them prepare better for this elimination series, because if they can knock out the last representative of Malaysia, it's going to be a confidence boost for them moving through the entire lower bracket.
Definitely, and I think, you know, the lower brackets are only going to get tougher from here on out after this round, because again, a lot of the upper bracket, usually it has to be decided by whoever loses from the upper bracket to at least move on. So it's not the most comfortable position in the world, but I don't think it isn't a spot that they're unfamiliar with.
If you look at the team that got knocked down, aside from A8, we also have Sway Esports, who dropped 0-2 to ALVA 8 in that upper bracket, which was not really within our prediction, but that just makes the lower bracket so much more interesting.
Yep, exactly. Again, for all we know, Sway might just win it all the way through the lower bracket.
There is a chance.
Same goes for Tupai. But with that being said, just in case that you guys don't know what's going on, A8 Esports is going to be playing with Fondir, Ozil, Richie, Arfi, and as well as Kesu.
And forget about what happened in an upper bracket. It felt like A8 Esports were not able to play the game to their will. In this case, they will have a second chance to go up against Tupai Esports. If there's anything we've seen from A8 back in the earlier stage of the challenge group stage, is that they can play those long drawn out games. And if they get to that point, that's where A8 Esports would really show up.
Again, with solid foundation, really good protocols for every situation, A8 Esports just needs to maintain the tempo if they want to have any sort of advantage over Tupai Esports. It's very clear that their biggest weakness points is when they don't have that level of control or can't keep up with the tempo of their opponents. It can be extremely devastating.
And I want to add on to that point, right? Because I feel like it is something that Tupai Esports can take advantage of. They're just, as a region, Malaysia, a bit more scrappy, a bit more aggressive, love to fight, a lot more chaotic. So when we look at Tupai Esports and, you know, the entire roster where we have Letzi, Laser, Dodo, Real Mitsuno, and Jeff Hardy, you take that chaos, you throw it in the face of A8, you mess up that tempo. Maybe that is the remedy that Tupai Esports can use to overcome the enemies.
Possibly, but I don't know. Oh, with the first day of Puasa happening tomorrow, the first day of fasting for those who don't know, Tupai Esports, if they're going to give everything, now is a really good time before they don't have the energy for it tomorrow.
Yeah, very, very important. It's also allows them to breathe a sigh of relief moving into tomorrow, right? The work is not done just yet, but you definitely do not want to go into that first day of fasting with a loss.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely something that they're going to be thinking about, but they can't afford that right now. So hopefully Tupai Esports either adopt the true Malaysian meta, which is just, you know, ram into a wall as many times as you can, and eventually the wall will break, or whether or not the wall is strong enough to hold them back.
Well, we saw that wall crack. Well, we saw that wall get destroyed early on. We'll see if Tupai can bring the same, you know, amount of chaos. But for this series, we're gonna take a look, focus on the gold laners from both teams, Real Mitsuno and Arfi.
Ah, yes, Remitsu as well as Arfi. Again, very different stats all across the board, with Arfi having a majority of the stats leaning towards his side. The only big difference is the damage taken per minute, where he's definitely had more scrappier fights, more bigger team fights, and more games being played overall in comparison to a team like Tupai. And unfortunately for them, they're not even breaking up into the 700s in terms of average GPM, which is a bit concerning for a gold laner. But we do see some redeeming points, like DPM, for example, at least hitting the 3,000 mark, and overall KDA being at 5.8.
And, you know, Real Mitsuno is one of the very few gold laners that has that Brody as one of the top 3 picks overall. And, you know, I just want to throw this out there for Arfi. Damage taken per minute, 3.6k. I think a lot of that value came from GameLab.
Yep. just the entire game put into his stats.
Yeah.
It's brutal. It's really brutal, but you can definitely see that there's a couple of similarities between the two. Number one, overall playstyle. Secondly, they both play Claude as well as Melissa. The only difference is that when Arfi has nothing else and wants to go and doesn't have his Swiss Army knife in Claude, he goes for the second best thing, which is usually going to be the Beatrix. Brody is a little bit more lane focused and more importantly a huge cleanup mechanic, as Real Mitsuno is going to be that guy if he gets that lead to not only break a lane, instantly lane swap and continue to press his advantage.
And interestingly enough, even though Arfi had 2 games to pick that Claude, he never picked that hero overall, right? He went from Melissa to Beatrix as seemingly just want a way to stop a dive when Claude can also be an option. And that does back the question, what is the thought process of Arfi as a goal laner?
It's hard to say. It really is hard to say, especially after their game 1 against GameLab where he lost the lane to Melissa. So it could be one of those things where there's just a lack of information across the map, but then again, it's tough to say. Maybe there is some redemption in this upcoming game.
And speaking about redemption, Tupai Esports is also looking for redemption for them as a team, and we do have an interview with them, so do enjoy.
Hello, my name is Dodo Alfonso. I'm from Tupai Esports. I play mid lane for Tupai Esports. Malaysia boleh. Kalau boleh, kita orang nak jumpa dengan tim Tiger WONG lagi sekali. Sebab hari tu kita punya drafting agak tidak memberasakan. So, kita akan nak jumpa dengan Tiger WONG kembali. Untuk tim Tupai Esports, kita orang percaya antara satu sama lain. So, kita orang punya chemistry pun dah semakin lama makin improve. So akan datang kita akan buat terbaik lah. Kunci kejayaan kami untuk memenangi game berdepan dengan America Gaming hari tu adalah communication. Kita orang punya communication kita orang improve gila waktu tu dengan game plan kita orang. Draft kita orang semua terbaik waktu tu. Untuk game akan datang, kita orang punya confidence nak menang tu memang tinggi sebab kita orang kan baru lepas menang lawan America Gaming waktu tu. So kita orang punya motivasi kita orang sekarang dalam keadaan terbaik lah untuk menangi game akan datang.
That is exactly what you need as a team coming into an elimination series. Just raw confidence and having the faith that you will win against a team that just got brutally beaten.
Yep, especially with a lot of trust and chemistry. Apparently some good communication amongst their sides. Hopefully that's going to be enough to carry that Malaysian flag over the finish line. But I don't know, A8's still looking like tough competitors overall. It's going to be hard to deviate from my predictions here. So, well, we'll see. We'll see whether or not Tupai is able to actually clutch up.
One of the good points Dodo brought up is how they were just so much more prepared in terms of drafting, and drafting was a big part of how AA got crushed in that earlier series. Maybe I want to see how Tupai Esports has prepared their draft for this series overall.
What about you guys at home? Are you guys prepared for the upcoming drafts? Are you prepared to support your favorite teams here? Don't forget that you can actually start voting for your favorite teams on the Twitch chat in our live. So go check that out. Depending on which platform you are on, you can always just switch back to Twitch and quickly put that prediction in before coming back and checking out on whatever streaming platform you're on.
Yeah, if you're unsure of what team you want to vote for, well, don't worry. We also have our own prediction, and judging by last series, you don't have to necessarily trust our prediction.
Nope, not at all.
But we think that A8 is going to win this 2-0.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to say because Tupai, the overall performances haven't been as pleasing as we would like to see it throughout their journey throughout challengers and their journey to get to this point, especially in the lower brackets. It's unideal, right? And I think A8 has shown more, historically, have shown more, what's the word for it? More, I wouldn't say dominance per se. Consistency, yeah, that's the word.
And you look at the games that Tupai Esports has played. We throw back, I believe they played Tiger WONG and they got crushed, and then they barely beat Miracle Gaming. But Miracle Gaming isn't a true indicator of strength of Tupai Esports as a team. But the one thing that I'm sure is a good indicator of strength and power is one of our sponsors, Samsung Galaxy, having the latest product, the S23 Ultra. And with Ultra in the name, you know that it's going to be good. Good power, good performance when it comes to gaming, when it comes to taking photos, when it comes to being the most efficient phone. This is the product you want to go for.
Don't forget, share that epic, level up with everybody else as well. Now, I'm excited for these games to actually start here for this upcoming draft because, again, I don't know whether A8 is going to adjust based on what they want to do, or whether Tupai actually has a really good draft prepared specifically for this matchup.
And that is going to be the key point going into game number 1. But these teams will have a little bit more time to prepare for this inevitable elimination series, where we go for a short break and we'll come back to kickstart this best of 3.
About this, but Crevo, he goes for the flicker, he pulls CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back, and that's going to be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daiso is kiting the land slot as long as he can, and Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this land slot. The immortality comes in, the Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive, and Ray! Esports, PBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike during the August, going for a Numenon blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for Calamity, going for the pull. They might touch and cancel your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Offer trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see Eugene Checo, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esports, they somehow manages to defend. To extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now LaFlame goes in for the jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. LaFlame extends with the flicker, but the jungler still stands. Rookie is on Trauma now, exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Well, Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next board. It will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Offer gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Offer doesn't have the money and the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Blood on side gets assassinated.
Chocolate flavored poop. Both, because they are both poop.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one.
Poop flavored chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate. I don't know how that works.
Look, we're not talking about the hypotheticals here. We're looking at the facts. At the end of the day, they're both still poop. But Tupai Esports up against A8 Esports in the lower bracket, round 2, match number 4. This best of 3 is going to determine which team is going to be moving forward and the other being eliminated.
And the final goal is to make it to next week, where it will be the challenge finals, but only 4 teams can secure that slot. For these guys in the lower bracket, the journey has just begun.
It's going to be a really tough journey as well as we see the tournament continue to move on within this week. It's going to limit the number of slots and shorten the odds of some of these teams, but hopefully they continue to improve. And so far, based on what we've been seeing from either side, whether it be A8 or whether it be Tupai, whether it be Tiger Wong, it depends on which of these teams, they continuously get better, all thanks to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, so they have had ample time to really brush up the draft, and obviously today's latest patch being the X Factor, but overall, Tupai Esports and A8, both of them were teams that qualified from the region qualifiers, so there's so much more time for them to do preparations and kind of do kind of theorize how to approach this game. But I think that for Tupai Esports, there's a good chance that they have already prepared for A8, knowing that A8 had to go up against GameLab early on.
Well, honestly, I can't wait to find out when we get into the draft, but hopefully, you know, these teams are really, they don't have a lot of time to actually adapt, and more importantly, to innovate in this new meta with so many changes in the patch notes alone. Like, it's going to be hard to keep up with everything going on, especially since we're moving at such a fast pace here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, we've seen two sides of the coin, especially for Fredrin. We saw A8 basically completely crushed using Fredrin, but we also saw how ALVA 8 find success with that Fredrin. I think it will still end up being a very important pick, at least for today and tomorrow. Tupai Esports this time on that blue side, getting that first pick.
Alright, so first pick is already going to be a slight advantage for blue side, but I think more importantly is how you set it up. In terms of what the meta is right now, it's very, very flexible. It usually starts with 1 or 2 openers. However, it depends on the flavor of the day. Some teams feel like, you know, Kaja should be the way to go. Other teams prefer letting the Joy through and going for that first pick, but at the end of the day, some meta picks are just better than others.
Esports, they have been banning out, I believe, the Joy. They've been banning the Kadita, which has been a big focus. Well, actually, Kadita was banned once by A8 and I believe once by GameLab. Tupai Esports will take the liberty of taking out the Kaja.
Alright. So now that Kaja has gone to Esports, don't have to worry about it too much. I'm curious to see whether they still are going to prioritize the Fredrin. Then again, Tupai Esports, we have seen them actually played it a couple of times. More importantly, their assassins have also come to light as well. So AA Esports probably have their numbers down in the stats. Fanny gets banned out. Okay, let's see Tupai. Where are they leading towards to? Maybe we can get some kind of idea of what kind of draft they want.
Especially having that first pick, you have a lot more freedom in terms of banning, right? Because you always get that priority overall. I think the burden now lies with AA Esports. I personally believe that Fredrin will still end up going through. It's more of whether Tupai Esports wants to go for that first pick.
For sure. Usually when we see people draft, I would expect the first 2 bans to be very meta picks. The third ban is where it gets a little bit interesting, right? Where we see a little bit of nuance in these teams wanting to have a slight advantage for maybe a team fight composition, a slight advantage, and maybe a particular interaction for one of the lanes. And that's what I'm trying to get from Tupai Esports here. Now that their timer is already done, we should technically be seeing a ban coming up real soon here, but A8 Esports, they haven't really shown their cards yet either.
Faramis has been a big focus for a lot of these teams.
Huge, in fact, yeah.
Either picked or banned, and most of the time is banned on that red side. So I think Tupai Esports mostly will be focusing on, I think, someone like a Glue. We've seen the Kadita getting banned in that first phase. Rarely we see like assassins, I think.
I don't know, man.
I'm personally to get the Glue ban.
Yeah, I think Glue is way too safe. I feel like he's way too safe, and yes, he does provide a good amount of zoning, but I think at the end of the day, it's all about, like, it's about priority, right? A lot of these games so far here in the Snapdragon series, we've caught up a little bit. Arlot gets banned out for the side of Tupai Esports, so again, they want to make sure that the EXP isn't really enabled here for the side of AA Esports, especially for someone like Fondir, who's had incredible performances on the Arlot.
So Valentina gets banned by A8, which means that Faramis also gets let through, but I feel like Faramis as a first... Well, on blue side, Faramis is probably the pick that you go for lesser.
Okay. I feel like here's where you pick up Fredrin, because Fredrin
right?
or like your jungler. Okay, Martis, that's totally fine with me. So now AA Esports, if they decide to be like, okay, we could technically let Faramis through, whoever gets Faramis, the opposing side would get an artillery mage almost straight away. Because Valentina is gone, so it's not like you can mirror your opponent anymore.
Yeah, it's that makes the Farsa so much more desirable for AA, right? But even then, I think Tupai Esports already have a decent way getting through the Farsa. In the Martis is one. We've seen examples how Grot was picked up, Ling to dive the backline. So far, today at least, Farsa has been really suffering in that win rate.
That's the thing. Most people think that Farsa is like, wow, so much damage, a lot of inbuilt damage, therefore I scale faster, therefore I'm going to be the big boy. You're not that guy, especially when you start thinking about the relationships between the EXP and as well as, you know, the Roam support. That's where it gets a little bit difficult. And now we're seeing AA Esports. I'm expecting this Cho to go into the EXP lane.
They've done this before.
it's stressing me out, but I like the double flex pick coming out from AA Esports.
I definitely do prefer the Fredrin. I'm with you. I prefer the Fredrin in the jungle. We saw how Ozu played that Cho jungle, but without that flicker, it just makes life so much tougher for AA. It takes away that agency that you are looking for, right? And that means that Farmers goes over to Tupai Esports. Now they have a front line that can really run into AA.
Well, let's see. Tupai Esports might shake things up. If they lock in an artillery mage on top of the Farmers, it forces AA to be like, I guess I have to show my mage. I guess I have to show something, because I don't think they're going to show who their EXP laner is or support just yet. But instead, Tupai Esports take a different angle here, which I kind of like, where they lean more towards glue because they know they can naturally get an advantage.
And that kind of tells us what Tupai Esports wants to accomplish, right? Already have a very robust front line that wants to get in the face of AA Esports. And even for Tupai Esports themselves, throughout the entirety of the league, they have been just running team fight comps. They like to get down and dirty. And it's something that AA Esports are glad to receive with their opening picks.
Yeah, and I think, Alright, the fact that Tupai Esports specifically went for the glue here, they've shown their EXP. The only things that they haven't really shown is who's their roamer and who's their gold laner. Wild guess, but Tupai Esports is probably leaning more towards what exactly, what's a good matchup for real Mitsuno. And I think, I mean, they could ban out the Swiss Army knives on purpose to force them into a good matchup. Like, force A8 to be early locking in Brody, early locking in these lane bullies. Melissa probably coming in from RV.
Is there still a chance that this Faramis goes into the roam?
There is still a possibility, but it really depends on what these upcoming bans from A8 Esports is going to be, right? Is it going to be more teamfight oriented? Is it going to be how impactful is... Yeah, there we go. Gold lane bans. All right. A8 as well as, I'm assuming Tupai Esports are kind of on the same page.
And A8 gets to call first dib on that second pick phase also. So if they want to show the gold laner afterwards, I think they are completely fine with doing so. You're taking away all these pick options. We have Melissa, Brody, Carry left in the pool. And I think Brody is probably going to be the X factor. Because Tupai Esports, they do play the Brody.
Probably, it probably will be, but again, just quite a tanky front line. For the side of A8 Esports here, and I think Tupai have recognized that. The question is, how do they disengage from the composition of A8 Esports? I feel like if they lose out on Lolita, it could be a pretty tough game.
I think so too. I'm looking at the Kadita still being an option for both teams. Melissa getting banned out by Tupai Esports, so we're going down that gold laner list.
Now the question is, does A8 double down on their plan? They're like, okay, let's just get rid of another marksman, right? Who else could we really get rid of? We could probably get rid of the carry early on because our tank up is going to be pretty tanky overall. And hopefully they don't fall into the trap of, hey, let's lock in the carry. I see the glue. We could probably get rid of it. I see the Martis. We could probably also get rid of it because then it's going to be an almost guaranteed losing matchup. But I want to see A8 Esports ban out the Brody right here.
Take away what the Tupai Esports are comfortable with, I guess. But does the Brody bring enough for Tupai in the early game?
For Tupai at the very least, they get rid of Moskov instead. Okay, for Tupai at the very least, if they lock in the Brody, what they do guarantee is a winning lane matchup. And that says a lot because, again, you can force priority, you can control the lane, you can basically starve out the laner before they even get to play the game. And I think with Brody, who is a one-item marksman, in comparison to Carry, which is a 3-item marksman, it does take a little bit of time.
Tupai Esports having that last ban, I think that they will also double down on that gold laner. So, thinning out the hero pool. Honestly, not much left.
Yeah, really isn't much left
Carry,
here.
Brody, what else do we have?
I think there's no point touching the marksmen at this point, right? If there's anything else they should really consider, it's probably how A8 Esports is going to disengage from these fights. I would also make an argument for like maybe to limit down on the number of supports that they could possibly pick, but instead they're the ones who ban out the Brody. So unless Tupai Esports are confident in one of their picks, in one of their like off-meta marksman picks, I'm curious to see it, because A8, I'm guessing carry here. If not, like, where are we going to go with this, right? Are they going to go with potentially mages in the gold lane as well? We haven't seen that in a while. Harith, Lunox?
That kind of could be where we funnel towards, honestly. I think the main concern you mentioned earlier on about having Brody for Tupai Esports is that the lane is won by default. But now with Brody out of the way, A Esports, they're just going to pick up the carry, lesser things to worry about in lane. At least you guarantee that this carry won't get hard bullied by her lane matchup.
I mean, if they lock in Harith, she's gonna get bullied really hard. Lunox even I would also make an argument for it, and I think that would force Arfi to actually pick up the Inspire instead of something like a Purify like we saw previously, to at least give him a leg up in lane. But we'll see here. Tupai Esports looking to finish off their composition. Is there anything else they can really flex around? I personally don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Oh, this could be tough. This could be, unless they throw glue as a support. Nope, never mind.
Oh, yeah, there it is. We still have the Beatrix for Tupai. So I guess that's one of the remaining gold laners on that list.
I suppose, but usually when you see Beatrix, you need an enabler, right? You need somebody who kind of sets it up for you. You can't expect someone like Martis to like push people back into your Bennett's rage. You can't expect, Farmis to consistently pull people back from Nibiru's passion. So I think with the Kadita, there is some form of setup. Esports, they're probably going to recognize this. How are they going to handle it though? Lancelot.
It's not that easy to catch.
Okay.
A lot of iframes, right, for A8. Kadita doesn't really catch Lancelot easily overall. Is this a XP lane to Lancelot?
Fondir! This guy!
By the way,
this guy!
This is the guy that played Yin.
Like, if they just locked in Yin, I would have been fine with that as well. Like, at least there is some logic in taking away the call Altar. But to have Fondir in the EXP lane like this, oh, you gotta give this man props. He's got some confidence.
Elimination series of all places, right? He is whipping out an XP Lancelot. I want to pick your brain quickly. What does this Lancelot accomplish? Like, how does he do into the glue?
I don't know. I've never seen Lancelot actually go up against the glue. My wild guess is that he's going to push the lane real fast and get out of there like a Benedetta. Like that's all I can really think of, because I don't think he wins the 1v1 against glue. Actually, thinking about it, yep, doesn't win that, or shouldn't win that.
Benedetta would have made so much more. Okay. Ozu is the Lancelot. So you can breathe a sigh of relief. So we get Fondir on the Fredrin.
I'm sad. Fondir didn't have as much confidence as I thought he had.
One thing we can be sure is that they are not really affected by GameLab.
That's for sure. They're definitely still having a good time overall, but I think it's going to be really important that these gold lanes are highly... I mean, look at that. Look at the early rotations coming out of this guy. Again, they're trying to punish real Mitsuo, as you saw in his stats. He is going to be the carry for Tupai Esports, so hopefully he gets the farm that he desires.
We've seen what the Martyrs can do, in the jungle against these kind of assassin junglers. Tupai Esports, I'm looking for them to replicate that same success. In this case, I did mention that maybe the Kadita is a decent pick for Tupai. I'm glad to see Jeff Hardy on this pick overall. You do have that lockdown. They do make their way towards the top besides seeing Ozu, who's going to hit level 4. So I don't think Tupai Esports wants to be around Dodo. With the Shadow Stampede, not able to pull RV back, but I don't think this is a fight that they want to take.
I'm not so sure what exactly Tupai Esports was trying to accomplish there. I don't think they had much of a plan. I guess they didn't know where exactly Ozil started and expected him to start on the orange side of his own jungle, but instead, now that they recognize this, you can see that Martis straight away walks into the enemy side, sees the Yve, and now he has to think twice. Do I actually want to take this camp? And if so, who's available to respond? They see the Lancelot in the mid lane, so now I think he should be able to take this no problem.
And they also has Kesu with him as well. Jeff Hardy still at level 3. Kesu is gonna hit his way of the dragon very soon. Bottom side, bit of a fight. Jace does find Ozu, but Ozu should be able to dash out of it. They have no way to lock him down, honestly, unless Dodo gets that Shadow Stampede connection. Even then, we are seeing kind of the durability of AA Esports. Fondir forced to flicker away. Dodo can't catch up.
Okay, now the rest of the team is going to try and get in there. Real world manipulation comes on through. They immediately find first blood onto Lancelot. His backline is getting attacked. Jesus tries his best, but Jace does not care. Fondir lives, but not long enough to kill Alfonso. As we see Richie, he's trying to run away. He gets pulled away by the Slam for now. No way. Letizi still alive. Breath of the Ocean to bail him out. Kesu isn't done with it. Third hit of G Kundo is more than enough.
Oh, 3-0 for Tupai Esports. We were just questioning kind of the motives right, of Tupai Esports, but they won the turtle fight. They got the turtle. They got 3 kills. And RP is behind in XP despite the early pressure from AA.
I don't know. It's rather interesting overall, right? Like, I would have expected Letizi to not be so disrespectful. He did not need to necessarily chase for that kill, but he did anyways. And now you can see that Martis, he wants it bad.
Yeah, Richie, he is in a rough spot. They were able to get rid of Jace, and Richie survives. Tupai Esports fighting off a bit more than they can do. Dodo also sacrificed to the Wolves. RP picks up that kill. And this is good recovery for A8.
False sense of confidence onto Jace. Hard to say, but he definitely shouldn't have pushed up that far. You can definitely see the bloodlust in his eyes. Like, he knew that he was within range to actually get the Decimate off. Just couldn't seal the deal, close the lid on that story. But Jeff Hardy, Kesu.
Yeah, not gonna even try.
Oh, it would have been good. At least chunk him out, I suppose. But Kesu zones him out, and this means that Jeff Hardy is really out, has to walk through into the lane if he wants to make sure that Real Mitsuo is going to be alive in case A8 Esports tries to at least go for a dive. Here's the reinforcements.
Charging out the Jikundo, goes straight for Jace, pushes him back, and with RP around here, just going to shred through his health bar. The Cow Alta keeping Jace alive, although going in for the knockout, finds the kill, and Kesu shunbolt away, gets dragged back by Dodo. So at least Tupai Esports, they trade 1-4-1.
Yeah, but Jeff Hardy, he's in a really unconventional position. Arfi, he might not know.
And Arfi dashes away, just getting the timing right. Ozu is the one that's going to be put on the chopping block. Real manipulation. Ozu with the iframes, dodges everything. Letizi moves on forward. Arfi flickers to safety. Letizi really wants that kill, but Kesu comes in and kicks him away. Real Mitsuna, how do you miss a point-blank shot? And then he's going to get punished with death. Finds Arfi, but AA finds 4 kills in return.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is what happens. You know, I have a big issue with team members just not taking the kill when... like, I get you want to funnel your carries here, but there are some situations where you just gotta finish it off. I don't know. It could be one of those situations where Dodo wasn't in range or just waiting for a cooldown. Hard to say.
Another fight. Fondia and Kesu doing a great job of keeping Tupai Esports away. Fondia should have enough durability to take a bullet from afar. But Tupai Esports, they don't have damage. Dodo will try to pull him back, but Fondia gladly takes it. And Dodo now forced to pop the Cold Altar. Kesu is there. Fondia gets dragged by Letizi. And Real Mitsuno comes in for the pickup, finding a double kill.
Yep, and this is what we expect. Tupai Esports, they know they can get into these fights. They know that there's a lot of protocols in A8 Esports' overall game plans. And Jeff Hardy is just being really annoying right now. Tickling Kesu with auto attacks.
Finally buy a bit of space for Real Mitsuno. Also, chunk down that tier 1 Kesu. Dangerously low, Dodo gets kicked away. But Tupai Esports, they grab a tier 1. At least a trade. It's A, they did get the bottom one.
Yeah, Arfi was able to get that all by himself, but Mitsuo currently 4-1. He's already got the Blade of Despair into the Swift Boots with a Fury Hammer by his side in comparison to a Corrosion Sight. And that's about it. No golden staff just yet coming out from Arfi.
It's a minor goal lead for A Esports. Less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000, but still, it makes the difference here, right?
Yes.
It really does make the difference at the end of the day. Now, 2 items fully complete for the side of Arfi. It's still going to be a little tough here because Blade of Despair is a high-value item which gives a lot of base damage. Oh, Fond here.
Looking for Dodo, gets a taunt, clips him on the edge. Kesu is also there with them. They do get the burst onto Richie, forcing the flicker, going straight for the Eve. The ultimate getting cancelled. No real manipulation, but Kesu finds the kick, gets rid of Jace. Arfi shows up, Dodo in danger. Arfi just gonna flicker forward for this kill. Letizi couldn't save him. And Ozu just easily sidestepped that bullet. AA getting the better end of the trade.
Yep, he's gonna take the Thorn Rose here, but I don't think it matters at the end of the day. Is there a setup that can be done? Jeff Hardy is taking the left side of the map, but he should be taking the right, especially since Turtle is spawning up. But what do they do now, right? They have to make a decision. Do they go back to the lane? And yes, it means that they are going to be giving up on this for now with Latizi as well as Dodol trying to, buy some time in hopes that Marches gets here.
The blue is going to try, but no one is there to contest that retribution. Jeff Hardy straight towards Richie, decides to not commit. Now Kesu is going to find him. They will keep him controlled. The Thorn Rose almost finishing off Jeff Hardy. Kesu able to get away. Fondia getting a big taunt. No follow-up just yet. Re-engage from Ozu straight into the back line. Dodo completely deleted. Jeff Hardy gets out, but his teammate will be hung to dry. Latizi still healthy again, taunted by Fondia. Jace re-engages. Where's the damage from Tupai Esports? Jace doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone under control, buying enough time for Beatrix to show up. Real Mitsuno pumping out his own damage. Ozu getting clipped at the very edge. Still gets away. Jace, can you find his final kill?
Okay.
Still has to decimate with him. And AA Esports doesn't win that fight.
Yep, they don't win that fight, but they even out the kill score. But more importantly, A8 Esports are focused on the objectives. They're 1 turret up, 2 turtles on their side compared to 1 turret and 1 turtle for the side of Tupai Esports. But look at that score, 11-11 with a slight 1.4k gold lead on the side of A8 Esports.
And the DHS for Arfi done. Rumisuno just got the Malefic Roar as well. All things considered, it's a great game for the Beatrix. 5-1-1, 2 core items, ready to join the fight.
Yeah, but what sacrifice here? Like Richie, he may be 1-2-9 in comparison to Alfonso, who is 0-4-6, right? If we're talking about gold, Richie eventually is going to scale, and I don't know, Dodol, hopefully he's got what it takes to actually get the items that he needs, and in this case, it's going to be a Clock of Destinies and a Lightning Truncheon.
There it is, Jace, kick back again. Call Ulta used very early on. Now real one manipulation into the face of everyone. TC just trying to buy some time for his team, but he is also dropping low. Jeff Hardy accesses the back line, but ends up getting picked off instead. And RP, he now has free reign. Tupai Esports losing their Kadita. Mid-tier 1 getting pressured. Also going straight for the kill. Finds it.
Ooh, nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be Ozu picking up a killing spree.
Yeah, again, some just weird, I understand that Tupai is looking to get certain things back, but they have to recognize that A8 Esports is playing very objective-based, right? Understand that whenever an objective timer is coming up, keep in mind that A8 Esports probably have already thought about, no, that steal isn't going to happen there. I'm sorry, Real Mitsuo, it's not going to happen like that.
Definitely not in that fashion. Not against A8 at least.
Yeah, not against A8, but also he's been playing a very solid game on Lancelot. His mechanics are extremely sharp.
Yeah, finally able to play the game. If you get to play the game, it makes a lot of difference.
Look, he got access to Lancelot, and he is not a purple buff jungler dependent sort of person. I mean, it's important to have, but it's not the end of the world if you don't have it.
Jeff Hardy with a lot of patience, but you have Kesu there to intercept this Kadita. Overall, AA Esports, they have all the bases covered. Looking for the glue. Jeff Hardy is going to show up right now, going straight for RP with a Petrify. Double knockout. That is the setup that Tupai Esports have been looking for. 2 quick kills in on mid lane.
Yep. Now they have to split up their forces to take care of these Lord Empowered minions. They lose a tier 2 for this, and Martis should be able to clear up that top side. Mid tier 1 being held down by the mid, as well as supported. Wait, potential play be coming out here.
Kesu.
Does he do it? No, he
doesn't commit. And with Jay showing up and also being dead. Ooh, what a dodge.
What a dodge. Good call coming in from Tupai. Going up to the top side and saying, you know what? There's nothing we can do. They're setting up for a potential kill. We might as well let the tier 2 fall on top side rather than losing a tier 1 mid. That's just the differential of tower value.
All things considered, the fact that Tupai Esports have been able to hold on to this mid tier 1 for so long and kept it so healthy. And they did lose a team fight early on as well.
Yep. They just want to make sure that those, the kill score, it's not about the gold, it's about the kill score here, okay? It's all about getting that mad respect.
Keeping that turret alive for all things. You should see how far Jeff Hardy is. He is on the hunt.
He is on the hunt. Man, he is looking for angles. He's playing like a Natalia, which is really weird to see on a Kadita, but if somebody falls into that trap, it's basically over with nobody else to actually open up the map. Well, it's easy. He's got to be careful.
Also coming to potentially claim this purple buff for his own, but unfortunately cannot find it. He's just doing a fantastic job of being that front line alongside Jace. They have so much interruption onto A8 Esports. One of the few things that the Frederick hates is all these displacements.
Okay, I mean the displacement is annoying, but I think more importantly is whether or not you can dodge the right abilities. Oh no.
He just lost the glue.
He did not want it. He wasn't ready, and I don't think they communicated very well where Kesu was. And he doesn't. He's not a threat. He doesn't have the way of the dragon. He's not going to do anything.
But it's very important for AA to find out where the Kadita is also. You know.
But then again, I don't think Kadita is in positions which really threaten them, right? I think AA Esports recognize that Kadita is somewhere around the map. Where exactly she is, they have no idea. But as long as they stick relatively close together, they can actually find some stragglers rotating into her.
Second Lord on the board. AA slowly whittling it down, and look at where Kesu is. Oh, big angle, Jace. That is the target they were looking for. Kick into a weird angle. Call also comes out from Dodo, but actually doesn't protect Jace yet. Rumisuno pushing Kesu back. Huge damage from the Beatrix. Fondia unleashing that. Oh, just massive heal. The TC now shows up, but Ozzy is in the back line. Got rid of the Farmist. AA Esports finding assassinations, and Tupai, they can't really do much. And Jeff Hardy, he has been spotted right into the ton of Fondia. They funnel him into a trap. And AA just found crucial kills. Ozil can do whatever he pleases. Real Mitsuno is next on the chopping block, and AA just pushing Tupai Esports back. But it's not over yet. DZ forced a flicker. Ozil looking for him alongside Fondia. They get the knockup. Taunt is there. DZ dropping low, and Ozil is unstoppable. Now Mitsuno not really threatened. Finally, Jace gets an exchange. Fondia going down, but A8 is just there to buy time. That Lord is most likely going to be there. Tupai Esports cannot reach in time.
Oh, that's so unfortunate there. Oh man, Jace, he could have just tried to book it, but he didn't have retribution, so they already called it off. They knew they were not going to get the Lord this time around, but they were able to actually get a number of kills back, just not enough to even out that gold lead that A8 Esports is making. But not that it matters, right? 3k gold lead means they hit their item power spikes faster, only by very marginal amounts, right? Because in about 2 minutes or so, I would argue 3 minutes, it's not going to matter.
A8 sending a squad into to the top side. Will we expected scrappy fights from Tupai Esports? Right? It's been chaotic so far. All these drawn-out skirmishes. And even through that, Ozil has been able to find very crucial kills in that backline. So this Lancelot continues to be a thorn in the side for Tupai.
Yeah, A8 definitely have the mechanics to make this happen, and now the mid-tier 1 should be falling, but they should be able to hold on to the mid-tier 2. Jace is going to handle top side, but here's the thing, right? Real Mitsuo, as much gold as he has, as much as he is trying to do, he's going to need his team to peel for him. If he gets chunked down low, Ozil will chase him down to the end of the earth just to secure the kill.
So far throughout this game, we've been seeing Dodo having to use that ultimate to protect his team very preemptively. With just aggressive AA has been Jeff Hardy, kick into the wall, pinned down, and vaporizes. Arfi takes care of that. AA Esports have found slide opening on that mid side. Arfi gets pulled back, forced to flicker to safety. Fondia comes in with a taunt, but Tupai Esports hold this turret. Ozu though, not gonna wait, dodges the root again. Just mechanical prowess from this Lancelot. He is so good with those iframes, and Latizi is the one that's forced back.
Oh, played really well by Ozil. That could have been a really big punish for the side of Tupai Esports had they picked him off. And they also get the last outer turret here. Only inhibitors still stand with 60 seconds on the clock here. Ideally for A8, they should have ended this sooner, but Tupai have been fighting back tooth and nail to ensure that the gold lead isn't too far. And now when we pull up the items, we are seeing very large differences between the two when it comes down to the supports, but that's because the items for Kadita are way more expensive compared to traditional tank items.
And AA Esports have been doing a good job in keeping Jeff Hardy away from their carries. Early on, Jeff Hardy was able to get the 1 or 2 kills, but right now he can't reach Richie, can't reach Arfi, and it was AA Esports, but for most of the times that has been finding those engages, isolating those front lines from Tupai.
17 minutes into the game so far. It looks like nothing is out of the ordinary. None of the crazy new items have been utilized as of yet. No.
Party forced to use that ultimate just to get away.
No, but Jace.
Ozu is going to show up. Jace spotted already. Richie taking a heap of damage from Real Mitsuno, but they might end up losing Latizi though. He's isolated. Oh, using the split, trying to get away. Ozu can't find a kill. But with the front line from Tupai Esports already forced back, AA Esports have found an indirect lead, and now they get the taunt from Fondia. They take care of Jeff Hardy and RP. He's just gonna go to work. Jace expends the immortality, but comes back, getting assassinated by RP again. Fondia with the flicker into a taunt, finds the shutdown onto the Beatrix, and AA Esports have found a massive team fight.
Yep, a huge hole, and they have a mid-pushing wave. Farmers can't be the only one here as they hold Lethisi hostage for as long as possible. He takes a while to go down, but Ozil is going to secure it, and now these inhibitors should start falling, and that should also be Crystal, unless...
There's the flicker, no kick just yet. Kisu is going to give up his life for this, but Dodo Alfonso all alone in front of his dying Crystal and just has not enough to protect that. AA Esports finds a very scrappy game 1 win.
Woo, boy, Tupai tried to get under the skins of A8, but A8 hold on courageously, out-mechanicking their opponents here in game number 1.
They have been there before. GameLab showed them the taste of chaos, and A8 have acclimated to that. It's a very, very... It wasn't the cleanest victory, but AA definitely was able to show their chops in this game 1.
Yeah, and especially with the protocols that they have against Tupai, that early game was a little chaotic, a back and forth, but eventually A8 were able to maintain the lead. And I don't know, I feel like Tupai Esports, especially with the Kadita pick for Jeff Hardy, he is struggling a little bit to communicate with the rest of the team and kind of predict where it's going to be, because he doesn't have any information to work with. Not only that, his reads have been wrong on what A8 Esports is prioritizing.
Yeah, he has not been able to find those isolated kills. He hasn't been able to really support his team the way he wanted as a Kadita. You see, in a lot of these engages, he was just really trying to get to that back line, but Vichy has a flicker, Arfi always has a flicker ready to deal with this Kadita, and Tupai Esports just were out of their depth in this game 1.
Yeah, they really were, and I think unfortunately for them, as much as Real Mitsuo wants to be able to hard carry this game, it's kind of difficult on the Beatrix, especially with how tanky the composition from AA Esports is, and on top of the fact that just the raw damage coming out from Ozil in this game, he came out pretty huge. Like, he's playing tank a lot this time around, not the raw full damage like he was previously, but oof, Tupai, I mean, they have to reconsider, go back to the drawing board here. How do they actually want to handle the late game? Because it feels like AA, they've got the late game on lock.
And at the same time, there was no one stopping Arfi. This carry was completely unleashed in this game number 1. And you can see how fast AA Esports just shred through the front lines of Tupai Esports.
Yeah, they shred so quickly, especially with the true damage based off of their max health. It's tough, especially for Lethisi, who's like in the front line, and it gives Ozil a chance to sunder his armor, and then Kesu using the Way of the Dragon on a glue, which is unideal, but in this case helps a lot.
Yeah, they have so much damage from A8 that whoever gets kicked back by Kesu will instantly just perish, right? And then we saw that kept forcing Dodo to reactively use his ultimate to keep his team alive, and it's just not ideal for Tupai Esports. They want to be able to hold on to the Cult Altar for longer, but they just couldn't afford to do so.
I think a lot of it comes down to just, well, I don't want to say resource management similarly to game, our very first series of the day. I do want to say that Tupai Esports, they like to get into these fights, right? But the question is, when and where do you fight? I think that's something that Tupai Esports really needs to consider for these upcoming matches, because half the time, oh, let's fight, but they get caught in this choke point where Richie is getting max value out of his real-world manipulation.
And it's also, when do you pull the brakes? But I feel like Tupai Esports at a certain point just felt like they had no choice but to engage A8, not willing to give up some of those space, and A8 just continue pushing that button, forcing Tupai Esports to be in positions that they don't want to be in.
Yeah, and I think that's something that A8 has over Tupai, and you can tell by just the hero damage alone, right? There's a whopping 100,000 differential. Well, I mean, I'm rounding it up just to make it seem bigger than it actually is, but still, it's pretty tough. Like, Richie is able to get away with so much in this game, and it feels like whoever gets caught in the box essentially is handed over to die.
And there was no one from Tupai Esports, I believe, that was able to punish Arfi overall. He was able to get a free lane, and when we were looking at AA Esports kind of sieging turrets, Arfi was just on his own, getting goal. But in this game, you have to really give it to Richie for the kills, not much, but the assist that he has on this Eve and the amount of times he survived those one-shot attempts from Jeff Hardy, that was enough to keep AA in the game.
I mean, look at his total damage. 104,915. That's 1/3 of the total team damage that was pumped out. Richie, I'm telling you, as soon as Tupai try to make a move, they say, okay, let's maybe pull the gun here. Instantly, you see the real-world manipulation come down onto the Land of Dawn. And unfortunately for Tupai, thinking about disengaging isn't a possibility anymore as soon as Richie got access to the Ice Queen's wand.
And at the same time, you also have Fondia to deal with. You have a Fredrin and a Cho on your tail. It's once you commit, you have to fully commit. And that is why we saw Jace really trying hard to disengage, help his team shove it away on this Martis, but someone has to be sacrificed. Unfortunately, ended up being the entirety of Tupai.
Yeah, I think, especially for Tupai, they have to reconsider what they want, right? If they're going to play something along the line, if they're going to play something along the lines of Kadita, maybe consider Natalia instead, something less mechanically intensive, but still gets the exact same job, if not more, with the help of her passive to gather information for the rest of the team.
And you can even kind of go down a different route where you have the glue, right? It was led through the entirety of game number 1. But of course, series not over just yet. And if you wonder, how did Ozil demonstrate such mechanical prowess on the Lancelot? Well, that's because he has that Snapdragon chipset inside of his phone, and that also is one of our partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters.
Yep, Ozil has been crushing it so far, just like how Snapdragon's Elite Gaming is top of the line in the market so far. And when we're talking about when winning matters, they'll give you the competitive advantage that you've been looking for. Similarly, we've also mentioned this before, but the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, I'm trying to get that right off the top of my head so I can go purchase one right after this. You can share the Epic and level up your own gameplay.
But if you want the full package of top-notch high-level gameplay, you also need to get yourself a Monster Energy drink. You have the best phone with the best chipset. Now you need the best energy booster for yourself, unleashing the beast within you. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yep, and once you want to finally calm it down, go check out Kashi Shop, where you have some of the best deals already available to you in case you want to go and top up your game, or maybe look for some discounts on the diamonds in MLBB.
Yeah, we just give you the full package, right? Best phone, best chipset, best performance, best energy drink, and best value in terms of getting your in-game diamonds. Just everything. Number 1.
Yep, number 1. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors, making the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL so wonderful. Now, back to talking shop here. Game number 2 between these two teams. A8 currently 1 point, match point against Tupai, who might get eliminated if they lose this next round.
The stakes are higher than ever for Tupai Esports. The last vestige of the Malaysian representative. Basically, they had to knock out their own brethren, which was Miracle Gaming, and now they are the ones who are on their last hope.
Unfortunate indeed, but necessary in this competitive landscape. I do think Tupai, they've got the right idea. The question is the small nuances of the composition. It felt like they had a really solid game plan of, hey, let's get messy, let's make sure that they don't feel balanced. They don't feel like they're on their feet all the time. Sometimes they get knocked down, sometimes they fall off, sometimes, more importantly, they lose tempo, which is something that A8 really struggled with against GameLab and other teams who have taken games off of them before.
And to a certain extent, it did feel like Tupai Esports was trying to continue playing that chaotic style to throw A8 Esports off their game. They just had a draft that was so much more prepared. Tupai Esports didn't really have enough damage from early to mid, and A8 took advantage of that.
Well, I personally think that Tupai Esports, what they were lacking was wasn't damage in the draft. I personally think that they were lacking just the decision to not only pump the brakes, but also to press an advantage, right? How far do you press an advantage, and what do you need to achieve? Whether it be EXP, gold, or positioning, I think that's something for Tupai Esports to consider in the future.
I do agree. We saw a bit of hesitation, right? Whenever they want to pull the brakes, they get isolated and they felt like they needed to commit. It's just this tug of war where for them it's damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yep, and that's where A8 Esports, I think with the amount of experience that they have under their belt, they're a little bit more comfortable with these types of decisions.
You see the Fanny ban coming up from A8 Esports, Tupai Esports, most likely we're looking at a Joy ban somewhere down the road. Interestingly enough, in Game 1, we actually saw Kaja getting banned, but you know, Farmist was let through. A8 Esports have no concern over that Farmist, which was a big thing in their earlier series against GameLab.
Look, I mean, the last time I saw A8 Esports actually deal with the Farmist, and not from Tupai, from another team, they ran it down. They're like, you know, Fondir, take this yin, have a good time. Make sure you send the poor Farmist to a different dimension. It was a whole debacle. It was a whole thing.
He was able to do it once the entire game. Once was enough, though.
Once was enough. Once was enough.
That was the game where they won against a 14-3 Brody. It was quite a game.
That was a game. That was a game. I remember it very vividly. All right, so now we see Glue. Oh, interesting. Okay, so a bit of respect put on the Theezy's name here, making sure that the Glue is banned this time around. All right, rather interesting.
I do find it interesting that they take out the Glue, considering how they completely crushed that Glue in the entirety of Game 1. I
guess they recognize that there is some value, right? In terms of the way you zone your opponents, the way you actually get on top of them. Like, we did see, like, multiple dives in game number 1 where Tupai Esports actually pulled ahead of A8 Esports, especially when it comes down to proxying the waves, and especially if they need that extra 5th man. Glue was kind of slowing down A8 Esports from that retreat.
Do you think that in Game 2, Tupai Esports would switch up their priority in terms of their first 3 picks? Are we going to see that gold laner coming through first?
On red side? Let me think about this for a second. I don't think so. I definitely think that Tupai Esports is most likely going to save it for the second half of the draft. Then again, if they do want to change it up, they could within the first 2 picks, but it really depends on what this ban is here. And there we go. It's going to be Kaja. Tupai Esports could make a decision to actually ban out... actually, they don't need to ban out any openers here. Yeah, they can leave the Fredrin as well as the Valentina up.
The Joy is still also in the pool, you know. For these 2 teams.
It's a good ban. I would suggest that Tupai ban it because, again, Kaja has been response from A8, so they're expecting Tupai to either let it through or say no to it.
That is true. It also could be a double-edged sword, right, where you let the Joy through, but you ban the Joy, but because there's no Kaja, now there's a bit more of that leeway for you to first pick something like a Claude, something like a Melissa for the side of Tupai. That's what we saw early on from A8 when they fought against GameLab. Tupai, they do ban out the Joy eventually.
Yep, I was expecting maybe Tupai was considering the route of, let's let Joy through, we pick up Franco for ourselves, so at least we have a guaranteed way of saying, hey, you have anti-CC, well, guess what, I have a suppression, so it doesn't matter.
I guess the replacement for that could also be the Cho, which has shown up twice.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Cho's timing is way harder.
It's way harder.
It's way harder to Bloody Hunt, where it's like, no matter anytime, anywhere, one button, I lock you down.
But A8 has that first pick. See if they would go for the Fredrin again. It has been a big priority pick for A8.
Yeah, especially for Fondir. Like, you know.
One of the few XP laners that runs the Fredrin, you know.
Look, I feel like he just does not care. He's just like, I'll play anything. I'll fight you with anything, bro. Take me on. Oh, we do see a Kadita this time around. An Kadita opener from A8 Esports. That's interesting.
And it doesn't really reveal anything to Tupai Esports, right? This Kadita can still be a flex, and it still opens up the Fredrin and the Cho at the same time. Now the question is, does Tupai Esports, well, since they went for Martis, we're not going to see the Fredrin anymore. Not for Tupai, at least.
Well, to be fair, I will admit that Tupai Esports is a little bit more of an early game type of team, considering the way that they fight so early on. They like to actually go for these big coin flips at the end of the day. So, I mean, anything to actually help out with that coin flip in the earlier stages, yep, makes sense. There it is. You called it.
Yeah, without the Kaja, I think they just feel so much more comfortable. with the Claude. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like a lot of Malaysians like to go with the Claude. Just Swiss Army knife, man. Swiss Army knife. Just blind pick it. See what A8 Esports returns with. If so, you pick up the Valentina if you see an artillery mage. If not, yep, A8 is the one who's going to pick it up.
And they've already done preparation, right? With the Valentina, it doesn't matter if Tupai Esports picks the E for the Farsa, you already have an answer to it. You have two answers, in fact, the Valentina and the Kadita.
Very true, but I do think that Yves is going to be better just because of the fat shield that you get on that real-world manipulation, and that's pretty much it, unless they want to force A8 Esports into picking up a Franco to stop it entirely, or just try and kill her. So yeah, we do see the Yuzong. They are inciting Tupai Esports. Yeah, please, pick up a Farsa. I don't think it's going to be a good idea, but hey, you could try.
And even if... I think Tupai Esports, they don't have much of a choice right now, right, for their mid lane. I guess there's a farmist, but it doesn't really matter too much. A8 Esports can just blow through that Cult Altar.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Actually, I do think that no matter what mid lane you pick, it's really tough. Because when you're looking at Valentina, it's like, okay, she steals my ult. No big deal. Big whoop, right? How do you minimize her value? Pick something with a less powerful ultimate. Black Shoes, for example, from someone along the line, from Lilia, that's the one. I was thinking Melissa, and I was like, why couldn't I get it? But with something like Lilia, you lose a lot of value. The Valentina loses a lot of value, but then Kadita comes in as a support position, which is basically the hard counter to something like Lilia. So that's why it's really, really tough for Tupai Esports to predetermine what exactly do I put in this mid lane.
Even then, there's a Yuzong, right? He's like the third layer to what A8 Esports bring to this. If you have a Claude that can dip in and out of battles, but if Kadita cannot reach you, Yuzong can.
Yeah, and worse yet, oh, you know what? I'm just going to lock in the Xavier. Yuzong has another target to actually jump on pretty safely. And I think, A8 Esports, focus on those mages, just punch it in.
It feels like it's a very tough position for Tupai Esports. You have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Martis, sure, but these prolonged fights just... It's a gold mine for a Yuzong.
It really is a gold mine. And, we'll see how it'll end up at the end of the day. I think that Tupai Esports... Oh, what other mages is actually worth considering? Lunox, I think, would be super safe. Yeah.
Probably the safest pick right now. Yves has been removed by A8.
Don't think that was necessary. They got rid of artillery mages. Dude, I think they're going to play carry again.
They could.
They could get carry. Brody's already gone. Wanwan's missing. Is there anything else? Irithel? Irithel is not a bad shout. At least you can outrun the Lapu Lapu. Does it matter against someone like Claude? Maybe. There's some good burst, but Brody's already missing, so...
Probably set up... Does this set up for like a Melissa or a Moskov?
I think that Melissa is going to struggle. Mainly because the anti-CC coming both from the Bravest Fighter of Lapu Lapu, and just it's Martyrs things, man. That Decimate just goes right through it.
Yeah, Tupai Esports double down. We see the Julian. Most likely, yeah, this is a Julian mid for sure.
I love it. That's really smart from Tupai. They're running out of options, and I think Julian is one of the few options that actually is beneficial, because Valentina's like,
what do I steal, right?
Yeah, give me your side. Man, it's just not worth it. So
and it's not empowered. She doesn't empower it.
Exactly. So it's really, really weak. So most of the time we will see Lapu ult? Yeah, probably Lapu ult, right? Probably the stealing because it's a morph. You're able to transform and get all the abilities as well.
So if you steal Lapu's ult, you use it, you get access to his entire kit.
Oh yeah, it's that good. Same goes for Yuzong. As long as it has the keyword morph in it, you can open your game and check it out. They are all categorized. So that's rather interesting. I kind of like where this is going. Bit of brains going into both sides, but A8 Esports, I'm curious to see what they want to get, because Tupai, it's all about like running and diving at people. It's like fight.
Doubling down. Game 1, they did it, but they realized that they needed a bit more.
They needed
a bit more.
They needed way more. Did they take Grok here? No.
Okay, Cho and Leslie.
Okay.
This is a Cho jungle, 100%.
Who knows? It could be Kadita jungle.
Hey man, Leslie jungle, like
Leslie jungle. Oh.
I thought that A8 would also double down on diving backline with like a Ling or Hayabusa, but I guess when you see like a Martis and a Lapu Lapu, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, it really isn't. And I think it's good that they decided not to go with the tank. They have something like A8 Esports is leading into Tupai saying, hey, you want to fight? We want to fight, but we also want to have like a decent composition. So we'll make a couple of exceptions here.
How do you feel about this, Leslie?
How do I feel about this, Leslie? Pretty terrible. I would have expected it to be carry, but hey, when you have a full dive composition like what Tupai Esports has right now, I would make an argument that it's worth going Irithel just so that you have access to sprint. Like, you're gonna get attacked so fast.
I guess we can expect an even scrappier game 2 from these two teams.
Definitely. I think this is gonna be by far the bloodiest game of the night.
Tupai Esports basically ready to rumble. Game 1 didn't really affect them. Again, right, AA Esports might have won game 1, but it wasn't the cleanest win. It was just a bloody game where Tupai Esports couldn't hold on long enough. But at the end of the day, you can see that AA Esports were also equally bruised.
I mean, it's King of the Hill this time in the lower brackets, round 2, match number 4 with A8 on match point on the blue side with Tupai on the red. I want to see where the first fight is going to break out here, because again, mid lane is going to be really tough to maintain control over as Julian as well as the Kufra. But if you look at the bottom side, Fondir has priority until level 4, and that's when Latizi is going to look for that all-in. Top side, whoa! Mitsuno is taking a boatload of damage. What happened to him?
Yeah, and that was without Kesu showing up also, right?
And he cancels the recall! Oh no!
Oh boy. He might die from this. Well, we'll check back in a bit. But Tupai Esports was able to get at least the Wanderer. But yeah, Real Mitsuno, he is out of here. And he even used the sprint.
Hey, yo, what happened? What happened to his lane? Now the rest of the team is actually getting in on that orange buff.
It's gonna be a 3 versus 2. Dodo coming in for the pincer. Kesu is the target. Jace doesn't get the orange buff. Also steals it away. Now gains access to the ultimate. Watch out for Tupai. Jace using the Ashura, the CC ability.
Oh!
He's gonna get out, but not Jeff Hardy though. 2 quick kills. Going over to 8. Jace also falls. Why did you even go back?
Wow. Well played to Kesu. That was the sickest timing for a Petrify. Like, the enhanced sights were about to come out when Kesu clutches it with a Petrify, gets on out of there, and also gets the kill on Alfonso. That has got to hurt.
A8 were ready for a scrappy match. Contrary to game 1 where Tupai started off with 3 kills, now it's A8. Got the first 3. RP getting pressured, but he is fearless. He is taking on this Claude. He's coming in, trying to get the kill, goes in. Of course, able to find that trade and make it out with his life.
Beautiful, beautifully done. They're willing to sacrifice it. Never mind, they might actually not sacrifice this though.
And, well, A8 gets the turtle, and they take care of the Julian again.
Yep, solving problems left, right, and center. So far, pretty good for the side of A8 Esports. They're not, they're not getting too bloodlust heavy for Tupai Esports. It feels like Tupai is the one who's trying to be the aggressors here. A8, on the other hand, are just responding accordingly.
And it feels like for A8, at the same time, they understood that Tupai wants to be aggressive. So they're just baiting Tupai into these fights. Why is Kesu there? Nobody knows. What do you do? I mean, if you are the Claude.
I've never seen a hostage situation in real life until just now. Oh my goodness, Jeff Hardy!
Hey, his health bar just disappeared. Now they're showing up, get the kick. They're just gonna dive this! Oh my goodness!
I feel like this is just one big scam, right? You get blackmailed the first time for this hostage situation. You send in your first payment, and A8 is like, nah, this ain't the first payment. Where's the second one? Where's the third one? Give me all of them.
Honestly, the true hostage is the turret.
He has to watch all of it, apparently. But down on bot side, at least Tupai Esports are making sure that they maintain the initiative, right? They get the gold back, just a bit of gold, but at the end of the day, it's the EXP deficit which is hurting them.
If you're in the position of Real Mitsuno, you are having an incredibly rough time, and then you have this random Cho just cutting through that mid lane, and there's no way to stop him.
Hey yo, Jeff Hardy's already on Ozil.
He still shumpos away. Fonda just flies in from afar. We say that it will be a bloody game. Definitely is living up to the expectations. Now Fonda in a 1 versus 3. He is healthy. His passive is healing him back up. Tupai Esports helping him gain health. And at the end of that, well, guess what? Ozzy was the one who got the purple buff.
Yeah, I do feel that... Wait, hold on. Did he get the Petrified full combo? Is he alive?
Still alive for now. Kesu knocked up by the chains, but no kills.
No kills so far. They even flicker it for it. He tried to bait it out, but Jace ends up dying.
Look at Richie. What is this game? And this claw shows up, but not where you want to be.
I can't.
Well, all of that was happening, by the way. This Leslie is having a fantastic time.
Yeah, she's free farming that top side. Dude,
Jeff.
this is like 2 weeks ago. This is like 2 weeks ago when A8 Esports was playing. They're having a good time.
They were. They definitely are enjoying themselves.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What else is next? What else is next on this movie?
This is the closest that we'll get to Era 404's game.
Yeah, this really is, but it's happening to Tupai Esports. But the picks aren't too weird, all right?
Yeah.
I'll give it to A8 Esports. There are a couple of outliers, but it's not the end of the world. Oh, Zone, don't tell me. Oh, no.
Gets the kick. Jay straight back, right into the hands of Kesu. He's gonna get terrified. RP's casually picking up that kill. Can they at least get Ozo? They get Kesu. Tupai was finding the kill for themselves. Dodo forward, knock up onto Ozo. She shunt bolts to safety. Bottom tier 1 goes down. Ozo, don't do it, don't do it. Jeff Hardy jumps onto him. Ozo still shunt bolts away this time. Finally punished. But they might lose Jeff Hardy though. RP.
Block it! Block it! Oh my god.
Dodo doing a great job. And well, Fondia is in that brush. I mean, this is what Tupai Esports wants to do to A8, but A8 just strikes first. And Fondia, why are you underneath the inhibitor?
Yo! What? A8, stop it! Stop it! The ego's on this guy.
They learned from GameLab, 100%.
Bro, I'm telling you, Fondir, he is rising up to be one of my favorite players in this tournament. He just does not care. He has no self-awareness, never even needed. He got the kill, job done. Jeff Hardy coming in.
Tries to look for Richie, doesn't find it. Although is level 10. And Jeff Hardy is gonna be the target. He is dead. Easy flickers forward. Both XP laners do not care about their lives. But it's Fondia getting the kill now. Dodo is on the run. Someone blocked those bullets. Ozu gets the knockup. Dodo goes down.
Oh, this is spiraling out of control.
It is.
Imagine 13-5, but the goal lead is only 3K.
7 minutes. We have 18 kills in 7 minutes.
Oh my god.
Richie!
Oh no, Richie catches him. He's got the decimate. He can technically chase this if he wants to, but he's just gonna let him go. Oh wait, no, he's got Kesu on the other side!
Goodness.
The hostage situation is turning into Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, at least Jay's got the turtle, but can they get out? Jeff Hardy, good knockout, couldn't get the ult off. Look at Ozu, he's having fun. In the back line, sees the DZ showing up. And TZ using that ultimate, goes in, hits no one. And Fondia, he is healing up.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
And well, while that was happening, bot tier 2 just went down.
Look, this feels like the spin-off episode, right? We got the main canon happening, but the spin-off episodes are getting hella cash right now. 5K, in a matter of fact.
Well, at least A8 Esports learned something from that GameLab series. It is to do basically what GameLab did to them. Easy. No, they just get feared back. He runs away. Kesu finds the kill. Also, once more gets out. Richie does go down. Tupai Esports popping conceal, but they just cannot chase.
Well, yeah, Jeff Hardy honestly has been the most consistent player so far. Now that he's off of Kadita and on this Kufra, he is disrespectful. He knows how to counter-engage.
Get the tier 1. Jeff Hardy doesn't have the Tyrant's Revenge. Oh, this Tupai Esports finally found something.
Hey man, 23 kills in 8 minutes, you know, breaking records here, breaking records.
Definitely.
I love it.
Well, 5K goal advantage in favor of A8. Finally, some breathing room. 40 seconds until Lord spawns. Well, for the, yeah, Turtle actually.
Yeah, for the Turtle.
For Turtle.
Yeah, it's good that both teams finally decided, okay, stretch our hands, let's go for the reset, and let's see whether Tupai Esports can actually take control of the main cannon because the side stories, the spin-off stories from A8 Esports are doing a phenomenal job here. And this time, they brought in the man, the myth, the legend, Fondir himself to ensure. They even utilize Arfi's ult, so they know he's by himself. What? Where did his HP go? Where's his life?
Almost got 3-shotted. And meanwhile, Petrify onto Dodo. He's gonna flicker into Kesu, but thankfully his team is there. And what happened to Lapu Lapu?
He's gone. He did not get his second skill off in time.
Did he not see what Arfi did to his teammate?
No, doesn't care. He's got damage, quote unquote, damage reduction if he casts it. So maybe he lives through the true damage. He's trying, man. He's trying to be part of the side story, but unfortunately, he needs to stick to the main cannon.
There it is, Lord, initiated by A8. I feel like the only way for Tupai to have a chance if they somehow steal this Lord. But I fear for Jace. Yeah, Ozzy is very, very aware. He's trying to bait out the Ashura, now finds the timing. Jace instantly petrified.
Oh my goodness, they're messing with him. Jeff Hardy tries to make the play though.
Just gets 2-shotted by Arfi. And yeah, it's a 3-4-1. It's a 1-for-3.
Don't worry, one by one. Now it's Letizi's turn, okay? 3 people down, Letizi, he's got this. I mean, clearly the 3 that failed just weren't as good as Lapu Lapu.
Look, if you want to, like, you can't let your lane opponent just ego you like that. You have to also be fearless. Oh wow, also.
He tried.
Honestly, in what universe did the Claude think that he can survive that? You know?
Look, okay, to be fair, he still had Battle Mirror Image. Did he time it poorly? Kind of.
just waited a bit too long.
Waited a bit too long? No, I mean, Kesu doesn't have any abilities, right? Okay. At this point, we're just reacting to half the nonsense that's going on here.
Yeah, this is like what, 31 kills.
Yeah,
we have an average of 3 kills per minute.
It never ends. It never ends. I want to see how the main cannon is going to go. We've seen, okay, all 3 people jump in at once, didn't work. Send them in one by one, didn't work either. So this time, let's see the side story as well as the main cannon come together for this base defense.
Jace, no.
That was an attempt. Oh!
There it is. Okay, finally the Claude does something. They get to the Arfi. Takes out the Leslie. Maybe there is a chance. Ozu getting the king. It's going to be Lapu Lapu in the fray. Completely destroyed by the Valentina.
He's still going.
He gets a good knockback, but Dodo has ran out of health. Rumisuno, this Claude just doesn't have damage. He is trying. Fondia just challenges him. And Richie just walks on forward, gets the kill. And even through all of that, Tupai Esports still lost.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least they have an inhibitors. There's still a silver lining at the end of the day. They're about to lose an inhibitor.
Yeah, also he just got the Skyguard and helmet. The Decimate takes care of him. Inhibitor still goes down.
Oh no, I thought they could at least save that. Okay, that's fair. I mean, they deserve that. All right, fair enough. But A8 Esports, they're just so far ahead. I mean, look at the items that they're...
I mean, look at the Leslie item.
How does she have 11K?
I don't know.
I mean, she got... Okay, to be fair, when she was at, what?
Just 11 assists, by the way.
Yeah, 11 assists. I'm pretty sure she didn't have this many items when she had like 4 kills. How did this all turn around so quickly?
So she has 11 assists. She has 8 kills. And Fondia is just... Yeah, he sees this. All right, my friend. Do it.
Call in the squad. He saw 2 people.
He's gonna see 3.
He's gonna see 3. He also saw the Martis earlier.
There we go, Fondia, let's go. It's a 1 versus 4. Yeah, now we know he can't do it on his own.
Fondir finally tells his team, okay guys, I can't 1v5. Maybe I can 1v4.
Maybe I can 1v4. Okay, so out of that, did force the Lapu Lapu's ult. Well, this Tupai Esports was able to buy some time. I say some time. I'm using that term very sparingly.
Well, let's see here, because right now A8 want to go for the all-out brawl with main cannon.
Farty dashes straight into Ozu. I mean, it is hard, right? You have 2 Petrifies on the side of A8. Jace shows up.
Dude, Ozil just kicked Jeff Hardy. he just kicked Jeff Hardy right in the face. And I don't think Jeff Hardy is gonna let... Oh, the conceal. Oh, this could be it. This could be the counter engage of a lifetime.
Arfi, he's in range. The flicker forward, finding Arfi, able to pin him down into a wall. Tupai finally pounces, but here comes Fondia. Big man is here. Big Black Dragon in the midst of the Kesu, finding the assassination gets rid of Real Mitsuno, and it's Fondia and the rest of his team basically cleaning house. Well, they found Arfi at least, but they lose the whole team.
Yep, they've lost their entire team. They've just been setting up these fights to ensure Jeff Hardy tries his absolute hardest, but a complete wipeout here. Tupai Esports unfortunately have nobody left, and A8 Esports will be able to close this game out to move on to the next round. Well done as A8 Esports keep fighting for tournament lives.
Can I just say that we have a total of 43 kills, but the goal advantage is just 5,000.
Hey man, sometimes it's not about the objectives, it's about ego, it's about drive, it's about grind.
When you have 3 times the kill over your enemies, I'm pretty sure that's enough of an ego boost.
Absolutely, I mean look at them, the boys are happy, especially Fondir. He's such a cheery guy, he's becoming one of my favorite players because man does this guy just not care.
He definitely didn't care. 1v4, I mean he died 1v4.
He died 1v5, to be fair.
And did it again anyways.
Hey, look, he understood. 1v5, that's little too many people.
The limit is 1v5.
Yeah, if he never tested 1v4, so I'm just saying, he could pull it off.
He goes straight for the extreme end, and that is his benchmark.
And that is his benchmark. There was just one person too many.
And he didn't have Petrify.
And he didn't have Petrify. That's also a good point.
It made a big difference.
A huge difference. In a matter of fact, I think, A8 Esports, they already knew that they had the win in the bag, especially with Arfi at the level that he was playing at. And more importantly, the items that he had, nobody for the side of Tupai Esports could actually keep up with this level of damage, especially true damage in this lesson.
Yeah, and they learned from the experience against GameLab. Arfi didn't get to play the game, and now he just spills it onto Real Mitsuno. This squad didn't play the game at all.
Look,
he spent more time running away with Sprint than he did dealing damage.
It's true. It's so difficult to play the game. Like, every time he tries to get into the fight, he's scared of Ozil. Oh, Fondir tries to push him out of position. Takes his battle mirror image back. Guess who's waiting for him? Kesu. Like, there is no winning for the poor lad. My hats and respect goes off to Jeff Hardy for trying as hard as he did for these counter engages that Ozil kept denying him, eating the hits with his Shunpo, kicking him away, and that's why A8 Esports will move on with this 2-0 victory in the lower brackets.
Hey, I mean, every time Real Mitsuno shows up, he just gets chased away. Every time Jeff Hardy initiates or counter-initiates, and he's like, team, I got the back line, and then he just sees his marksman running away.
I mean, what can you do? Like, the entire A8 Esports wanted to make sure that they stopped the Real Mitsuno, and you can tell by the kill scores that Real Mitsuno probably wasn't his main target. They probably had a little thing against Dodo Alfonso.
They probably did.
Personal grudge.
Probably. But then again, Dodo had to dive in, right? Like, it was his mission to reach the back line.
That's true.
But there was too many layers to go through. But I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that Richie is on the Valentina and there's not much spells for her to steal.
I mean, she did. I will give it to Richie. Out of all the spells he took, he decided to get the Decimate pretty consistently. He just wanted to kill Reset rather than be like, I want to be Lapu Lapu. Nah, I don't need the bravest fighter. I want to decimate people.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I've never seen a Valentina chase away a Mortis so fast in a fight.
I mean, to be fair, Valentina has a lot of damage, man. Like, look at that. 4 items, Lightning Truncheon plus the Clock of Destinies is already a nasty combo to deal with. And not to mention that you can actually get resets, cooldown reductions on your ability on top of everything else. So it can be tough. And look, Jace, he's only got 2 items completed. Literally, he's just like, I'll get a bunch of components. I must finish this Athena's shield because Richie is a bit of a problem, and also a Sky Guardian's helmet. After that, it's kind of up in the air.
Check out Fondia's item and Ozil's item.
Hey man, look, sometimes you just need to know when you're ahead, you stay ahead.
You want to be so far ahead that your attacks kill them.
Wait, I mean, yeah, that's your attacks. That's one way of putting it there. But well done for Fondir. Like, he has been crushing it this time round. But again, hats off. Arfi played a solid game, consistent while the rest of his team was fighting. He was making sure he was doing the objectives, doing his homework, being a good boy. Jeff Hardy, give him props. He tried his absolute hardest.
Just the last best bastion of Tupai Esports. Just not able to keep the team in the series. ALVA 8 shows up with a chainsaw and just completely did lumberjack work. The squirrels are homeless after this.
Oh boy, what a game to kind of round out today. Well done, Ozil. He's got the mechanics for sure. Arfi definitely has an eye for objectives and opportunity, but Richie, this man, he's got a good blend of both. He has an eye for opportunity, and he's got the mechanics to make it happen.
Honestly, when we say that Tupai Esports double down on the draft, I would say a triple down on the draft. Who would have expected the game to turn out that way?
I didn't expect it. I honestly, I really didn't expect the game to be as cluttered as it was.
The biggest mystery was still how did Kesu make it to the second brush topside without getting spotted.
Look, he probably went into he probably walked from Tri-Brush through the river, said hi to the river crab, walked through, said hi to Claude real quick, went back into the bush, then walked into lane while the minions were still there, just to let him know where he was, just to send him a message that your lifetime is numbered, brother.
I think the message was pretty clear. Very, very clear. But yeah, Richie overall MVP. This from game 1. He did fantastic on the Eve also, but game 2 he really shined as the Valentina.
Yeah, he really did. And I think, it's definitely something that A8 Esports is going to consider when they're going back into their VOD reviews to start brushing up. But let's have a look at the bracket overall. We've been seeing games all across the board. And from last week, from the days before, we know that GPX and Euphoria Esports have a match upcoming. Same goes for ALVA 8, who now has to take on GameLab.
Yeah, and I just want to make a quick correction. Actually, next week isn't Challenge Finals. That was going to happen on a later date. Because next week is where we find out who makes it the Challenge Finals. So this journey is even longer than we initially mentioned. But yeah, AA Esports, the first team to make it through to the second leg of the lower bracket. But on top side, you have GPX up against Euphoria next, and ALVA 8 against GameLab.
And we have plenty more games to actually show off to you guys. Tomorrow's schedule is going to be looking like this. It's going to be Sway versus PBN Strike, MHRLK up against TD, Tiger Wong against Error 404.
I feel like we've seen the last series happen before, but this time with elimination on the line. We will get rid of 3 teams, unfortunately, because we need to find out who moves on in that lower bracket. So it's all going to be elimination series tomorrow. Make sure you tune in and support your favorite team. I think that there are 2 unexpected teams down there, right? Sway and MHRLK, those 2 teams, we expected them to win, but they got crushed by the Indonesian counterparts.
Well, look. I'm not going to say that it was expected. I will say it was a little shocking to see, but at the end of the day, some of these teams had to go into the lower brackets at some point. Might as well start early.
Yeah, for the side of Sway, they lost to ALVA 8, and for MHRLK, they got 2-0 by GPX. I think that was a very interesting series overall. Something that the Indonesian fans will be happy about. But at least when we finish today, we know that between Philippines and Indonesia, it was a draw.
It is a draw so far. We'll see with the rest of the league. I don't know if you guys are keeping score, but now I'm kind of interested to see who's going to make it all the way to the very end, at least try to qualify for those finals.
We might even lose our fan favorites tomorrow.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
We have 2 of them on the ropes.
Oh, I didn't think of that. No, you know what? I take it back. Let's just replay today and keep it there, while it's still fine.
Yeah, a lot of things on the line for 6 of these teams. 3 of them will be eliminated. It's just so much to look forward to, but I'm glad that today was as entertaining as it is. We've seen domination, we've seen scrappiness, and just overall great Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But that's it for today. We have more series coming out tomorrow, and that's the important one. Out of 6 teams, 3 will go home. We're going to send you guys off for today. Do join back tomorrow to see the 3 lower bracket elimination series. I'm Husky, it's Gideon Q, and see you guys for tomorrow's game. Good night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat, I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the